that maybe you regret, but let's keep it 100, man. Like
Yeah.
things were said. Like this is nothing. Like it's not a dig against you, but like it's this is the moment to take accountability. Like we're not perfect.
Yeah, I said I was underwhelmed when I saw Hannah.
Hey guys, and welcome. Yes, welcome. We are here talking to you guys today about teleshopping. Yes, I know you came here for Love is Blind, but you are here with teleshopping. Since Love is Blind wanted to sell us a lot of cock and bull, I decided also that we should spice up the arena by selling a few items for you. First and foremost, I want to be able to sell you this fabulous perfume. Yes, it is the Brute, the special $9.99er. Look, I want to let you know this is very much like I watched the show. People that were trying to smell good, look good, feel good for the evening, but were quite cheap, okay? So that's our first product. I want you to try and buy it. We've got 99 in stock for you guys, okay? I got my second product. Number one. Number two, this is Assure Men Spray. It is going to ensure that your armpits will never sweat when you are under pressure and when people are gaslighting you on the very show. Listen, it's also going for a good $9.99. I need you to understand we have 98, 97, 96. It's going out of stock fast. I need you to grab yours and I need you to grab it quick, okay? Yep. We got 86 in stock right now. I need you to grab it really quick. I got my next product here as well. It's one of the fake lines. This is a beautiful one here for people that were behaving fake on the show. People like Ramses who decided that they were suddenly all solemn and were in mourning. This has got quite a hint. Let me just get a little spray. Beautiful aroma. Now, this is going to last for a good half an hour to an hour. You're going to need to retop this, spray yourself, keep the cologne smell going on. But this is going to be beautiful for when you are in situations where you don't want to take accountability. You don't want to have, the whole of the world on you. So you rope in somebody else who didn't do anything wrong, but you rope them in as well. So they can also be trashed the same way you were trashed because you're scared of their mother. But hey, who am I? Okay, look, we got 45 of these in stock, $9.99 going, as you can see at the bottom of the screen. I want you to grab yours. I don't want you to miss out on these fabulous deals. I'm telling you, it's a bargain. Beautiful stuff. Next, we've got some of our more expensive lines, but I'm telling you now, it's gonna do the business, okay? First and foremost, we've got our lovely Tom Ford Oud. Beautiful stuff here. Tom Ford Oud, beautiful stuff. And I'm telling you now, it's going for an incredible $9.99. I want to let you know, listen, you don't want to miss out on this. It's a fabulous 200 milliliter bottle of Tom Ford Oud. We've cut down the price. We want you to smell good, feel good, look good, okay? All right, this Tom Ford here is just like someone we know on the show, okay? And look, I want you to grab yours, all right? We've got 36 in stock and counting down. It's going fast and with a bang. Okay, all right, grab yours. We've got two more of these products I want to show you, and I want to make sure that you guys are getting yours and getting your money's worth. We got the John Poitier, okay? The John Poitier. Figure like somebody doesn't have, let me keep quiet. This has got a figure on it, a little bit of a bouquet on the back of it. Listen, because it is a heavy hitter and definitely will have you smelling good for a long period of time. I want to let you know, just as like us watching, Ashley and Tyler, who are going to sell you a crock of pull and rubbish, okay? We have sperm donors who suddenly you have two of those times where you make a mistake, but listen, who am I to judge? Who am I to tell you that you can have two sperm donors with the same person who's a lesbian? I am not here to judge anybody. I'm simply here to report the lovely figure of this John Poitier for $9.99. If you don't want to get it for you, get it for your husband. If you don't get it for your husband, get it for your son. If you don't want it for your son, get it for your nephew. You don't want it for your nephew, I don't know, buy it for your church. Buy it for somebody, okay? But the $9.99 price is absolutely rock beautiful. You can't miss out on this deal. Ashley and Tyler, great sponsors for this as well. I want to go to my last product here, because this is a big heavy hitter. Okay, right? It's a big, heavy hitter. This will have you smelling beautiful for a very long time. And this person on the show, they were just like this product. This here is a Dior Sauvage. Beautiful, spicy, aromatic, deep wooded smells which are going to make you feel manly and masculine. And let me tell you this now, the person who reminds me of this is Hannah on the show. She literally rewrote history. And just like you wearing this perfume and this aftershave, I should say, will have you rewriting history, getting you all the ladies. Look, I'm telling you now, grab yours. $9.99 for this oud smell. I'm telling you, look, I don't want you guys to miss out. All right, we've got 24 in stock at the moment. Okay, all right, 23 and counting. Okay, I want to let you know. Listen, don't miss out on this fabulous tele shopping experience as well. Okay, so just like Love is Blind, we are selling these wonderful, wonderful products. Look, welcome to Little Black Book 91. We are back with another one of those shows. Listen. Teleshopping done. Teleshopping done. Teleshopping done. Let me be serious for now. We are back with a fabulous show. In a couple of minutes, I'm going to get a couple of you guys to come up here because we are doing a little bit of a prize draw. Okay, all right? And I want to be able to give away some cash for you guys. Yes, I know I try to get you guys to buy the perfumes, which are actually mine. Don't worry about that. But I want you guys to enjoy the show today. We're going to have a great conversation. We're going to have a great time. And we're going to keep it fresh, funky, and feeling good. You know what I'm saying to you? So make sure if you want to join the panel that you see the link down below, which I'll put it into the chat in a few minutes time, and you guys can join. So look, it's prize giving time. Okay, it is prize giving time. Somebody say free money, baby. Type in the chat, free money, baby. Okay. Boom. Free money, baby. Listen, this is the time where we go for our quiz, and we are about to go into the prize giving draw. I say prize giving draw. It's really a quiz. I'm going to be cheeky, but it's a quiz. Okay, all right. I'm overselling at the moment. We're going into our quiz. Okay, so I'm going to make it members only. So if you're not a member, become a member, because listen, you can't join unless you're a member. It's that simple. Okay, so I'm about to make it members only in the chat. So if you're not a member, become one. It's £1 or $1. There's a $sign at the bottom of the chat. You can join in on that particular front. And then you can also join in the festivities of today. We're about to go members only in the chat. Fantabalismo. Okay. Baby, members only in the chat, baby, free money. Now, you know how this works. Okay, you know how this works because, let me play my music. Beautiful stuff. I've got a couple of questions. I want you guys to answer it in the chat. If you get it right, I will invite you up on here and you have the chance to win $100. Okay, all right. This is a part of our gift giving, fun, and about entertainment that we like to provide on this channel. Okay, all right. So we gonna have some fun today. Okay, we're gonna have some fun today. Someone's actually speaking to the mic. Can you not hear me now? Yeah, you can't hear me now. Nah. Yeah. All right. Listen, I've got my idioms for you. All right, cool. Let me get my idioms ready. All right. Now, these idioms are all about food. Okay? I'm going to put an idiom on the screen. Okay? I'm going to put an idiom on the screen, and I want you to answer in the chat. Okay? All right. So, here we go. My first question. Okay. It's all about food. All right. First answer gets to come up here and hopefully win $100 in this prize given. Here we go. As flat as a what? As flat as a what? Type it in the chat for me. If you've got the answer, type it in the chat and we can bring it up here. As flat as a what? As flat as a what? Type it in the chat for me. Okay, fantastic. Pancake, beautiful stuff. We have Mocha Mojo who answered first. She said pancake is the right answer. Well done, sis. We appreciate you. I'm going to send you a link. We hopefully will get you to win $100 today. Okay, all right, $100. You do need to come up though. You do need to come up. If you can't come up, we can't bring you up. Okay, all right. We do need to come up. If you can't come up, we can't bring you up. Okay, so we're going to send you a little link, Mocha, and we'll get you on here, hopefully winning $100 today. Let's get it popping. There we go. Okay. All right, Mocha, join the live and hope we can get you winning $100 as well. Okay, that's very true. Please answer if your winnings come up. If you're not, it'll be the next person in line. Okay, next person in line. All right, cool. We got one more. Okay, I got one more. You know what? Let me do one more as we're waiting. Okay, as we're waiting. Okay. All right. Another question we got for you guys. Okay. So, let me get my music playing. You know what I'm saying? I got to get my heartbeat effect. Let's go. My second one here. Okay, let's go. Okay, second question. It's like taking what from a baby? 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 Tell me what it's like taking from a baby. Mocha, you already here, baby. You can't go again, but I appreciate you. You were the first again, though. Tyronda was the next in line. Tyronda, you won. You are next in line to win. You were the fastest to get it, so you can use the link as well, and hopefully we can get 2 winners today. You know what I'm saying? Listen, we always want to. You know, we want to give that cash away. You know what I'm saying? So we want to give that money away. So we want to make sure y'all are getting some free cash around here. Okay. All right. Beautiful, 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 beautiful stuff. All right. So I've got Monique already up. So Monique, are you ready to come up? Mocha, you ready? All right. Cool. All right. Let me get my timer ready though. You know what I'm saying to you? Like I even got my timer ready. Like my 15-second timer. You get me? All right. 15-second timer. Let me get my 15-second timer down, baby. Oh, slow down now. Hands on the wall. Sorry, I have to forgive myself. Holy Spirit. All right, cool. Okay, Monique, I'm gonna bring you up. Hello, Monique.
Hello, Kojo.
How are you doing? You okay?
Doing well, doing well.
That's beautiful. That's what I like to hear. Listen, we're gonna hopefully get you to win some cash round here. Okay, so I've got a few idioms that I like to give you, hopefully to get you to $100. Are you ready?
Ready.
That's what I like to hear. Okay, I'm getting my little heartbeat going. Add some intensity to the place. You know what I'm saying to you? Okay. Let me give my first idiom for you. This is for $20. For $20. Okay. We just need what the food is. Okay. All right. Here we go. Take it with a grain of what?
Salt.
15, 14, 13, 12.
Say that one more time.
Salt.
Beautiful, 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 beautiful. Yep, you're absolutely right. $20 won straight away. Beautiful stuff. That is what we like to hear. Love that. Okay, for $40. For $40. Okay, for $40, we've got our next idiom for you. Okay, all right. All right, here we go. For $40. You ready?
Ready.
All right. For $40, as cool as a what?
14,
Cool as
13,
a
12,
cucumber.
11.
You are absolutely right. Yes, as cool as a cucumber. Lovely stuff. You are on $40. We are climbing. We are working. We are moving. It's like you're about to take it all today. You are not playing. I like to see the energy. Okay. We've got another one for you for $60. Okay. For $80. We're doubling it. For $80. Okay. All right. For $80. Okay. All right. Okay, here we go. Here we go. Here we go. Boom. Selling like what? Selling like what?
14,
Hotcakes.
13, 12, 11, 10.
You got it. Selling like hotcakes is the right answer. You got $80 in the bank. Listen, we are moving. We are moving. We are moving. I like to see the energy that you're bringing to the table. Okay, so we've got one last one. Okay, it's gonna take us to $100. Okay, it's gonna take us to $100. Okay. Here we go. All right, last one. Okay. Whew. We're gonna hope we get to $100. We need to. Whew. We're almost there. I can feel it, and I feel like you're gonna get us right. I feel like you're gonna get us right.
Okay. Let's do it.
Okay. All right. Here we go. For $100. That's the way the what crumbles.
The cookie crumbles.
Wow, 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 wow. Ladies and gentlemen, we have a winner. We have a winner. You have reached $100 limit. Yes, Monique, well done. You've done well, and we appreciate you. Send your email to me, your PayPal email. I will send you the money to you by tomorrow, okay?
All right. Thank you, Kojo.
No worries. Well done, man. We always like to see a winner. Lovely stuff. Listen, look, we like to give cash away. We told you, listen, we want to see you guys win, man, you know, and we have to have a bit of fun and enjoyment as well. So listen, we're gonna definitely, I see you, Monique, thank you very much. We're gonna definitely chop it up. Now, I know I had one more person, baby, but they don't seem to have come up. Someone wants to be a millionaire. Whoa, by the grace of God, we'll be able to give away £1 million very, very soon. You know what I'm saying to you? Let the Lord lead. Let the Lord lead. You know what I mean? Okay, cool. Let me see. Soon and very soon, we are going to see the King. Okay, cool. All right, so Taronda said she can't come up. Taronda, you can't come up. Taronda, okay, so after Taronda, who was the next person that won? After Taronda... it was Alex Lemon. Alex, you have been chosen because Taronda cannot come up. So Alex, you are after Taronda. So if you are willing to come up, Alex, we will hopefully get you to also win $100 as well. Okay, so Alex, if you're there, if you're around, listen, we're gonna get you winning that $100 as well. Okay. Answering that question right, you're the next in the line. If you can't come up, she says she's at work. Oh. Alex, are you there? Let me know if you're there, Alex. Just type in the chat. Let us know. I've sent you a link. We'd love to have you up here to see if we can win you $100. If not, I will pass it on to someone else. Someone said that I should wait. She stepped out of her car. Give her a sec. Okay. Cool. Fantastic. So we'll wait a few seconds as well for her to come up, you know. Jay Blake says she can come up for her. Oh, Taronda's at work. Okay, not Alex. Okay. So Taronda's at work. Okay. Apologies. Okay, Taronda, if you're around. Okay, Taronda, if you're there. Well, she's at work. So can she come up? Because we got a time limit, baby. If not, we'll have to get Alex. If Alex don't respond, I have to get someone else. I'm not seeing Alex in the chat again. Alex don't want it either. Okay, listen. I gotta move past Taronda and Alex at this point. Because, baby, I need to see signs of life and I'm not seeing it. Okay, cool. Who was the next one after then? Someone popped up. Oh, Jay Blake. Are you stepping up for Taronda? Is that what you're trying to say?
For Alex.
For Alex.
Yeah, I'm her mom.
Oh, man.
She stepped out the car. She was just like, oh, I hope I get on. We had a restaurant and she went in to pick up the food.
Oh, okay. Listen, look. Since you answered, I'm happy to wait. I'm happy to wait for her. I'm happy to wait for her. No way.
Just a second.
No worries. Let her take her time. The mom was like, we ain't gonna miss out on this blessing. That's what she said. You gonna get the food, we gonna get $100. We ain't gonna miss out on this blessing. And I'm not mad at it. Listen, I hear that. How are you doing anyway? You alright?
I'm doing great. So good to see you guys.
Yes, it's amazing to have you on here as well. How you finding Love is Blind? No, you can't miss out on this money. It's free, baby. How you finding Love is Blind though?
Oh, I'm loving it, and I'm loving all you guys' reviews and all this good stuff. So, doing great. I'm kind
That's
of
what I love
mad
to
at
hear.
some of the folks, Marissa, with all that drama, and AD being in the crowd with all her stuff. It was a lot.
Give us your hot take before your daughter comes back. Give us your hot take. What's your hot take of this series, huh?
Well, I would like to just say I was kind of disappointed that, we had a lot of Black people this time and didn't get, the kind of couples that we wanted out of the series, but for this season. But, I guess it is what it is, and it could have been a little bit better, but I'm not going to go too hard on Ashley. I guess she'll find out, for herself. Like she said, let her be her, let her do her thing. So we'll do that. We'll just wait and see how it turns out. And as far as Rams and Marissa, I wasn't feeling that at all. I mean, not at all. So I'm glad it turned out the way that it did. And I don't know. I guess I can just say that Hannah and Marissa ganging up on the guys, I did not like that. Alex is actually getting in the car. Alex, you got called. Kojo said,
Did I win? Did I get
How you doing, Alex?
here.
What do I have to do?
You just got to ask some questions, Alex.
Say that once more.
You just got to answer some questions.
Of course, I'm ready.
The idioms. You
I'm
ready?
ready.
That's what I like to hear. Fantastic. Listen, let's get you winning $100 out here, okay? All right. All right. Coolie yuli. All right. Let's get the show popping. All right. I'm getting my little heartbeat going. We're going to get a little heartbeat going. Okay, so I've got a few questions for you. First one is for $20. First one is for $20, okay? I just need what the actual food is that is missing from the idiom, okay? From the phrase. It's a common phrase. You're going to have 15 seconds, okay, to answer it, all right? So, hold on, because I'm going to make it go before it's time.
12.
Oh, no, don't listen to that. Hold on. All right, cool. Here we go. The first one for $20. I need you to name the fruit. Or, yeah? Okay, go for it. What is
Apple.
missing? What is that? Oh,
15.
baby. Okay, you sharp. You fast. I like it. $20 in the bank. That's what we like to see. She's on the money. She's on the ball. She's in it. Okay, all right. My next one. Okay, all right. My next one. Next idiom. Okay. All right, one of the foods is already mentioned, but one of them is actually missing. Okay, for $40, I need to know what the particular thing is missing. Can't compare apples and what?
Oranges.
Beautiful. Okay, we ain't even getting a breather. I can't even press the second button. You know what I'm saying to you? We're on $40. Okay. I'm seeing it. Energy's righteous, and we love to see it. Okay, all right. Here's another one. Here's for $80 in the bank. For $80 in the bank. Okay. All right. Now I'm gonna probably accept two answers here because it can be a little bit either way. So, but it's a food, and I want you to be able to give me the answer for this one. Okay. It's for the $80. As sweet as
Pie. Oh no, that's not
14. 13. 12.
it's not a
11.
fruit. Sorry, it's not a fruit.
Honey?
It's not a fruit.
honey.
Honey is the answer. Yes. It wasn't a fruit. My bad. I said fruit, but it wasn't a fruit. It was an answer. So I'll take that. Pie is also one there as well. I was actually looking for honey. So I'll take that one for you as well. Okay. You're on $80. We're going to get you to 100 hopefully. Okay. We're going to get you to 100 hopefully. All right. All right. Last one. Okay. All right. Last one. Okay. Here we go. It's for the $80. It's for the $100, sorry. Okay. You ready?
I'm ready.
Okay. Whew. Here we go. For $100. Don't something coat.
Sugar coat. Sugar.
You have won $100, Alex. Well played, well done. You got 100 in there in the bank. Listen, send me your email. We will send you $100 tomorrow, and you'll get that through PayPal. Okay?
Thank you. Woo, woo,
No
woo.
worries. Make sure you enjoy your food as well. No worries, Blake. We appreciate you. Thank you, Ma. We'll see you in the chat. All right.
All right. Love you. Bye.
All right. Love you too. Bye bye. Listen, we like to give the cash away around here. You know what I'm saying? We are family. You guys always support me, have been supporting me for years, and I really appreciate the opportunity to be able to give some cash away for a little bit of fun. All right? Listen, the games are over. The games are over. All right? We've played some games. People have won some money. And, you know, we people have got to enjoy themselves for now. But, you know, we got to get into the show. You know, we got to get into the show. And get into the conversation about Love is Blind. Now, I know my people will join me in a few minutes as well. I know a few of them are already behind the scenes, waiting to come through. You know, and listen, I think we're going to have a good show tonight, you know what I'm saying to you? So type in the chat for me. What conversation, what particular couple are you looking forward to talking about today? What couple are you looking forward to listening about today? Who do you want to see the panel tussle over today? Type it in the chat. Type it in the chat. Who are we looking to tussle over today? Okay? Type it in the chat today. Okay, who we looking to talk about? Someone said Marissa. I know Easton ready, boy. Easton said he ready for the Marissa chat. Are you ready for the Marissa? Boca says she ready for the Alex and the Tim, baby. Okay, ready for the Tim, baby. Okay, yeah, I see it. I see it. I see it. I see it. You know what I'm saying? I see it. Okay. Oh, I didn't even give you the link. Oh yeah, my bad. My bad. Let me. If you wanna, okay. Someone said Marissa too. Marissa's a lot, you know. Seems like Marissa's a lot. Apparently, this video, Marissa obviously went back on what she said about Hannah. She said she's not best friends with Hannah anymore, so we've left that behind. Someone said they can't wait for Hannah. El Cid said she's team Tim. You know what I mean? She's team Tim. El Cid said she's 10 toes down as well. Someone said the fact they made Nick the villain as well. I know Phil said he's going to come up later on. So Phil, but I see Phil. Oh, Phil's in the chat. So let me even send him the links. I know he would want to join as well. Phil, I see you, Phil. But yeah, no, okay. I'm seeing Marissa seems to be the overwhelming candidate we want to see. You know, on this, man. Do you know what I mean? I hear it. I hear it. I'm seeing it. I'm seeing it. I'm seeing it. Let me send Dali the link as well. You know. Alrighty. Okay. Baby. Someone said, hey, Ramsey's head was looking good, was it not? No. Listen, was it not looking good? I think he went to a black barber. They put a nice little shh in the hair top, in the sides, gave him that extra clean cut. You know what I'm saying to you? That was that was a good clean cut. You know what I mean? So shout out to him as well. All right, shout out to him as well. Yeah, they got him together. That haircut was beautiful, man. Had him looking good. You know what I'm saying to you? So, yeah, we can't wait for some of the conversations today. It's going to be an interesting chat, I can tell you. Baby. We. Okay. Oh, let me actually, I almost forgot as well. I almost forgot. Here we go. Okay. All right, cool. Let's get this show then under the way. Okay, don't sugarcoat nothing, baby. Don't sugarcoat nothing at all. Okay. Someone said Ashley needs dragging. Damn. I don't know if she needs dragging, but definitely a conversation will need to be had on the situation that she lingered with. Our good brother Tyler. They gave Tyler the clean edit because now also the thing with Tyler's situation is now they're marketable, but the reality situation is I'm not really trying to buy anything they're selling. No offense to them, I'm not buying anything they're selling. So, but now they're on Big Boy Network. They're on the news. She's on Vile as well. Like doing the rounds, man. Doing the rounds. So. It's a lot that's happening. All right, coolly, yoli. Let's get this show on the way, man. Let's get this show on the way now, man. Let's get the show on the way. That's right. Let's get the show on the way. It's time to stop playing games. No flags on the play. That's right. No flags on the play because we are going for the kill today. Okay. Fight. And I can tell it's gonna probably be a fight today. You know what I mean? With different points. Okay, someone said Ashley's now a villain. Damn. Damn. Okay, cool. Let me bring on my esteemed guests. You know how this goes. Okay, you know what I'm saying? You know how this goes. In fact, let me see if I can even, get some quality intro music for you guys. You know what I'm saying? I don't think I have any, to be honest. Let's leave it alone, mate. Let's leave it alone, mate. Do you know what I mean? Man don't have the music on age, you know what I mean? Yeah? I was going to play that British stuff, but don't really have the British stuff on there. Alright, cool. I think I do actually. Wait a minute. Here we go. Here we go. No, I don't. Alright, cool. So, let me invite my fabulous guests to the table and to have a conversation with me today. First person on the list, you know what I'm saying? Listen, sharp shooter, but balanced. Yeah? Let me say again, sharp shooter, but balanced. Right? Willing to give both points of view. Willing to see both sides of the coin. Heads and tails. Somebody who knows how to work their way around a crowd, knows how to handle tough affairs of conversation, knows when to keep quiet but when to speak up, lacks a little bit of a tussle when needed, but speaks at the right time. Wisdom, strength, courage, and good words to speak. Listen, you know who she is. You know what I'm saying to you. She can be assassin when she needs to be an assassin. All right? She can be quiet when she needs to be quiet. But baby, when she turns up, it's order in the court. Okay? All right? But listen, my first person I'm inviting to the stage. Listen, I want you to invite my assassin to the stage. Jay, baby! They don't know about the assassin today.
They don't know, and I'm glad God was speaking through you because you already know what it's about to be today.
That's what you see.
I know what it's about to be today.
I'm seeing some heads are probably gonna get popped. That's right, baby. You looking good, baby. No worries.
I'm ready, so we about to go. Let's go.
Listen, I'm ready for you, baby. I'm ready for you. My next person on the stage is coming up. You know who she is. Contrarian. Debater. Okay? One who likes to go toe to toe. All right? 10 toes down. Toenails involved. You know what I'm saying to you? Yeah? Feet gripping the earth. You know what I'm saying to you? Unmovable object. When she decides what side she chooses a side, and the side chooses her. You know what I'm saying to you? Yeah? I don't know where that came from, but that was beautiful. You know what I'm saying to you? I had to flow with it. You know what I'm saying to you? But you know her as El Diablo. You know what she is like, bro. When she come true, everyone got a salute to the general. El Diablo, welcome to the stage. El Cid, baby.
Hey, y'all.
What are you telling me?
Hey, y'all. I warmed up last night with Jay, so we on today.
Jeez, my assassins are ready with the shurikens. I hear it. Ready to take. I hear it. Buddies. Buddies. Alrighty, righty. Okay. Let me invite my next guest to the panel, baby. You know who she is. Another person who's very balanced when they need to be. Somebody who is eloquent with her words, tries to understand the POVs of everybody. But once she chooses a side, once she gets going, she's an unstoppable force. Speaks with clear-cut, intelligence, speaks from the other side of the world for you guys in America, but for me, quite close to me. Okay, all right. She's in the land of the enemy. I can't lie to you, according to the British and Americans. So just want to say that straight. But listen, you know who she is. Okay, she's always on point. Okay, always in the paint. Okay, always ready with the free throw. Okay, always ready to hit the three. You know who she is. Dahlia, welcome to the stage, baby. How you doing? How you doing? How you doing?
I am good. Not the enemy.
That's what you. That's a location you're in, baby. Apparently.
Look, the UN said we friends now, okay? So that's what I'm going with. That's all I can tell you.
No doubts. I appreciate you. All righty. My next person to the stage. Listen, you know who he is. Okay? You know who he is. Okay? Because if he was an actor, he would be Joaquin Phoenix playing a certain character. He likes to bring carnage to the stage. He likes to bring an elevated poise to the program. He is somebody who, once the spear is in the hand, it definitely gonna hit something in that particular range. Listen, when he gets the hollering, we gets the hearing, you know things about to pop off. Let me invite my person to the stage because he's gonna say something that's unpopular and something you don't like. Welcome to the stage, Phil, baby. Yeah. How you doing, brother?
Thank you for the elevated poise, but when I tell you today is about the carnage, I am bringing the carnage, but I'm also working, so you guys got me for a limited time. But when I tell you it will be carnage, it will be carnage.
The funny thing is I was watching Venom yesterday as well. That's what's killing me. I love that. It will be carnage. Indeedy. Listen, look, this reunion was interesting. I'm not asking you to hold back today because this is the last review. This is the last reunion. This is the last full panel we're having on this particular show. So this is not the hold back session. Today is the day that we bring our full, authenticated, true thoughts about what we thought, whether we agree with you or not. Okay, this is your opinion, your thoughts. By the way, everybody's thoughts are their own. If they get cancelled, it's got nothing to do with me. But here's what I'm just trying to say. Live your truest thoughts and your truest identity on this panel. We want your true viewpoint on this. Okay? It can be as far left or as far right as it needs to be. Okay? Now, just keep it within the fact that Jesus was watching you. What would he say? You know what I'm saying to you? But other than that, you know what I'm saying to you? Be as free with the points as possible because we want to have a real conversation about what you actually really thought. Yeah? We've been PC for the last 11 episodes or 12 episodes, but we want to be absolutely carnage today with some poise and some elegance. Okay? All right. So, where do I start? Where should I start? In fact, let me ask the audience. Audience members, you're in the chat. Okay, we've got 310 and rising. I want to know, where do you want us to start today? What carnage area do you want us to... Who should we tackle first today? I'm going to put it in your hands. The first few answers will give me an indication. Where should we start today? Let me know where we should start today. Let me know. Let me know where we want to start today. What the carnage? Someone said Hannah. Someone said Ashley. Okay, I'm seeing a few things. Okay. Someone said I should ask Phil because he's going. That is very true, actually. Philo, this I should ask you.
Oh, if you're asking me, it is Alex and Tim after I saw your video this morning.
He really wants to go. He really wants the carnage. All right, listen. I said I was going to leave to audience, but you know what? Philo's going to leave us soon, just in case he might have to get caught up with work. So we're going to start with Tim. We're going to go to Hannah. We're going to go to Ashley and then Marissa because I can see that's what people have said in the chat. Okay, so we're going to start with the Alex and the Tim. Okay, first one was, let me bring on my other brother here. From the east to the west. Okay, the brother, he said, listen, I'm going to hold it down for the man DM. Okay, all right? Don't play with him now. Listen, he going to keep it all the way kosher and all the way real. And I appreciate him. You know what I'm saying to you? Listen. He's a solid dude, you know what I'm saying to you. Welcome to the panel, Easton, baby. What you telling me, bruh? What you saying, bruh? You ready for the carnage? Oh, we can't even hear you. My bad. Let me unmute you. You have to unmute yourself, but we couldn't hear you.
My apologies. Shout out to the man them holding it down on the last super panel. And shout out to the chat. Shout out to the panelists. Shout out to Kojo. We're going to get it going. Carnage all throughout today's episode.
That's right. We're about to hear it all the way today. Trust me. You know what I mean? The people then will come. Listen, don't worry. I know you guys ask where Seaway and Sean are. They will come when they will come. Okay, all right? That sounds wrong, but they're going to get here when they get here. All right, so listen. Let's get into this. The first one, we said, listen, we want to start hot. Okay, all right. I hear the fireworks in my background, but listen, they say they want to start hot. They want to go in heavy and hot. So we're going to start with Tim. We're going to start with Tim, and we're going to start with Alex situation. Okay, all right. Tim plus Alex situation. Now, you know what? I want to ask a question because clearly these two had quite the battle. Okay, so my question really is, who's lying? Yes, it's a leading question. Who's lying? Alex or Tim? Who is lying? Okay, you said you wanted to have carnage today. Halloween just passed. It's about to get scary. So, who's lying? Alex or Tim? Who is lying? I'm going to put a poll in the chat for the audience members. Phil said both of them. Phil, open us up to this last panel. Talk to me. Who's lying?
Okay, both people are lying. You know, I think Alex was lying because she really didn't like Tim that much as Tim didn't like Alex. But where I got confused at with Alex is, like I said on the last one, you take a bartending job the night you're supposed to meet his parents, and you only did it for one time. You know, I saw Red Pill Tim, and I see all of these comments about Tim, but y'all don't find that suspicious? That's not suspicious, people. And then for my brother Tim, my brother Tim. Tim, you get angry. And it's okay to be angry and to have your feelings hurt. It's perfectly fine to have your feelings hurt, Tim. And Alex hurt your feelings. And also, Tim, I need you to know that Alex did assault you. Whether you want to call it assault or not, Alex definitely assaulted you. But you know where my unpopular carnage comes from, Kojo? I remember watching a show a few months ago, maybe even a year ago, and it was based in the District of Columbia, oddly enough. And there was a situation with a man, oddly enough, named Phil, and with a woman named Shiloh. And there was a situation where he picked Shiloh up without her permission. And she had a problem with it. And I remember fighting in the comment section because everybody wanted to say, oh no, Phil was trying to protect Shiloh. You don't put your hands on anyone when you are in a disagreement, in an argument. This person is a stranger. A stranger. Alex, you should have never touched him. Phil should have never touched Shiloh. I've been waiting for this situation to come back up, baby. I have been laying in wait, and it came up when I watched their video. Both of them are villains. Tim, I don't think you know how to properly communicate. But I do think both of them are villains. They both didn't like each other and both weren't willing to break it off. But I think after Tim felt disrespect for his parents, he did. But justice for Phil, because I'm always waiting to strike.
Okay, he's opened up the panel to the craziness. All right, and like I said, I want to hear your unfiltered, unadulterated opinions today. This is the day for it. You know what I'm saying to you? What you really thought. Dahlia says she's ready to go. Dahlia, give us your point of view. Who's lying?
Okay, so I wrote notes down from when I first saw it because I wanted to make sure that my thoughts were my own before I started watching other people's reviews.
Come through, Hannah.
I literally put at the top of my notes, everybody is a liar. There are no perfect victims here. Both of them liars. BOFFUM. Both of them liars. They both lying. Okay. So let me just get that. Let's get that clear. But for two very different reasons. Tim is a liar because he's lying to himself about what he actually wants and who he actually is. Tim swears up and down that he is not an angry person. That is not true. He is a very angry man. Just because he doesn't yell and he doesn't put his hands on people doesn't mean that he's not angry. And it doesn't mean that he doesn't show aggression. It's just that how he shows it is passively. He's passive aggressive. That is a form of anger. Okay, so there's that. Then you got Alex over here. Alex is a liar because she's been lying to everyone, including Tim. And I'm pretty sure he can tell since the time that he first came out of that pod and started barking at her like a dog. She's been lying to him since then. I don't know why she won't put this man out of her misery first. She keeps waiting on him to be the one to make these decisions. She was well able. She got a mouth on her. She was freely able to say, I don't want to do this anymore. She didn't do that. To me, that makes her a liar. She never wanted that man. She was, at no point in time do we ever see her invested in this relationship. Ever. And you're not going to sit up here and play in my face that you had to take this bartending gig. I've worked shifts before. I did it for 6 years. I have phone numbers of everybody at my company. If I didn't want to take a job, I would call them and I would ask them to take the shift for me. And if I couldn't do it, I would get on the phone and I would lie and say I was sick. I'm not going to work today. Sorry. Okay. Figure it out. That's your problem. Okay. I'm sorry. You're not going to convince me that you had to go bartend. You're not. No, ma'am. So yeah, both of them are liars.
Okay, all right. Strong starts. Who's willing to take up the next mantle? Both of them liars. One of them a liar. Who the liar? Listen, we want to hear unfiltered, unadulterated opinions. Easton said he ready to go. Easton and El said, and then Jay. Go for it, Easton.
I've thought about this long and hard, and I'm trying to quantify in my mind this calculator of whose fault is it. Both of them are going to get 25 lashings today because the problem with Tim is he should have stood on business and got rid of the girl when she put her hand on him. I talked to him, by the way, and she should have went ahead and cut these people off. But the problem is the cameras. Everybody wants to look in front of the cameras and look like they really gave it their best foot forward. Alex didn't like that man. She had the ick. We keep saying the ick, but Alex didn't like that man. And Tim really didn't like her. But she should have just went ahead and shut this off from the beginning too. But with them two, Tim's probably going to be a passport bro. He's got one more opportunity with a black woman, and that man's going to Thailand. That man's going to Bali, Colombia, Brazil. That man's headed to another country out of the United States. He got one more relationship in him with and Alex, she's on her way to getting a golden doodle, a cat, and she gonna need something because they both have their issues. But that's my piece on it. I'll chime in a little bit more. But they both, Tim's headed to Thailand and Alex is headed to either a cat or a golden doodle.
They gonna eat you for life. El said, go for it.
Easton, you went off the rails. I'm sorry. I'm still Team Tim. I do believe they both were lying. To answer your question, I'm still Team Tim. I don't believe he's gonna go be a passport bro. It is too far from his family. It is too far. He is the last remaining child. He ain't doing all that. And Tim ain't built for that life. Okay, for all the things that he's saying. But my thing with the heavy lifting, I agree. I don't think Alex really liked him that much. She didn't like his fashion sense with the hat. She didn't like that man. She didn't like how he was eating the corn outside. She just didn't like him that much. Whether it was buyer's remorse when she saw him, I don't know. But definitely my smoke for Alex and where it all and where we bump heads about it is that everybody's like, oh, Tim shouldn't have read the letter to her dad. Tim shouldn't have done that. Hey, Alex started this lie. Alex lied to her dad. She encouraged him to lie to her dad. She said she needed the dad's approval to get to the altar. Tim did the least effective thing. He went and just read the letter that he wrote months ago in the pods. He did his part. He did his part. Now, whether he has doubts, everyone who is a part of that can have a doubt and say no at the time they're in front of the officiant at the altar. Anyone can have doubts. Anyone right now in our regular life who has had a long engagement could still go up to an altar to the day of and say, I have doubts. I don't want to do this. This is all free will. So again, Alex she should not have perpetuated that lie and bring her father into it. She should have said, we ain't doing this. I ain't going on this for this show. I ain't a part of this. We are not going to lie to my dad when this is a crap show. We're not going to lie to my dad because after 3 days, I can't stand you and I wanted you gone out of my face. We are not going to do this. So of the balance it, I got more heat on Alex. Shouldn't have done it. You shouldn't have given this man permission to play in your father's face. I'm sorry. And if you thought Tim went too far with it, you don't know this man. He's still a stranger. And if you had doubts, you too can say, I don't want to meet your parents. I got a job to do. I got work to do. I'm gone. I'm not going to meet your parents. So again, Tim got his faults. Tim got his issues. The first thing is we ain't communicating that, hey, you ain't for me, and let's just be done.
Hey, it's hot on the block. I'll tell you that now. We are almost at 400 people. All right. So listen. Hey, Assassin says she's ready to go. So shoot, Jay. Looks like you're ready to unleash the bullets. Talk to us. What's your opinion? Who lied? Both.
I'm about to send non-lethal rounds to this one right here, okay? Because we're gonna shut this all the way down. First of all, neither one of them lying. Because the first question is, what are they lying about? They not together. They didn't pretend to try to be together. They didn't pretend to really try to like each other. So what are they lying about? Let's start there. We got to answer that question, okay? Then for all the people that want to act like Hannah and Marissa on this panel and stick to this bartending thing, who on this panel is a bartender? Oops. Who on this panel knows how contract work works? Oops. Who on this panel was actually listening to her? You said shift work, Dyla. You talking about people that you work with on the shift. On a bartending's job, sometimes you don't even know who bartending with you, baby. You don't know who bartended with you when you're going on a gig. So you don't have a number to call sometimes when you got that, okay? Let's run it all the way down, though. Let's run it all the way down. She said this for Phil, who was not properly listening. She said this was the only time during the relationship she bartended. Okay? The relationship ended the day after she bartended. Boom. Done. That one's dismissed. I'm not about to miss my money for a man that is not sure. To hell with you. Okay, be unsure, but I'm be sure about getting my bag. The heck? She got to hire a cleaner. So what the heck you want the girl to do? Y'all complaining about that she need to clean up her place. She need that money to go clean the place. Let her go get the money so she can clean her daggone place, okay? Secondly, lie to the dad. So if we want to go to that, Alex took the lead. Alex won. Boom. She won that competition on who's going to be the leader in this relationship. She won because she sat there and said, lie to my dad. He said, okay. That's what you saying, Elle said. Okay. So Tim is not the leader of the relationship. That's why he big mad. Okay, let's get into it. That's why he big mad, because he couldn't lead where he's supposed to lead, because can't nobody make you do what you don't want to do. Didn't nobody make him read the letter? Didn't nobody make him go over there and say, please give me permission and stuff like that? Didn't nobody do it? He didn't have to do none of it. He did it because he wanted to. So if you want to go down that lane, he's the bigger liar, because if he had doubts, he didn't have to do any of it. She can lie to her daddy all she wants. That's on her. But how does Tim play into that? Tim don't have to do nothing. If he is the man, he's going to be the man, and he wants to lead by his own accord. Why are you following her lead? But again, my real question is what they lie about. Because at the end of the day, they both stand on business according to them and ain't spoke to each other since he said, I don't ever want to see you again. Now, that's the real lie, because he shouldn't have brought his ass to the reunion if that's the case, because you seen her again. You shouldn't have brought yourself to that daggone party afterwards, because you seen her again. But I'm team neither one of them, so I really don't give a damn. Like Kojo said in the beginning, I'm about to be balanced. I got spoke for both of them. Both of them can't communicate worth a damn in the first place. So we're going to start there. I'm going to definitely agree with Easton and Phil. She should have never put her hands on him. Been in his space. If she want to stick to her story, she didn't touch him. She shouldn't have been in his space enough for him to feel her energy touch him or anything. And he should have respected her boundaries when she said she don't want to talk about whatever she don't want to talk about right now. So both of them is habitual boundary crossers at the end of the day, and they both got a lot to learn about relationship when it comes to being in a relationship with each other. So that's where my whole goal is going to be through this whole thing about these two. It's not about to be about who's right and who's wrong about this. It's about both of y'all is wrong, and y'all need to get it right for your next relationship, or y'all going to continue to go down the same cycle with everybody that y'all encounter. And that's my point right there.
Baby, it's hot on the block. It's hot on the block. Okay, Darla says she wants to respond. Listen, well, hey, listen, I'm loving the points that you guys are bringing. Loving it. Go on for it.
It's not a response to Jay. It's just a follow up to this whole conversation, because you were asking about who's the liar. And I said the reason why I think Tim is a liar is because he's lying about how angry he is. The other part of that anger is, and I didn't know this until I was watching a review, is that his second sister, there's one who died when he was younger, but the second one died like a few months before taping started. And he had the option to bow out and chose not to. And I think that was a terrible idea. I don't think he was in a mindset. And it explains why all of his conversations were so heavy and so focused around grief and loss, and why he was essentially trauma dumping on her, because he was still in the thick of it. He's not even at the point where he can really just have like a regular conversation. He even told his parents that like we never actually got to have like a fun side. I don't know her fun side. You don't know her at all. And if you really stop and think about it, what do we actually know about Alex? Everything that we know about her is seen through the lens of Tim. And I feel like Nick got the same edit. We don't really know too much about either one of these people other than what their partner chose to share with us. We just now learned at the reunion that that her dad was going into rehab. We didn't know that before. We learned towards the end of the show that she was bartending. She got a second job. There's all the stuff that we're now learning about her, but we didn't know about it before, and we don't really get to see her just existing outside of Tim. I don't really know this lady. I don't have a beat on her personality, and even in the pods, we really didn't get too much on her because Tim sucked up all the air. So that's the first thing. The second thing is, I also feel like he's lying to himself about what he actually wants. He said he wants somebody who'll bark back, but as soon as you got you a girl who's willing to do that, you ran off, tail tucked between your legs. You don't actually like that. You say you do. You're really not about that life. Because I know some dudes who really do like women who bark back. They like it. It gets them hot. It turns them on. And then they have angry makeup sex. They're into that. Tim is not that guy. He's not. And it's okay. But stop lying to yourself and to everybody else about what you like, because you don't. Because if you were really that guy, you would have stood toe to toe with Alex, and y'all would have been going back and forth. Not what he's doing right now, which is like, I don't want to call him what Alex did, but I see why she called him that. Like it's like really weak, feminine energy that he's giving. Like that's how weak girls move. Like that's how they move. Like they do stuff like that, and it's very unattractive. So I can see why Alex called him that. It wasn't nice. It's disrespectful. But I see why she called him that, and it's just I don't think he really understands who he is. He's very unaware of himself. So yeah.
I love that point. So now I'm going to ask that question based upon that last point, because I think it's actually a good question to ask, right? Because obviously we now know what the word was, right? She called me a little B word, okay? Now we're going to have a discussion, I guess, on two sides, right? The B word came out, okay? The B word came out from Alex, okay? All right, I want to ask this question. Is it ever acceptable to call your partner the B word in the midst of an argument? And is that a cause for a breakup if it's not acceptable? So is that if you now calling your partner that, is that grounds for you now breaking up the relationship? Easton said he dared to go. Hold on, he said, I'm gonna get you in. Don't worry. Is it grounds for you can go next? Don't worry, I got you. Don't worry, you can go next. Is it grounds for a break? Easton's killing me.
I forgot about
I want to ask
this,
anybody. One more time, just everybody got it. Just make sure everybody's got it. The B word, calling your partner that word, is it grounds for a breakup? That's the question I'm asking on either side, man or woman. Is it a grounds for a breakup? You can add your own personal thought. If it was you, whether you feel like you'd break up, whatever. I want to know your particular thoughts. Easton, since you are ready to go, you're steaming, you're ready. Talk to me. Is it a grounds for a breakup for you?
Absolutely. I forgot about that point, to be honest. So she gets an extra 15 lashings for that. The problem with Alex saying that is she said it in her past before. If you willing to go on national TV while you being recorded with a man that you just met and you gonna call him a little B, that lets me know that you've done this in your past. This means that you are a emasculator. You do this as a job. This is your career, and this is why you're gonna be either getting yourself a cat or a golden doodle because you don't know how to treat a man.
You need to put allegedly up there because you don't know unless you know Alex. You need to put allegedly.
Well, allegedly, I don't want to get sued. I don't want to get I don't want to get none of that in my life. So allegedly, she's done this in her past, and that's why she's probably gonna be alone with a cat or a dog because she doesn't know how to treat somebody. Plus, she don't know how to clean her room. My thing with Tim was he had all the reasons to get out of that situation, and I understand you kind of pressurized by the producers and even just wanting to give the process an honest try. But I put a little bit more responsibility on Tim to bow out of that situation because he let it linger on when he had more than enough evidence. She done racked up enough points to get your butt out of there, and still, I'm almost 50-50, a little bit more like 55-45. I think Alex really, again, didn't like that man. So, of course, she's going to let it slip with calling him a B and assaulting him. And for everybody in the chat saying it wasn't assault, I think they're trying to save face. Of course, and even Tim probably doesn't want to come across as like, I got assaulted. But let it be known, if the tables were flipped, we would have everybody being like, oh, that was assault. This is DV and everything under the sun. So Tim should have got out of there. Alex, lots of work to do. Tim, lots of work to do. But the lashing, she get an extra 15 for calling him a B word.
You are killing me. I love the start. All right, cool. Just for Lorraine and obviously Struggle Streams, just to let you guys know, we are talking about Tim and Alex. We're now asking this key question. She called him the B word. Is that a grounds for a breakup for anyone, man or woman? Is that a grounds for a breakup? Phil, is it a grounds for breakup? Yes or no? Talk to me.
I'm going to let everybody make their own decisions in life. I don't feel that disrespect should ever be tolerated, but some people, like Dahlia said earlier, they like that kind of back and forth. So if you like it, I love it. I don't feel we should be calling names personally, but I just wanted to touch on Jay's point. She wasn't a bartender. She did it for one night and one night only. Highly suspicious.
Go back and sound it again, but continue.
I don't think if this was okay. So for the Tim and Alex thing, I think if we were watching it from a man calling a woman the B word, we would tell that woman to leave. She's verbally abusive. This is just the start. It's going to escalate it from here on now. So Tim should get that same respect because if he had called her the B word and put his hand over her mouth to quiet her during a relationship, he would be abusive, which everyone is already calling him abusive. So she should get the same smoke. So, yeah.
Appreciate it, Phil. Yeah, who's ready to go? Yes, Jay, go for it. B word. Is that grounds for a breakup?
If it's grounds for a breakup, not necessarily grounds for a breakup. It actually depends on your standards, your boundaries, or whatever and stuff like that. I'll put it like that because yes, I've been in a relationship where I have been called one because I was acting like one. And guess what? I became a bigger one. But I'm gonna say, like practitioner said in the chat, it's the slope for disrespect, and it's also the slope. It's going to lead to more like stuff to come later on. Will it lead to a breakup? Eventually, yes, because the boundaries have been crossed, definitely. But again, it is to each his own. Like Phil said, if you cool with it, some people talk. This is some people's relationship. You'll listen to them and they cussing each other out. That's just how they do. Do I think it's healthy? Do I think it's good? No, but that's me. They think it's okay. Now, if a person says, I don't like this form of disrespect, I'm not used to this, then you should respect their boundaries for sure. You know what I'm saying? And again, you should, to be honest with you, you really shouldn't be talking like that to your partner because that's not loving at all or whatnot. Honestly, I'm gonna tell y'all, like I told HR when this lady tried to tell me I called her some crazy stuff, I got so many more words under the sun that will dismantle you than curse words. Trust me. I can cut you a lot deeper than a cuss word will. So that's like the last resort to get to. Was it a grounds for him to break up with her? Apparently so, because on this reunion, he was still hung up on the fact that he was called out his name. So he should have stood on those grounds and just like, I'm not gonna go any further, because some of us has grounds. As soon as you put hands on me, that's it. That's a wrap. Some of us have grounds. You disrespect me, call me out my name. That's a wrap. Some of us, you curse at other people or you treat other people. That's a wrap. Whatever your boundaries is, you need to just stick to those boundaries. And that's it. When it's that strong for you, if you keep feeling like it's going to keep coming up every single time and you can't get past it, stay on those boundaries. Don't move off that square. Just let it go, because guess what? It's going to continue to happen and it's going to get worse. This is just the start of volatile relationships a lot of times, because a person say, oh, you can disrespect me, so I could disrespect you now. And now we're going back and forth, tit for tat. And especially if you're Tim and Alex, you're going tit for tat.
Love that. Yep. Who wants to take this on? B word. Yes, Alia.
So, to answer your question, no, it's unacceptable. Yes, I think that person should leave. I've said this before on I think the last but the last live that you had. To me, verbal abuse is the same as physical abuse. And I do think that if a person calls me outside of my name like that, it is verbal abuse. Like even thinking about this hypothetical scenario is getting me hot. Like I don't do that. Okay. I've received that before in my family, and it did not feel good. I never, ever want to experience that again. And the partners that I've been with, they know, because I've been very clear about this. If you ever call me outside my name, if you insult me, if you try to tear me down with your words, to me, it's as if you slap me or you punch me. I will leave you. And I'm probably not coming back. Okay. And to me, I feel like it's like the verse that Jesus said about it's not what you consume that defiles you. It's what comes out of your heart. That was in your heart. You felt that about me. That's why you felt cool enough to say it to my face. That's how you really feel. And you can't take that back. I've been really angry before. At no point in time have I ever thought to insult somebody or call them outside of their names. Why are you doing that to me? Especially somebody that you claim to care about and love. No, that's not cool. And he had every right to leave right then and there. And I said, when that episode first aired, why didn't you? He didn't even have a conversation about it. Not really. Like, there was no boundaries that were really put in place. There was no set guidelines going forward about what should happen. He just kind of swept it aside. And in her mind, she was probably thinking, oh, well, it's okay then. No, it's not okay. It's not okay. And I knew this was going to happen. So yeah, anyway, saying all that to say, no, it's not cool and I will leave. He was right to leave.
Yeah, I hear that. Okay. Who's dropping next bars? B word. Grounds for a breakup or nah? Trying to hear your thoughts. Lorraine, struggle streams. Who wants to go? Lorraine? Lovely. Go for it. Loving to hear Lorraine too. Go for it.
Thank you. Hi everyone. I think it's subjective. I think generally generalizing, yes, it is an insult, it is disrespectful, but I think it's subjective, because they are people who use that word and it's not an issue, both men and women, and they're fine with it. That's on them. I don't think it's a word that should be used, because it's an insult either way. When it's used by men, it's usually you're being aggressive, you are being I don't know. Yeah, mainly being aggressive, to be honest. And then when it's used by women, they're trying to insinuate that you're not a man, basically. Especially the fact that they put your little b. It's basically emasculating. So when it's used, it's got different connotations, but either way, it's insulting. So every single time when somebody uses that, just know that they're trying to describe a way that you're behaving. It's a behavior, basically. So she was basically saying that you're not a man because of the way that you're speaking to me, you're being highly emotional, But instead of using those words, she just went to "you're this." Well, firstly, you know that that's going to insult any man. Everyone knows that. So you knew that, and you cut through. You wanted to insult him because you wanted to either end the conversation or you wanted to take it there, right? And doing that with someone like Tim, it's going to take it there because he's a very passionate man. I do think he is a very emotional man, and that can come across as toxic masculinity sometimes. So I understand why. No, I don't understand. She should not have called him out of his name. I think she should have explained what she was trying to say. Maybe not in that moment. Maybe when things had cooled down, found a way of saying that this is the behavior that you are displaying. But I think a lot of times people don't know how to explain or what words to use to explain a behavior, and they go straight to insult. I think it was very clear with Tim's face. He was done. I don't think he even realized the camera was there. He was done from that moment. And from when Alex said, "Oh, you know, I was trying to save you from the cameras." Frankly, from then on, I don't believe anything that happened afterwards. I don't even believe maybe things that happened beforehand, because you are picking and choosing what you are showing the camera. So for me, it shows that you're putting on a facade, you're putting up a representative, you are choosing a storyline, and you're playing into a character. Whether or not you're being told to by the producers, whether or not you have chosen to do this, you have decided to portray a certain storyline. So from when she said that, everything that happened after, even though I have opinions about it, it's irrelevant, because they were going to say no at the altar anyway. And it's either they planned out how it was going to happen, you know, or Alex knew how she was going to do it and Tim knew how he was going to do it. Either way, they were never getting married, because they had both decided from when she saw him and he icked her out, and from when he called him a little so-and-so, it was done. Because no man, a woman might tolerate that, because I'm sure, like what Jay said, she's experienced it with a previous relationship. A woman might tolerate that. A man, it's too much pride, too much ego. Never. The same way some men would never tolerate them being cheated on, but women, they put up with that. So ain't no way he was going to marry her. So it was all for the cameras. It was all a storyline. But to cut the long story short, it has different connotations, and she knew what she was trying to say, and he got the memo, and he lived up to the memo.
I love it. Yes, Alcid, go for it. B word. A cause for the breakup or nah?
Yeah, definitely. You'll see my back. That'll be the last thing you see of me, because that is disrespectful, and it will only go further. You're going to say some other things. The other thing is, I don't know anyone saying that to a partner and they're not angry. I can't see you calling them a little b in a calm manner at all in an argument. But the thing is that it just escalates from there. And I'm wondering, like, Alex, why would you want him back? If you think he's a little b, why would you want him back? Why would this be the man you present to your father? Why would this be the man you want to marry and continue in this if he's a little b? Let him take his little b luggage and go home. Take yourself home. You should not be entertaining this man if this is what you think of him. Let him go. Call it quits. Be done. They're only paying you the minimum amount of money. If I think a man is a little b, that means I don't want to be around him. That means I got to go. And if I'm called that, that means that person doesn't respect me and I got to go. Why would I entertain this man and this foolishness if he's a little b? So what does that make me? I labeled him, but what is my label then?
Your label is a B lover.
Daggone right. B lover, B hugger.
Y'all are killing me today. Y'all coming unfiltered and carnaged. I love it. All right, Struggle Streams. B word. Cause for breakup. I already know your answer, but cause for breakup Or nah?
Man, listen, it's a good thing you know me well, coach. Because listen, it's grounds for breakup. That's grounds for break up. However you wanna call it. That's out. All right. There's no recovering from that. You've only known each other 2 weeks, and that's already what you're surmising me as, right? If I'm Tim, right? You're already comfortable calling me that. You don't know how I'm gonna take that. You don't know me well enough yet, right? And from what everyone's seen by most accounts, Tim seems to be um, quite a emotional or emotionally expressive guy, right? If he has a bee in his bonnet, he's going to let you know about it. He's going to keep going off. So unfortunately, you calling him that's going to give him ammunition to just get amped up and use it against you, hold it against you. He's someone that didn't recover from it. So unfortunately, I just think it's a case where people are upset because Tim got there first. Alex wasn't feeling him from the get-go. There was a few things she didn't like about his personality when they met outside of the pod. And, she has every right to have those icks. Not everybody's going to connect like that. But there's a way that you go about expressing your dislike. Or if you feel like it's retrievable, there's a way that you go about handling those dislikes in order to continue the relationship. And I think, Tim may have had a few things that he didn't like about her as well, which is, again, natural. You're not supposed to be putting your hand up in no one's face. It doesn't matter if you don't like what they're saying. It doesn't matter if, as long as he hasn't been calling you a little B and being verbally abusive to you, you got no reason to shush him. What you do is you listen, you hear each other out, you communicate. So communication is speaking and listening. So you hear each other out and you see where you agree and where you disagree and see if you can move on. You don't ever try and put your hand in someone's mouth or over their face and try and, shush them, mute them, because that's disrespectful as well. So if we look at it, she's called him out of his name. She put her hand up in his face. It's definitely grounds to go. There's no reason why he should stay there and expect it not to get worse. Next time she gets upset, what's she going to call him then? Or how is she going to react to her dislike about something he does? So he's setting a dangerous precedent if he did stay by actually enabling that behavior. It should never have happened. If she's so mature and articulate and able to express herself, she can do it in a way which doesn't lead to any type of emasculation or verbal disrespect. Because I'm sure she wouldn't tolerate that either.
I love that. Okay, I got one last question for Tim and Alex. Slightly different now for this aspect, right? Because obviously in a situation, Tim also, had that latent, I like to call it latent anger. He was frustrated. But, we know that obviously, Darla, you earlier put this on that, he was... that he lost his sister quite closely to the show, right? So my question to you guys is: should Tim have ever even been on the show, knowing that he lost his family member so close to the show? From your personal opinion, and I guess it's your own personal opinion, so there's no rights or wrongs, it's just your opinion. Should Tim have been on the show because it looks like he might not have been ready? I'm asking that question. Yes, Jay, you wanna hit that? Go for it. And I see you, Easton, your mic's open, so I'll go after you.
He lost his sister, I think, early in the year. They went into the show, into the pod somewhere around September, October. Her father went in a couple of weeks earlier. Her father went into the rehab thing a couple of weeks earlier. I'm on the fence with it because it's like you shouldn't stop your life because of tragedies, but you do have to process that grief somehow. I want to say yes because how everything escalated out, but to be honest with you, he might have not known, if he's aware that he's still probably grieving, he might have never known that if he didn't go through this process. So it might be helping him to actually get the actual grief help that he needs overall. So it would depend on what's happening right now in his life right now. That's what I will give that answer to. It kind of depends on what's going on right now. If he's realizing that he is still grieving his sisters a lot more than he expected to, because sometimes we push it back and it doesn't happen. I have a delayed grief response. And so mine's might not happen till like a year or something later. I might wake up out of a dream, some craziness and stuff like that. And I just wake up fully in tears. So everybody grieves differently. So I can't really say yes to it or say no to it. But he may have felt he was ready. But can I push that question to Alex? I think Alex probably, how close she says she is to her dad, she probably should have said no. But obviously, she ain't saying no to a lot of things that involve money, clearly, because baby girl said, I'm going to get this check. Okay, I don't know. So there's that.
Money you have to get. Money you have to get. I get it. I like the fact you added the Alex part. Okay, so I'll add it to the question as well then. Knowing now that Alex also had a situation with her father going into, I think it was hospitals, wasn't it, as well, for very serious thing as well, and obviously him losing his sister. Should either of them have been on the show then? Should either of them have chosen to be on the show? From your personal opinion, before you go, Phil, Easton was meant to go, and then you can go after, Phil. I promise you after, all right? Go for Easton, and then Phil.
I think we tend to underestimate people's resilience, and not saying that when you're grieving, things can affect you, but I like to think that these individuals are older than other contestants. They've been around life, they're going through things. And so we have somebody like Tim who's been in the military, done all these different things, and we have Alex who's somebody who's been living with the experience of her father having MS. And so I don't want to just immediately shut down the idea that they couldn't have been ready for it, because if they would have successfully had a marriage and had this Black love kind of situation, we would have been like saying, look at them fighting through all this adversity. I personally think they were just like water and oil. It just wasn't going to work. I tend to like take a step back and think about like, okay, so if you take this type of archetype of guy and girl, and if how they operate, would they have been successful in other relationships? And in a lot of cases, I think they probably wouldn't have. Tim has to be a little bit more receptive to other people's opinions, and he's not a know-it-all. He's very much a little brother. And Alex, she's been a passenger princess, it seems like, most of her life. And so she's going to have to understand that maybe, again, I don't know these people's real life, but she doesn't seem like she seems a little bit more self-centered, and it's kind of all about her. Plus that house is dirty. So it just ain't gonna work. But I tend to think that the people on the show are a lot more resilient. Hell, we had Tyler, who has been evicted 7 times, $30,000 in debt, another taking money from innocent people, and he was still kicking it on the show like nothing ever happened. So I like to think that people are a lot more resilient than we give them credit for.
Oh, Easton, you're a problem. I love it. Phil, go for it.
I'm gonna say no for both of them, and I'm just gonna give a little. I definitely agree with Jay. I mean, everybody interprets grief differently, but I think in watching Tim and him constantly bringing up the conversations with the sisters, always mentioning the sisters, comparing Alex to the next daughter of his parents who just lost their daughter, I don't think he was ready to be on this process. I also don't think that Alex was ready, because I don't think even the argument starting with her dad's illness, that could have been a great moment for them to build on their communication skills if she would have just said, hey, I'm feeling some kind of way because my dad is having, some issues with his MS. I definitely agree. But to push back on Easton, my brother, that ain't resiliency. Them having all them issues and still moving forward, that's not resiliency. That's trifling. You owe this money and you ain't taking care of your kids, or you doing X, Y, and Z. That ain't resiliency, my brother. That's just people being trifling and lazy. I do think that people are resilient, and I always, as a social worker, want to uplift people and have them, shoot for their goals and dreams. But sometimes I think that we need to step back sometimes and do a little self-reflection and look at on in our lives. Because if you have all of this going on, how can you fully commit to a person? How can you fully be there for a person if you got all of these other issues that you're battling with? It's nothing wrong with saying, like, I'm not ready. But Tyler and his issues, that's not resiliency, my brother. That's just foolishness.
Wait, listen, before you go, I know you can't respond. Go on, move on. Dahlia, go for it. Next round, no way. Next round.
So I don't think either one of them was ready. And yes, people are resilient. But there's no time frame to grief. And it's not like just because time passed, all of a sudden it's lessened. You know, everybody's different when it comes to that. Some people, it takes them years to get to the point where they feel like they can breathe. It doesn't feel like there's like a stone in their chest, you know. And some people, they can get over, not necessarily over it, but they can move forward and interact with humans within like a few months' time. It doesn't seem like that's Tim. And I think it's not Tim because, again, like I said before, he's not self-aware. I don't even think he realizes that he's still like deep in the midst of like fresh grief. And like Phil was saying, he kept bringing up his sisters in inappropriate ways. And I remember when they were at the reunion, they started out this whole conversation with Tim saying, we bonded over the fact that we love our family so much. We're big family people. And that's wonderful. But at no point in time do you really hear Tim say what he likes about Alex herself. We don't hear him mention anything about her character, her personality, her lifestyle. We heard him say, oh, she fine. But that was really it. When they were in Cabo and the girls were grilling the guys, remember when they first got together, they were pretending to like grill them like cows and they had like the flashlight on them and everything. They brought Tim over and said, well, Tim, why do you like Alex so much? And he said, it's because, you know, she gives me pushback or something to that effect. Like she, you know, she gives me some good pushback. And it's just like, okay, well, damn. Like there's nothing sexy or attractive about that. I just think that he's not in a place to really be mindful of who she is, her or anybody really, because it's all gonna keep going back to his sister. Same with Alex. Alex shouldn't have been there. And now that I know that her dad was in rehab, it might explain why she was so checked out, even in the pods. We never heard from her. Like, we never heard from this lady. We didn't even get a confessional from her. It's weird. It's weird that she's one of the main people. Why do we not hear from her? I don't even think the ladies knew that her dad was in rehab. Like she's just all of this is just kept tightly to her chest. She's not saying anything. She's a stonewaller. Yeah. Anyways, I'm rambling. So yes, I think both of them should have been removed from the show and then let somebody else take their place.
I love that point. You know, it's actually a good point, you know, and now you said it made me think. I was looking for a picture of Alex when I'm trying to do my display, my YouTube thumbnails. I could not find one of her in a confessional.
Right.
And I was like, wait, why is that? But now you mentioned it, I was like, actually, you're right. I did not. I think she might have had maybe one. I don't know, but maybe I missed it. But no. I actually didn't see her confessional. I was like, wait, everyone else has got a photo for in their confessionals because they've got a similar background. But I didn't see one for Alex. I was like, wait, I wonder what it is. So that's a good point. Maybe there's something behind that. So, you know, maybe someone knows something that we don't know. So, okay. Yeah. Who wants to go after Dahlia? Should Tim and Alex have stayed out of the show since they have gone through some tumultuous things? You know, Tim is grieving and Alex obviously had a father who she really dearly loved as well. Has gone into the hospital time as well. Should they have stayed at home? Shout out to those of you who are watching. We have 520 people in the room. That's under, you know, that's half 1,000 people. You know, that's a lot of people watching you live. So well done to the panelists as well. We appreciate you, the great work you guys are putting in, and ladies as well, into the show. The question I'm asking, yes, Tim and Alex, should Tim and Alex have stayed out the show since they have such backgrounds? Yes, Lorraine, and then Struggle Streams.
This is a very close to home one for me because I can relate to both of them in different ways. So my perspective might be a little bit biased. So when you're dealing with a family member or parent who has a long-term illness and you have to be a carer or young carer, it becomes a part of your life. It becomes a part of you, you and your routine and your day to day. So a lot of people might see you and think, oh, you know, you seem to be fine or whatever, but it's a part of you. It's your normality, right? So I can't necessarily say that she should not have been on there because he had gone into rehab, because we don't know what other challenges he's faced before then, you know, and what other difficult times that she's had to kind of step up as the oldest daughter. Her parents are not together, you know, she has a really close relationship with her dad. So I think she seems like she's always had to kind of step up. And now I'm not saying that this is the norm, I'm only saying from experience, it just becomes part of your norm. Not that it's not difficult to deal with, but it's your new reality. So you kind of go through life kind of taking that into consideration, but you're still living your life as normal as you can be. It's your new normal. You're still dating, you're still going to work, you're still, you know, trying to have a career. So I don't think that just because you have a relative or you are a carer of somebody, your life should halt, because it's a very stressful thing to do. It's imperative that you have a life of your own, as well as being that carer, as well as being there for that person, because it's very emotionally draining. So I personally don't think that even if it was a week, damn, like, she's had to do this for, it's a long-term illness, it's never going away, kind of thing. And when it comes to Tim, with the passing of his sisters, I'm on a similar mindset, but also different. So when someone passes away, you can't even have therapy for the first 3 months because it's too much, right? So, and then after 3 months, you're starting to go through your emotions and understand your grief and understand where that is. That's if he even has had therapy. From my impression, now bearing in mind that this is an edit, so they could have hyper focused on him speaking about his sisters to prove a point and to create a story. But based on the edit, the fact that he was trauma dumping, they weren't even bonding, he was dumping, he was sharing. It appears to me that this might have been the first time that he's actually had space to sit down and talk about the impact the passing of his sisters has had on his life. Not that he hasn't felt it, not that he doesn't know it, but because he's sat still, there's no one there, there's no phones, there's no distractions. He's had time to really speak, as he's speaking about his family, because he said that he doesn't really cry. He's crying, he's, you know, so I think it was kind of therapeutic for him as well. But that's not the basis or foundation of a relationship. So although I'm gonna say that he should go, you know, find life whenever he feels like he's ready, the record show, or the edit shows, that he probably wasn't as ready as maybe he felt he was beforehand. So that's what I'm gonna say.
Very sure. Struggle streams. Can't hear you, bro. I know you're not on mic. Your mic's off, but I can't hear you. You're definitely, your mic's definitely not muted, but we can't hear you. Appreciate you, Phil. Is your mic connected?
Yeah,
there we
my
go.
mic's connected. Is that better?
We can hear you, bro. You're good, bro.
Okay.
Go for it.
Yeah, so that's why they call me Struggle Streams, everyone. So yeah, basically, I think both of them dealing with serious family situations would put a strain on the relationship that they get into. If obviously they're close to those particular relatives, it's natural that you're going to have some type of emotional charge. If things start to go wrong in your relationship, you may be taking emotion from the situations that you're dealing with your family members, and unfortunately, insert them into your conflict with your partner. Saying that though, I don't necessarily think they were both ready to come on the show and give it 100% of their effort, because they have so much going on. If you look at Alex, She's working 2 or 3 jobs, like people said. You know, she don't even have time to tidy the room when she come home. So to have a relationship where you're probably going to have to spend a lot of time getting to know this person, not only in the pods, but physically as well. It's going to take time away from spending time with your father. So, and in Tim's aspect, you know, grieving a sibling, don't know how close he was to that sibling, the memories they shared and all that stuff, that sibling could have meant had a particular affinity with him, or the circumstance of the passing. And unfortunately, he may carry, as we saw, carry some of that stuff with him into a relationship and start trauma dumping. And that's never a way to bond, right? It's not a good way to bond. You need to kind of heal first. And even though it's tough to take a bereavement, it's unfair to come in loaded with emotions, and then your partner may not have done something that deserved that level of reaction. So that's what I think they run the risk of if you enter a relationship with a load of things going on regarding serious personal matters. It doesn't give you the fair opportunity to have a relationship and go through the ups and downs without having those external things affect you.
Good point. I love that. Good points. Let me read this out. It says, Phil Good said, gotta get to work. Y'all give Hannah, Marissa, and Monica a good whack. Team Nick. Shout out to Phil for supporting the show as well, and he's gifted also 10 memberships out there as well. Shout out to Phil as well, helping out. We appreciate you, Phil. God bless you, and I pray that those who are getting into the membership get to really have some fun with us today as well. So we're on 511 people in the room. Listen, if those of you are here, make sure you're liking the live. If you haven't done so, like the live, okay? All right, we're on 127 likes. Like the live. If you're in the room, before we go further, let's get the likes up. We're on 127. Press that button now, okay? No excuses. Press that button now and get the likes up in this room. Just helps the algorithm know that we're doing a great job. And I know we're doing a great job. You know what I'm saying, Chi? We're doing an amazing job. All right. Listen, look, we've exhausted Nick and Tim. All right, who hasn't spoken actually? Has anyone spoken on this particular aspect? Who have not asked anybody? Elsid, have I not asked you yet? I thought so. I haven't asked Elsid. I knew I hadn't asked her. Elsid, should Tim and Alex have stayed out the show?
Okay, two answers. For production's sake, no. Because it gave great TV. Now, for their mental health and peace of mind, yes. Because they had stuff they had to take care of at home. That's the easiest answer. But for the entertainment's sake, and for us to see the high crossed legs of a Tim, yes, they needed to be on the show.
Not the high cross legs. That is killing me. All right, listen. Let's move on then to another couple, Ashley and to Tyler. I want to get your thoughts as well, because that was obviously, you know, another thing. They've done a great job of, I guess, kind of like, you know, covering up some of the the cracks now. And so I'm going to ask a question about that. But yes, the question is Ashley and Tyler the representation of struggle black love? Are they the representation of struggle black love? I can say what I want now. Ashley don't follow me on Instagram no more, so I can say whatever I want. Ashley, I'm so sorry. But you're gonna get it. Jokes. I'm being petty like Tim. But no, for real, no. Is it actually a representation of struggle black love? Because we are looking at a situation where Tyler, and I know there's a certain demographic who are, you know, doing the shows now and interviewing people who are now happily ignoring the information that we're seeing to paint it a particular way. But are we seeing what we call struggle black love here between Ashley and Tyler? Yes or no? You can choose either side. I want real thoughts. You know what I'm saying to you? So if you agree, you agree. If you disagree, you disagree. I don't really mind. I want to get different thoughts on this. Is this a representation of struggle black love? Who's willing to undertake this conversation and take it further? Who's willing? Yes, I see someone's mic. Is it you, Dahlia? Go for it.
Yes. When you say struggle, I just want to make sure I'm getting my terms clarified here. Are we talking struggle as in basically the fight that you put up with yourself to make your life harder? Or are we talking struggle like what James and Florida Evans went through in Good Times? Because those are two different struggles. That there's internal and there's external. What are we talking here? I just want to make sure that I'm clear.
I can neither confirm or deny.
Oh my God. You know what? Okay.
Take it as you will. What does your mind say when you hear struggle love?
I'm tired. I'm tired of our definition of struggle love being defined by the what's the word? The tussle that we give to ourselves. We make our lives harder than it has to be. I'm tired of it. So I'm not going to go by that definition anymore. I'm going to go by the Good Times definition, and I don't think that they meet that. So no, they're not the definition of struggle love. I don't think of them when I think of that. I've decided that just now. So no.
I hear that. Okay, thank you, Dahlia. Who will next one take us on? Is this a representation of struggle black love? Yes, Easton.
First off, no, because that man is not black. He is Serbian. We have to keep that at the top of mind. That man is
Good
Serbian.
answer.
His mama is Serbian. She's not black, and so that's what we go with. So that man is Serbian. Second off, I don't think so, because when I think about the struggle, I think of things that you really can't control. I think of things that are like outside of the norm, or not necessarily outside of the norm, outside of your own like area of control. And in my mind, Ashley had all the way. She really had an option to get out. Like I get it that Tyler lied. In my assessment of leverage, because I'm big on that, is Ashley had the leverage in the beginning. She was holding strong until she wore that amazing red swimsuit, and then that's when the walls of Jericho kind of fell and tumbled. And then obviously, I think she probably got intimate with Tyler, and that's when he had the leverage, and that's when he layered on the lie. Up until that, once she had a moment to actually tell him like, "Hey, I'm not feeling this," or ask more questions, and so she chose this. And so it's not necessarily struggle love. Struggle love is like, hey, we're falling on hard times. Somebody got laid off. Hey, we gonna make this work. We're gonna put two nickels together and make them a dime and stuff like that. And I think this is very reflective of the dating lives of many people nowadays, is that they're choosing to go with somebody like Tyler and then attribute that as struggling or struggle love, and we're trying to make it. But that's my take on it.
Love these different takes that you guys are bringing. Okay. Struggle love. Is this a representation of struggle love? Is it a mirror on the wall? Who's struggling the hardest of them all? Yes, Lorraine.
Absolutely not. This is delusional love. Struggle love is when a partner is instilling some kind of, pain on you. Like, why are you putting up with this bull crap? They're cheating on you and you keep staying, physical or whatever kind of abuse or whatever. Tyler is going to stand beside her man, and she was holding that knee for dear life in that reunion. Just to let you guys know, I ain't going nowhere. Okay? And she said that we were insulting her intelligence. Who knows more? Her or the internet? She knows what's going on. And she's happy with that man. She's happy. Listen, I think she even knows that everything, that those are his children. But I think because Netflix don't want to get sued, that there's a reason why they only got a small segment. You have to think about it. And lawsuit is pending. Okay, so they had to be like, no, we're not even going to get into this. She knows that those are his kids, and she is okay with it. She loved that man, cannot do no wrong. And she said it, and then she's like, oh, I take it back. I mean, nothing, not crazy. No. She meant it. She's going to be there through and through. When Tyler said unconditional love, I said, Oh Lord. Oh Lord. She loves me no matter what. Delusional love. And I love it for them. Because you know, you love it, I like it for you. It's her choice, but it's not struggle love. No, she's not struggling. She's happy. She's happy having her pretty man, you know. She's happy with what she's got. It's delusional. And she's happy. You guys are the ones that are stressing them out. They're happy. Leave them alone.
I love it. Yeah. Who wants to go next? Is this a representation of struggle, black love?
No.
Go for it, Elsa.
No, it's not struggle back love. Like I said on Jay's live last night, it is sponsored love. It is certainly sponsored because there is no way Tyler can pay his way. He can't even get an apartment, not with 7 evictions on his record. So where you gonna live? He got to hold on to this wife of his. And let us not pretend like we have not had women in generations who has told a man, I am your wife, keep your other babies out my face. I don't want to see your other children around me and the fairy tale glass castle we have built. Let us not pretend that we don't have women who believe wholeheartedly what he says and isn't going to dig any further because it doesn't serve their purpose. So again, the heat, Tyler is in the court. His name is on the roster. So he gonna have to deal with that. But now here she comes. She's like, don't insult my intelligence. Okay, girl, if you are intelligent and you decide to keep your wagon hitched to this horse, now I've got to question more than just intelligence. I got to question the source of your information. I got to question how you reason stuff. So if you couldn't find stuff and somebody else not related to you can find all this stuff, come on, girl. Don't insult your intelligence. I'm insulting your geography, the fact that you want this man in your presence and around you. The fact you welcoming him into your family. This is your king? This is the king you want. Well, have that king and all the baggage that comes with him. Yes, I said, Tim with his little luggage. Tyler got some heavy luggage. And if you want to carry it for him, you know how people say, don't miss leg day, don't miss hands day, don't miss the lifting, because he got a ton of heavy lifting that you got to do. But if you want to do it with your man, then certainly do it with your man. But please believe when people are saying something, you don't have to listen to everything in the crowd. You don't have to push people away, but you should consider it. There are other women who have been through this fire, trying to tell you, hey, don't do this. Watch your back. Look both ways before you cross this road, but you fail to listen. But you know what? What old people say? A hard head make a soft behind. Well, she gonna learn. We all see it. She gonna learn. And if it ain't now, it's gonna be later. Because all I keep hearing in my head is Miss Seeley's song, Sister. You've been on my mind. That's what most of us are hearing for you, Ashley. We see the train coming, and it's like you are just blatantly ignoring it. But we're going to hear about it later. We're going to hear about it.
Damn. Yes, Jay, go for it. Struggle black love or?
Unpopular opinion. Yes, it's struggle black love. You know why? She's struggling to block all of y'all fast enough, okay? For the love of this man, she is struggling to keep up, to block all of y'all who keep reminding her she is not in this blissful little bubble, okay? This is struggle love. She is struggling to sit here and remove all of you demons who want to go against her bonnet of salvation, to stand by this man. And like a friend who keeps watching her friend run back to the man who keeps cheating on her and abusing her, I am struggling to care. Okay, this is struggling love for us all because we are struggling to care about this situation any further. All right. The only other people that's struggling besides us is Bri and them daggone kids. So we all are involved in this struggle love of it all. And yeah,
at the end of the day, I am really struggling to care anymore. She told us to mind our damn business. That's what I'm going to do. I'm going to mind my business, okay? We going to sit here and wait till her book come out on how to survive a man who is making you struggle financially and mentally and emotionally in a minute. And then we might struggle to put some pennies together and get one copy to read it out loud on this panel. All right. Have a nice day.
Struggle streams. You know, really going into this thing. Struggle love, black love, or what?
Yeah. Listen, man. My name's Struggle Streams, but I'm not an expert on struggle love. It doesn't look like struggle love to me in the sense where, you know, they're both in a hard time situation. She has to stick by him. It seems like he's got himself into a major situation, and it's going to take a long time to see daylight with it. And I agree. It seems like she's going along with the mindset of, listen, you have these kids, it's not my business. I have a relationship with you, and that's all that matters, right? I said last week, they probably had conversations where he shared a lot more information about his situation, and she probably chose to just stick with it anyway. And that looks like what's happened. She said that he didn't hide anything from her. And the part about, you know, the kids not knowing what he looked like, he found some way to explain that, and she went along with it. So at this point, you know, I think, again, people just got too invested and wanted to see her dump him and all this other stuff, and she chose not to. So she chose her struggle. She chose her path. And I think, you know, when you're in a relationship, you like someone, you have the rose-tinted lenses on, try to see the best in them or whatever. You know, that's what I get from it. If it does go pear-shaped, then I'm sure everything's going to come out, including stuff to do with the kids and how he's a bad father and all the rest of it. So for now, we just got to go along with what she chose. She said she's happy. They looked happy. They were holding hands and talking all types of lovey-dovey stuff. So, you know, we'll see when the waters get rough if she's quick to bail out. Because it's a lot. You know, that situation, it's not just having 3 kids. It's the way that those kids came into the world. Like the lack of relationship with the child's mother, only as a donor, and then just complicating everything by continuing to have relations after her marriage failed. It's too much. All right. And like I said last week, if he was out in the real world, if he was on Tinder or any of these dating apps where girls frequent, and he put that story out, everyone would be swiping. But it's the fact that he chose to come on here and, you know, let someone get to know him first without having to. He should have said what he was going through and what he created, but he didn't. And that's what the show gave him, the ability to hide behind the screen and create a person without having to mention the baggage that comes along with him.
Okay, I love that. Okay, question. Obviously, with Ashley and obviously Tyler, she said, we're insulting her intelligence. I want to understand your viewpoints, ladies and gentlemen. When she said insulting intelligence, what do you think she really meant by that? And how did you take it as an audience member? That she said that, that we're insulting her intelligence because she knows about it all and stuff like that. I want to know your thoughts. Were we insulting her intelligence, or, is she right, to be my man? Like, I want to get you guys' thoughts. Let me hear your thoughts on this. Jay?
She insulting all her intelligence at this point. She could be my man, all she wants. But that man is only going to tell you what he wants to tell you. That's point blank, period. She may know more than a lot of us, but like I said on my live last night, she don't seem to know more than story time with Ricky. Because new stuff keep coming out every day over there. You only getting what his version of it is. Now, if she wants to sit here and tell us that she's talked to Bri, Deshaun, the exes and all that stuff, okay, then yeah, we're insulting your intelligence. But I know you didn't.
Allegedly. Let me say that, you know, I know you didn't though. Because you wouldn't still be standing by this man with all that information and knowing that you could potentially have all of this stuff fall back on you. But, you know, I guess, you know, you got to let people live and they learn. There's people out there that think they know more than the people that lived here longer or experience. Let me not say lived here longer, but experience more than they have. You know, sometimes they think they know more than those people when those people be actually just trying to say, hey, I've been down this road before. You might not want to go down that road, but hey, it might work out for her. It might be her journey. This might be what God is calling her to do. I don't really know. So with that said, hey, let me leave her intelligence alone. She figured her way into this situation. She can figure her way out of it. Good luck and Godspeed to her. Okay. I'm gonna go ahead and work on my intelligence and do like Hannah told Nick, read a book somewhere. Okay. So I'm waiting for her book to come out. When her book come out, I'm gonna be reading it so I can be well prepared for the next person that comes along and gets scammed like this. Okay. And pray it ain't me.
Okay. I'm gonna ask a separate question, slightly different. To mix up a little bit. So Ashley's dad came out, did a video. I don't know if you guys have seen it. I hope you have. And he said what he said. He said, listen, he wasn't there from 11 to 24 because he was in prison for 13 years. He paid some bills, etc., etc. I wanna know your thoughts. Do you feel like Ashley's dad had an influence on Ashley and this choice that she's making with Tyler? Did she marry her daddy again? I'm just saying. I'm just having some thoughts. I don't know. I'm just throwing out some thoughts out there. I want to get you guys' perspective. Easton looks like he's ready to go. Easton, yes?
Not necessarily. I mean, we know that her dad, he cleared up some things. Obviously, he went to jail for some time. He said he's not Haitian, he's Nigerian, and he cleared up a lot of areas that we had some confusion on. My thing with Ashley and her father might have been more aligned with, maybe she had a vision of what a marriage looks like, and obviously you should want to maybe kind of have your father to kind of depict what a great husband or significant other would be. But I just felt like she had some significant wounds that could have been from her mother, because we don't know the background. She could have had a mom that was hurt by the dad, not necessarily, and the dad was a very present and financially stable dad, because we like to constitute financials as being a present dad, and sometimes we like to constitute being a present dad and not the financials. It's an interesting balance. But in my opinion, I think that she just knowing her career, knowing the circle that she runs with, because she has some heavy hitters in her bride's party. Her bridesmaids were some pretty popular folks. I personally think that she has a vision of how her life should go. She has a certain standard, and Tyler fitting that standards, maybe from a looks optics point. We also never mentioned that she is a beautiful dark-skinned queen, but there is elements of colorism that rolls into that aspect as well. And again, Tyler might be a Serbian brother, but he's on the light skin hue. So, there's some dichotomy between that. I just think that she has a vision of it, her job, some of her accomplishments might be there to, give her some footing with the trauma. Cause I tend to see that, like, there's observations of, women who will go and try to achieve all of these great things instead of really working through the trauma that you might have prior to that. But maybe it could be the dad stuff, but I think there's a lot of other things in between there.
Love those points. Who would like to tackle that question? Ashley, dad an issue? Did it influence her? Yes, Lorraine?
Okay. I mean, yes, it is. It's a known fact that your relationship with a father has an impact on everything, including your relationship, especially the early years. And he said he was there up until 11. He didn't say at what capacity. He wasn't there at the reunion. That should show you their current relationship. Okay, so of course it had an impact, whether she's going to be privy to that or not. But in terms of the kind of men that you choose, the kind of relationships that you have, what you put up with or what you don't, your self-worth, your self-value, your perspective of the world. So it absolutely has. I wouldn't necessarily say that she's married her dad, because I don't know, other than the fact that he's also softly spoken. He seems like he's, emotional man as well. So aside from the things that we know, I don't know, but I think there's something about her, him not being as present, maybe in her formative years, right? Which I believe to be true. I'm going to say allegedly, but I'm going to say even before he left to do his time, I don't think he was present. He might have been in the house, but I don't think he was present. So even in her formative years, right, that lack of attachment, that lack of masculine structure that is required to provide anchorship to a woman, to a baby girl, I'm sorry, right, was missing. All the things that she was saying at the wedding were not a coincidence. She was being very intentional about it. She knew it was going to come up on national television. Her tone when she was speaking about her father, she still has some kind of resentment towards him, and I don't believe it's because he went away to prison. I don't. I think that there's something deeper there, and as a result, it is now seeping through her life, and in her relationships. And what tends to happen is when you have that disconnect with your relationship with your father, you have rose tinted glasses. So when you do find somebody, you cannot let go. Even if she's a very intelligent woman, she sees the signs, but she's never going to let go until Tyler lets go. It's going to be Tyler. If they're ever going to break up, it's going to be Tyler that's going to walk away, because she sees commitment as you stay no matter what. That's what grandma did. Because pop-pops weren't nice to grandma, but grandma stayed. So that's what you're supposed to do. She gonna stand behind that man. I'm telling you, she's never leaving. He could do anything, and she will, because you're supposed to stay. No matter what, you're supposed to be a united front. No matter what, she's taken those traditional values, right, and unfortunately is misusing them on the wrong man. So yes, it has an impact, and unfortunately, I don't think that she sees that. But that's her burden to carry, because when she said, "Do you think that I know you or I know?" She said, "Mind your business." So people should mind the business, but what she doesn't understand, that there's people who literally their job is to dig up dirt. TMZ, story time with Ricky. All these people, it's literally their job to do, and even people who are not being paid. We are nosy. We we are nosy. We want to know. So we might mind our business, but it don't mean that people are still not going to dig. Anyway, she gonna learn, and we're gonna be here to tell her, "I told you so."
Yeah, struggle streams.
Yeah, well, that's why, we ain't gonna see it, because everyone could be blocked. She ain't gonna be checking for what people are saying. She's quite happy to go off into this relationship and trust the connection that she made with him. Now, like Lorraine is right. A lot of people were more invested in Ashley, and maybe, saw someone they knew or saw themselves in her to a degree, and thought, yeah, she should pack it in. Like, there's enough information about Tyler out there, the situation, previous relationship, evictions, all the stuff that all the YouTubers and bloggers have blogged about, TikTok, she doesn't want to hear it. All right. She wants to now come off the show and have a private relationship with this guy. And chances are it might not work, because there's so many things that he comes into the relationship with. But at least she wants to experience it. for whatever reason. I don't know if it's daddy issues. Her dad is still present. While they're both still living and breathing, they can at any time, if they both felt like it, attempt to mend whatever relationship is fractured. But ultimately, she chose Tyler against most people's better judgment or hopes. He's not the ideal guy to be getting into a long-term relationship with. He has 18 years of commitment with children that he doesn't have access to or regular contact with. He tried to deny, right? And then he also has the eviction situation. If you want to buy a house together and shack up together, create a family of your own, you're going to come across them hurdles too. So she says that she's aware of all of that, and she still chose to be with that man. So whether we like it or not, we don't have to, but whether we like it or not, she's going to proceed. And if that's what she finds happiness, if that's where she finds it in Tyler and his embraces and his charming words and all that, she just has to learn by herself. Life is for learning lessons, and it's never the end until it's the end, right? So hopefully she goes through, she learns what she learns, and she's able to not be too hurt or damaged by it to move on afterwards.
Love those points. Okay, I'm gonna. El Cid, you see want to add as well? I haven't. You see want to add? No. Okay, I'm going to supplant a video for you guys. I don't know if you have watched it. So here we go.
Story. There are a lot of people who do know that not everything is black and white, especially when it comes to donating your genetics to a friend or to a family member. But I did feel like this is something that I needed to disclose to kind of like shut it down. So yes, I knew. And he's like, you guys called me intelligent and like poised and all these things, but now I'm blind. I mean, love is blind, but I'm not blind.
Not that
like,
blind,
of course,
yeah.
Not that blind. Let's be clear. And of course, I did a background on this man when I first met him. Like, you know, like right when I got my phone back in Arlington, I hit up my godbrother and we literally did a deep dive. That's what I do. My friends call me to investigate everything. I'm better than any fake ass TikTok journalist out there. Like, you can't tell me anything I don't know. Now, had I seen all of the pictures? No. Once I got a full view of what I needed to, and I spoke to his friends and spoke to his family, that's what I needed for my own personal reassurance. And from there, it was a come what may mindset.
So come what may mindset. I hear it. I want to get your thoughts on that. What position do you hold after hearing this? I think it, like I said, I do have some sympathy, and sometimes you're trying to cover. You know what I mean? Like, hey, she's doing a better job than the men did for Nick, so I'm not gonna complain. Dahlia, go for it. What's your thoughts on this audio?
That was my first time hearing it. I didn't know that she had done an interview. Oh, Ashley. Okay. You know what? You said something in the last live that really struck with me. You said that she might be one of those women who is like the women who don't have sympathy for SA victims because they themselves had been through it. And so they can't give grace or empathy for others because they themselves didn't receive it. So they think that that's normal. I understand that because I did the same thing when I was in denial about what happened to me too. So I can understand how Ashley would get there. But just like I was wrong then for how I was thinking about those victims, Ashley is wrong now for how she's talking about this whole situation and how I'm fairly sure she's dealing with these kids. This is madness. This is not okay. To me, right now, since she's so intelligent, okay, she done all this work. She just reads villain status with her man. Her man. They both gonna get left for dead because they're both on the same level now. She's okay with this. So I can't at this point now. I release any empathy, sympathy that I have for her. First of all, I think she's lying. I don't think she did any real work. I know she's saying that now. She could say that in hindsight. I don't think that at the time she was actually doing any background checks. I don't believe her. I don't think that she did any real investigation into her man. I don't think that she was asking any real questions to his friends and family. You know what I think she did? Do you remember that that scene from Love Is Blind UK where I can't remember the black girl's name. She was dating the hippie and the other dude.
Nicole.
And she was asking, you know what I'm talking about?
Nicole and Benaya.
Nicole, yes. Yes. And she was asking the other guy, are you really here for love? Or is this real for you? Like asking dumbass questions like that. I feel like that's what she was doing. That's what I think happened. And now she's coming back because she's heard all these reviews and stuff. Now she's trying to rewrite history and say that she did all this great investigative work. You're not going to convince me that you did that, and then you still decided to say yes to this man. Because if that's the case, then you are really a bird. You're really a bird. So either you're a bird or you didn't actually. You know what? Either way, you are a bird. I'm sorry. I'm all over the place. It's just I'm processing this in real time. Either way, all avenues lead to actually being a bird. That's what I feel about this. I'm gonna land my plane right there. Ashley's a bird. Yeah.
Okay. I'm not going to define which wildlife animal she may be. But what I will say is she's fighting a lot. She's pushing back a lot to the public. Because if we don't matter and we don't know anything, why are you fighting so hard, sis? Why are you struggling so hard? Block everybody and be on your way with your happy life. But you see, this is what makes me push back on Ashley. Like, you ain't that happy, sis. Because if you for real happy, no one could push you off your square. No one could say anything that would make you think anything other than my life is where it is. And you will block out what anybody has to say. But since you're fighting the social media so much, and then you got to say fake journalists, and then you go and say all this other stuff to try and discredit other people finding out information, you are rattled. You are rattled. You are showing the slip. We are seeing you plain as day because you should just go on with your life and be talking about your man and how beautiful it is. But when you use words like donate genetics, this ain't a science project. This ain't a science project. And everybody in here has had sex education. These were traditional. If we donating, there's a certain level of distance to donations. I don't go and stay up in the Goodwill when I donate clothes, okay? And he went and stayed up, left the package donation, and lived with the package and donations. So don't give me this whole donate genetics. This ain't a science project. These are real children, real lives. This man's name is on birth certificates. Let's not play in people's faces. So yes, you're saying but I think, the way she's reacting, I think she didn't know. I think she's highly embarrassed. And what she's not going to do is show us that she's sweating. But guess what? We see the sweat on your brow and we see it at your top lip. Because all these reactions, Ashley, I'm seeing it. I'm seeing you rattled. And that is what's making me side-eye all these, I know, don't insult my intelligence, blah, blah, blah. You are doing this for our sake, and it shouldn't be. You should be going on living your fairy tale, and that's all you talk about. But you're talking about everybody else. You're blocking other people. You shouldn't block them. You should let them see your fabulous life and how you're living it if it really isn't an issue.
Yes, Easton, go for it.
I have a little bit. I used to not have sympathy for Ashley, but I do want to have a little bit for her because any man that, like, you see that picture or the video collage that they had at the reunion where Tyler was out of the frame and then he just comes in and kisses her on her cheek. Any man that's able to do that is diabolical. Like, there was just too many instances where I knew that man. He said, "Yeah, I won this one. I won." And he did win because he won the lottery. He's able to effectively almost reset his life because I'm sure Ashley will, he might get him out of a hole, might help facilitate some of these different, try to smooth over some of these deficiencies. But I do want to provide a little bit of pushback because I I think anybody in this situation would act like that, just because for her, she has a vision of this knight in shining armor and Tyler being this great person. And to be frank, I don't trust the whole situation. Granted, there are receipts in some aspects, but I think that there's the picture I need to see, I know there's videos and stuff like that, is I need to see Tyler laid up playing PS5 with the do-rag on with the babies in the arm or some. I need to see that picture, because if I see that picture, I know he was around and he just wasn't a JCPenney's holiday dad. You know, I think there's two differences, and I need to see that aspect of Tyler, because I think that there's a good solid middle ground with this conversation. I don't think that, I know Tyler, we want to, you know, conflate all of his deficiencies, the evictions, him doing everything on the lying, all that stuff. But I do think that there is an aspect where it isn't everything that Bri and Deshaun are saying. But I don't really expect Ashley to act any type of way different. Like, I feel like if anybody else was in her shoes, they would act the exact same way, because she's on national TV. Granted, she did dig herself into this hole, but she's trying to continue the facade and the image that she had of Tyler in her mind. And, you know, I'm willing to give you a little bit of grace, because he did lie to you and get you to a certain point. And so there is that.
I hear it. Yes, Jay, go for it. Y'all putting some good point.
Ashley won. She won the prize. She won Tyler. She won everything. She won me not caring. Okay, I'm done, Ashley. You ain't gonna worry about me. Worried about you. Okay, you won, sis. You won. You got what you wanted. I ain't worried about it. You spoke to everybody. You spoke to everybody on his side. So you spoke to everybody. You got all the information you needed by speaking to everybody on his side. Congratulations. If you want to stay in that fairy tale, have at it, baby, because at the end of the day, I can't atone for your sins. I got my own to worry about, okay? So I'm not about to judge her anymore. That's between her and God at this point. You know what I'm saying? That's between her and God. If her moral compass says she is okay with a man who wants to denounce his children or whatever and usurp his own throne, well, let him do it. All right? That by all means, do what you got to do. That's the kind of man you want. If she wants to say that I only place myself in this much value, I have to treat her like anybody else and see reality. I cannot make you better than you want to make yourself, baby. If you feel like you can't do no better than this man, and this is the last resort that you got to go to, by all means, this is your last resort. Let me focus on me at this point, okay? Let me just worry about me at this point. And I think, you know, to her point, we all need to worry about ourselves, because she's saying she can't do no better. That's what she's telling us. She can't do no better. This is it right here. We need to just let her be. Point blank, period. And I'm going to let her be. At the end of the day, she may get this man not to leave her when he has some kids. She may be that one for him. This might be her calling to fix this man and get him back on track. You know, she might have the means to cover all his financial debts. She might have it. I don't know. This is her journey. This is what God probably placed in her heart. I hope not. But this is probably what God probably placed in her heart that she can handle, because God gives us nothing that we can't handle. Maybe this just might be the lesson that she needs, because she wasn't listening to God in the first place. I have no idea. But I'm just going to let her walk on her course. Let her be. Because guess what? At some way, we got to part ways anyway. Bye, sis. Bye. Bye. You know what I'm saying? Take one less, how they want to call it, dusty off the streets for me. Okay. let one less I got to run into. Thank you very much. Enjoy your ride. Okay. This is your wave. You ride it on by yourself. We all should just mind our business and wait till the book come out. That's what I'm just saying. We can get back into it when the book come out. We can get back into Ashley's life. But right now, let her work on these chapters in peace. Please. Please, that's all we asking, okay? As now a PR for Ashley, just let her do this in peace, okay? Because we watch Cardi B run back to Offset so many times, and we tell her not to do it, and she do it every time. This lady gonna keep running back to this man every time. Let her be. Let her be Cardi B Senior, okay? If that's what she want to do, let her do it, all right? Amen.
Any other thoughts, guys, on that? Yes, Lorraine.
I think she knew. I think she did what she said she did. I think she did the research. I think that there's some women who have inclinations that something is not right. They have an intuition that something is not adding up here, or they just want to find out a bit more. But they're just finding out to find out, because once you know, what you're going to do about it. Women who, do FBI and go through their man's phone, and they do all this, and once they find out, they don't leave, they stay. You find out because you're curious, or something is telling you that something is not right, yet you stay. So I genuinely believe that she knew. I genuinely believe that she accepted everything that came with Tyler. I do. I don't think that she's finding out about this the same time that we have. However, I will say that she's handling it very, very terribly. For someone who's accepted it, for somebody who's taken on, all this stuff, you're not handling it well. I always say let them be wrong about you. Even if something triggers you, it's upset, just let people be wrong about you, because guess what? We're gonna forget. Love is Blind, the reunions happened. A week or two, people won't be talking about this. After this live, I'm gonna forget their names. I'm gonna, who so and so, because that's what happens. There's going to be a new show. There's going to be a new scandal. People are going to go talking about the other things that, that are important, the election, whatever it is that people are going to be talking about. People will forget. They need to get themselves a good PR. Clean up your image. If you want to get that bad, you're not marketable right now. I don't know if Tyler's got a job. So what you need to be doing is cleaning your image up, making sure that he's marketable so he can get them brand deals. Unless you want to stick in reality TV and you're marketing to you want to go to Love and Hip Hop, actually, then carry on. Then carry on talking back, carry on, clapping back at people, because that's very much on brand with reality TV show. I'm sorry, very much on brand for Ratchet reality TV show. But if you want to actually make something out of this, keep your mouth shut. And keep your mouth shut and stop being passive aggressive, because you care way too much for somebody who has accepted this. It's cool, right? So just be quiet, because you're making people talk more. The more you talk, the more we're going to respond. So I feel like she knows, she's okay with it, but she's talking a bit too much. She's a little sassy pants, which is absolutely fine. Be who you are, but you're coming into this world not realizing that this is your social proof, and you need to clean up your image if you want to make something out of this, which might be the reason why you went on the show anyway. Because I see you doing your little makeup tutorials, girl. You're just doing that for fun? No, you're not. You're trying to get them brand deals, but brands are not going to touch you because you're not clean. Okay?
It's real. Easton.
I also think we have to get out of the mind frame of just like step parenting, just a step parent, or broken homes for broken homes, or stepping up just to step up. Because what gives anybody the idea that Tyler or Ashley would be great step parents, co-parents, any of that? Ashley seems real. Like, I think she would be kind of like the like Cinderella's mom. Like, she doesn't seem like she would be a very good nice lady to them kids. Them children would be struggling over there. And imagine if Tyler and Ashley had their own kid. Again, I don't want to put that into the universe, but imagine if they had their own kids. I feel like she would be like, no, my kids get 12 gifts for Christmas, and your kids get 2. Like, she doesn't give me a very nurturing or loving stepmom. And Tyler, he doesn't even have a pot to piss in. So what makes you think that he really needs to step up? He don't need to be the dad that stepped up, or maybe he just needs to sit down and get his life together. But I think we're getting in a place where we're always like, oh, well, he needed to show up and do something. No, people, you never know. There's a level of resentment associated with that moment. I think that you need to have parents that are, are willing and able and wanting to, because you're going to get into some situations where people are taking out their resentment on the kids and or mistreating the kids because of that. That's just my thought.
Go for it, Dahlia.
So I have a comment and a question for the panel, specifically Lorraine and Elsid, because Lorraine, you said something that I was thinking of too about Ashley and Tyler, which is I think Love is Blind, specifically Love is Blind, not Kinetic. I think they were trying to strategize and put Tyler and Ashley up front, get them out of the way immediately, so that way we could move on to the next person. And I think Nick, sorry, you got put down as the sacrificial lamb, since we can't do Tyler like we really want to, because he's one of the only two marriages that we have. And if you look at Love is Blind's track record, they got about 20% every season. It's usually two couples who will make it. Now most of them divorce, but they at least make it to the reunion. So they need to at least keep that going, that formula going. Otherwise, it don't look good. And then they're going to go the married at first route. We don't want that. And I think what they were trying to do to combat that was to include all these other couples from previous seasons. Why are we hearing about Jessica? She not even married anybody from the cast. Like, she got somebody else. She didn't have to bring that poor little baby out there, scared him half to death. He's crying all over the place. They got Jessica there. She's single. Why is AD on my screen? Why is Nick acting like him and AD are the best of friends? AD, what do you think about what's going on? It's weird. So you're trying to like pretend like nothing to see over here. I also think that the reason why they're trying to make Tyler and Ashley look good is because this is mutually assured destruction here. What happened is, because they didn't do a good background check, and this is not their first time doing a poor background check, you screwed over Ashley. Ashley's bird self decided she's going to let her stuff stay screwed and say yes to this man. And so now she can't really come back at Love is Blind like she rightfully could. Even if she didn't win that case, she could have settled outside of court. That's what normally happens. They've been sued many times. All of them have been settled outside of court. None of them got dismissed. Okay. But now both of them need each other, right? Both of them need each other, because both the couple and Love is Blind, they're both trying to have these big successful things going on, and they need each other. And I'm wondering if Love is Blind is trying to tell Ashley specifically, because Tyler's saying nothing, if they're trying to put a muzzle on her, because I feel like she's actually tanking their strategy right now by speaking so freaking much. She basically obliterated whatever sympathy that we could have had for her with that reunion, and then with that interview that you just showed, Kojo. I'm wondering if they're speaking to her about that, like, shut the hell up. You killing the vibe right now. We need you. We can't just live off of Taylor and Garrett. They're boring. Sorry. Their fashion game is on point, but they're boring. I wonder if that's the conversation that they're having with them backstage.
What's the question?
Anybody want to touch that?
Do you think that they're having that conversation with her? Because, I mean, Tyler's not saying anything, so we ain't got to worry about him. Ashley's the one who's kind of ruining like this whole carefully marketed scheme that they're setting up to come at us with the BS. She's ruining it.
But he's talking.
Who, Tyler?
Yeah.
What is he saying?
Mum's the word. He just saying he happy to be here and putting on that smile. I'm happy to be married. Love is blind. I'm happy. Wish y'all were happy too. That's all Tyler doing.
That's I'm making. That's the point that I'm making, though. Like, what is the strategy at this point? It doesn't seem like Love is Blind has any control over these people. They're not the only couple, by the way. They don't have any control over editing. You have piss poor production right now, and now it's like post-production. You can't even control these people and what they're saying. You can't even like hold the strategy in place. I'm just wondering what is being said right now. I don't know. That's just the thoughts that I'm having.
What's being said, and I'm going to give an unpopular opinion that we kind of see. What's being said is you're going to go on the media platforms we tell you to go on. You ain't going to come to the community and have a word. You can't even go to Gayle King. I'm sorry. You're going to go to the gentle souls that we put you on who won't push back on you. Because you ain't going to come to the cookout and have the whole family looking at you asking some strong questions. That's what Love is Blind is doing. We don't need you to put this to a scratching halt. But what I do need is for, some protections in place for these people. All I would need Love is Blind to do for something like this is, put in prenups for these people. Put in a prenup. That's it. You could go forth and forward with all of these. There are some countries where it is mandatory, so they have to do it. I just would like them to protect people financially. Just put in a prenup. And if I'm sorry, if Ashley needs to fire that friend that did the background check or the cousin or whoever that told her everything's a-okay. I'm sorry. The friend that did the background check. That seemed like they did not pay the $25 to do the deep dive. Okay. So Tyler is talking, but he is playing the corporate game of Love is Blind, found my love, and I am happy. That's what he playing.
Go for it, Rain.
So the big thing that's happening here is that there's a legal thing happening behind the scenes with Brie or Bri. So from Tyler and Ashley's standpoint, you're not going to get the little coins that we might get from this Love is Blind. Hence why she said donations. Choice of words. Yeah, that's why they're playing up this whole sperm donor. He was helping. They're sticking to the story because in the slimmest of chances that they get some kind of break and they start working with these big brands and these big corporations and production companies, right? Then there's a possibility of Bride getting that money. You think Ashley would have gone through all this for her to take the money? She done put up with a lot, okay? And part of the saving grace, not just her being happy with Tyler, is the financial gain that they are hoping to get from this situation. So that's from that end. From the production company, they are a business and they have PR machines behind them, right? It is not a good look to be this is too messy. The reason they called out the other guy from last year, see, I don't even remember his name. See, I'm gonna forget his name.
Trevor.
He had a mullet.
Trevor.
The reason they called him out is because his mess was you're messing around, this, that, and the other. This is huge mess, and they don't need to be associated with something like this. So they're also going to help them out to say, just be as minimal as possible. They're not going to say that what to say or not to say. They will be very careful with their words. We suggest potentially just not speaking too much about this. Let's really hone in on your love story, right? That's what I would do if I was their PR anyway. That's that. Now, the other thing in terms of, I lost my train of thought there. What was I talking about?
Talking about Ash and the fact that the Netflix are helping them curate their storyline, etc., etc. That was the last thing you said, baby. Don't worry about that.
You said
I had another point. It was good. Somebody else go. I'm gonna come back. I had another point. It was good. I'm gonna come back.
It'd be like that.
I've got my brain, like that. Guys. I have a child. Forgive me.
What if the angle isn't to save them, but actually this is very much so along the love and hip hop, kind of lens, where it's actually giving them a lot of press, and for their ideal customer profile is going to be women. Their majority of the viewership is going to be women. So I think that this is helping them be able to reach more of their ideal customer profile, which will help them with advertising and with Netflix and overall. So I think it would actually be not necessarily a bad thing from a business standpoint, is monetizing the drama, just because I'm sure there are people who are going to be repeating watching Love is Blind, and they're like, oh, who might not have ever watched this season yet, but are like, dang, this dude got 3 kids. they're tuning in, buying subscriptions, adding in, and that helps out a little bit. I think that they want this because it makes them seem more valuable, especially since they only signed a two season extension. So they're probably going to go into renegotiations here soon. And they're like, look, we can get the ratings. We got people watching this for not only the 5 weeks, 6 weeks that we have it rolling, but there's a lot of replay value, especially because of all this drama coming up.
So Easton, sign up now and you too can get a Tyler? Is that what you're saying?
I mean, I wouldn't say necessarily. I mean, granted, I'm sure there's going to be a lot of contestants that are like, oh, well, I will do better in this, that, and third, or I can be TikTok famous. I just think that they're definitely advertising to the idea that they're a value to Netflix because we have, like with these shows, like whether it be like Ultimatum, all these shows have a very limited run cycle. The weeks that they're on, that's all we care about. But once they're off, it's done, and they're not they're able to bring in repeat viewers, but not new viewers. This type of drama here is bringing in new viewers because somebody's like, this guy has 3 kids and all this drama is going on. So I think that there's some aspects of that.
Lorraine, you remember your point? Go for it.
Yes, I was actually gonna stand up for them a little bit because they're getting a lot of smoke. If I was to ever go on a show, which I never would, because I would never go on platforms who were talking crazy about me. I say that as someone who's been talking crazy about these people. No way would I. So regardless of what the production company and Netflix is saying, I'm sorry, you can't expect these people to go on platforms where we're going to roast them. Why would I put myself through that? You already roasted me in the comfort of my home. Now I'm going to hear you ask questions from the public, what everybody wants to know. I know what you're going to ask me. I'm not going to do it. So I understand what people are saying, that, you know, the production companies, they're railroading them and they're not. Yeah, that might be the case. But me as a human being, you're not catching me on a platform where you haven't been talking nice about me, where you have been going in on me. I'm going to protect myself. So regardless of whether, you know, people are right or wrong, like, I'm not going to put myself through that. So I understand why they're not going on certain platforms. I really do, because mental health is a thing. Like, I'm not going to put myself through being berated or being embarrassed just so I can be part of the culture. No,
I hear you on that, to be honest. You know what I mean? And I think, you know, we obviously, you know, been in this lane for a little while. We did Ready to Love, you know what I'm saying to you. We roasted them on there too. Oh, we roasted them. You know what I'm saying to you? Like, this roasting we're giving them is light. Like, Ashley's even lucky. Because had this been Ready to Love, the roasting would have been intense. This is light work. What people are concerned about Ashley. They're not even roasting her like that. They're concerned about her. Ready to Love, we were roasting people. Like, you know what I mean? So, you know, but you're right though. I mean, some people might not want to come on there, on those platforms, which is fair. I'm not even mad at it. Look, I want people to tell their truth. Do you know what I'm saying to you? My thing is though, is that you don't have to even choose people that are roasting. You can choose other platforms that are black orientated, that are not necessarily roasting you, right? You can choose, you know what I'm saying? You can choose those platforms. And I'm not saying that you have to go on to certain platforms that are roasting you per se. Listen, hey, if you didn't want to come here, I would understand. You know what I'm saying? We're giving a bit of heat. But the reality of the situation, and this is my thought process now. It's funny you said this, Lorraine, as well. Before I did this live, I was thinking in my head like this. You know, I think we have, as YouTubers, so much more power. It's the same thing I did with Ready to Love. After a while, I said, listen, because what happened was when Owen reached out, when Owen was seeing it, they were blocking interviews. I said, don't worry then, I'll just do my thing. And the bigger you become and the more influential you become in that space, the more power you have. So the only difference is that we don't have that much power on Love is Blind because it's not just a black audience. There's a white audience too. So the only thing that needs to happen is that the YouTubers get together and start creating content as we are doing and unifying. The moment we start unifying and we have power to influence what story is being told, that we don't give a heck about what your story is on the other side, they're going to have to come here. Because now you have to convince us. But the reality of the situation is we've got some other counterparts that are willing to do some certain work at this moment. And because the audience is quite large on their side too, demographic-wise, this is why they can get away with doing this and saying they don't come to no black platforms. Certainly, you know what I'm saying to you? For now. but the tables always turn. Do you see what I'm saying to you? That's why more and more people are starting to talk more from Love is Blind. At the beginning, nobody was talking at Love is Blind. They wouldn't say anything. It's coming out slowly. This is how it happens. And then people start talking more and more. So it will start happening. The tide will turn. And when it does, then you'll start to realize that they don't have as much power as they used to. But for now, y'all got the power. When you piss off the wrong person on that show, they're going to take it to somebody that they're going to talk to. You know what I'm saying to you? Then it's going to start the carnage that we had. You know what I'm saying to you? It's like when I had Ayana on the thing, it was out of blue. You know what I mean? So it will happen. It just takes a bit of time. But trust me, that tide will turn. And all that, you know, we don't want to come to no platform like there. We want to make sure we protect them from going there. You're going to find out that when the power's on that side and you need them to be able to tell a story, you're going to come here. It just takes a bit of time. Do you know what I'm saying to you? But yeah, it's, you know, it's what it is. You know what I'm saying to you? Easton, last thought, and then we'll pass it on to next couple will do. Go for it, because you want to say something.
No, we can just move on. Actually, matter of fact, I'll say this last thing. To Coach's point, there is a growing. It seems like there's a swell growing within the Black YouTube community, especially kind of commenting on these shows, especially kinetic shows. But there's still a huge white consumer base that they're going to cater to. That's why I'm not going to say it, but we know the particular ones that they tend to go to, and they throw them the softball questions. I guess we just got to keep pushing the boundaries with these kind of storylines. But this is one of the first time, maybe outside of the SK1 storyline, where there is drama that is appealing to a more urban crowd, or more in terms of from a Love is Blind's perspective. If there's a threshold of 20 V1s and Ready to Love is kind of in that area, and then the further you have Love is Blind, Bachelorette is a little bit further down on the other end of the spectrum. And so I just think that as the tides turn, we'll start to get more of those conversations, and we'll get probably better hosts, because Nick and Vanessa are god awful too.
I hear that. They definitely ain't coming here, but no worries. Cool. So moving on to the next couple. I mean, I said it last year, so no way. Moving on to the next couple we're going to talk about is we're going to discuss we're going to discuss Hannah and Nick on the show. I want to get your opinions on the Nick and Hannah situation. My question is, was it gaslighting from Hannah to Nick, or was it just simply the fact that Nick is a damn liar? You know what I mean? You know what I'm saying to you? So was she gaslighting? Okay. Or is Nick a liar? That is my opening question. You know, I like to start with a bit of carnage. Who's willing to take this question on?
I'll take it, because I just want to get my point for you. The issue with this show and these reunions and the court of public opinion and the TikToks and all this other stuff is that it switches so left and right. One episode your team this person, one episode your team this person. Tim, for the most part, was beloved until he ended up breaking things off with Alex, and then everybody's flipped on him. And so we're going into these reunions, and everybody's trying to, portray themselves as an innocent victim, somebody who wasn't doing anything, who was just out here looking for love. The point of the matter is, Nick did say that. He said that the girl was a grenade, because frankly, she probably was. And these are just, these are just jokes. But she did glow up. She was looking great at the reunion. That being said, he probably wasn't attracted to her in the beginning. He probably was on there for, I'm for sure he was on there to be famous and be beloved and be the guy who got dog walked by his significant other. But that didn't change the fact that Hannah was extremely mean. And this is mean before she knew anything about what was going on. The problem with that situation was that everybody is trying to craft these narratives that makes him look good, and makes him where they don't get, again, dog walked in the comments of their TikToks. But I believe Hannah in an aspect, but I know that Nick definitely said this stuff, or I don't know, but I believe that Nick did say this stuff, but I don't think that it was the reason why her and she started to be mean to that boy, because she didn't know anything about any of this stuff until at least they met in Mexico, and she was being mean to him as soon as they met, really she had negative things to say about him, like saying he wasn't as tall and didn't look like he portrayed himself in the pods when they met after the engagement. So yeah, Hannah, I got a lot more words for you, but for this question, she's gaslighting us at this point.
I just want to say it's funny that Easton wants to see the pictures that's been floating around of Tyler with his kids, but it ain't no video or footage of Nick said anything. But you gonna roll with that. He said something. You know, we project a lot of our feelings on people. You know what I'm saying? And I'm not gonna say he did or didn't, because he said he was underwhelmed. He did say he was underwhelmed. Okay. But that doesn't mean that he said she was a grenade or anything like that. That's probably somebody else's projecting how they feel about her onto Nick. Because the person who said he said it with his full chest was Steven. And then when they asked him about the conversation, well, he said grenade, but I mean, he didn't really say it in the context of did he say it or did he not say it? Didn't the other boy sitting next to him, supposed to be his boy, sitting right next to him, can't look at him the whole time, but want to tell him, be accountable for what you said. He asked every last one of them, looked them in the eye and said, what did I say? Tell me, what did I say? Tell me what conversations that you and I had that I said whatever I said, so I can stand on whatever I said. Nobody can actually do it. It was word of mouth from everybody around there. Well, this person said it, and that person said it, and this person said it. And my whole gripe with this whole situation ain't even with Hannah no more at this point. It's with Marissa. Because Marissa want to go in defense of Hannah, but be like, hey, I liked you in the pods, Nick. I even defended you. I even defended you against Hannah when she was talking about you like this. But did you ever once bring up to him, hey, I heard you was talking about my girl? As a friend that she called herself to Hannah, you never once asked Nick directly, I heard you was talking, Ramses told me you was talking about my girl, or I heard you was talking about my girl. Is this true or not? Not one person could sit here and actually say, Nick, you literally told me this. Despite what we may feel about what Hannah looked like, don't look like, and stuff like that, I can't say anything. We didn't get no cuties clip of him doing the stuff or anything like that. We didn't get nothing. So the man that is immature, according to Hannah, don't know how to boil water, don't know how to do this or whatever stuff. He sure enough know how to keep his mouth closed when the camera is rolling. He sure enough know how to have off-camera conversation that nobody could seem to really lock down on what he really said. Yet it was said. It's getting a lot of y'all projecting, but everybody else, this is the funny part, everybody else got a confessional talking about Nick. We even get Monica telling us how she feel about Nick. Yeah, that ain't your man. Why do we care? Everybody in that pods had something to say about Nick when they were sitting in the pods. They didn't like Nick. They made Hannah change her mind, bring him back to change her mind again about Nick. And at the end of the day, we're going to overlook, because we want to say we feel like he said something. We're going to overlook that this lady went through his stuff, found this note with her friends, and going to try to use the note against him when she had her list literally left out on purpose for him, so he can feel bad about everything before. Now, mind you, half of the stuff she was doing, it was before they even met the rest of the group. So she was being nasty to him without knowing how he actually felt. Then at some point, he had to meet with the group, have a conversation with them. At some point, the conversation had to be pillow talked all of this time, and then get back to her for her to be nastier. But she wanted to sit here and say, oh, this is why. No, excuse me. Monica wanted to sit there and say, maybe this is why she was projecting some of her insecurities and having this thing about you. No, she felt like this from rip. She felt like that from rip. And Hannah being so direct, as she likes to say, I'm just direct. I'm a B. I'm this, that, and the third. You were so direct. You never once went to him on or off camera and say, why you talk about me? Why you tell the guys this about me? Why you say any of this? She didn't say that to her friends when she told them, the friends, about everything. She didn't tell the friends none of that. She didn't tell her brother none of that. So conveniently, months after, or whenever after the breakup, this is when the conversation come out about her being a grenade.
This is what y'all want to stick to? It's like, come on now. Like, Nick might be a lot of things, but it's not giving that he was actually out loud talking about you. This man didn't even want you to talk about his sex game or any of this stuff out in public. Okay, now we can use that part right there to say that he probably did say something, or you probably overheard him saying something to somebody else on the phone or whatever and stuff like that. But let's be honest, if that's the case, let's really be honest. I went through your stuff and I seen that you wrote this in your diary. Whatever the case is, let's be honest about how you found out that information. If that's a true information, if that's true, you know what I'm saying? Like, if it's really true, let's be honest about that part. But y'all just gonna try to paint him a picture. And then when he even tried to save the girl, he tried to tell us, stop sending her death threats. Which y'all really, whoever's doing this stuff, y'all really need to stop. Y'all need to check yourselves into some hospital and stuff like that. If y'all sending people death threats, y'all crazy, okay? Something wrong with you. But he tried to save the girl and say, stop that. No. Why you was liking it? Girl, you betrayed your own best friend, told her that you didn't trust her or whatever. You don't trust the best friend, Katie, with Nick, but you gonna trust the man that's talking about you. Okay. All right. You trying to gaslight the heck out of us at this point, Hannah. You trying to rewrite all of the story to make it fit better, to make you seem better and justified for what you was doing. You did what you was doing because you wanted to, like you said on that platform, say, I am a B and I act like one, and that's it. She didn't even have no remorse for acting like it really. So it's like, sis, stop. Just stop, because you're making it worse. The best you could have did is came out here and said, you know what, I apologize to you, Nick, for acting this type of way. My insecurities got the best of me. And if he did say something about it, you could have sat there and said, and I heard that you were saying some type of way, and I shouldn't have lashed out on you the way I did, but it made me feel some type of way. But none of that was said. None of that mattered, because it wasn't about him saying anything to her. It's about the fact that I need to figure out a way to make Nick look bad because editing didn't. We'll leave it there for now. We'll get back into the East and I give you.
Make some good points. Who's next? Dahlia, go for it. And then I'll say, sorry, go for it.
Okay, so to answer the question, yes, I think Hannah was gaslighting. And I also think Nick is a liar. But I don't care. I don't care that he lied. I don't care. I don't. You know what I think? Let me just put my dark artist cap on here. I got to congratulate Nick, because I feel like he had an almost perfect season from beginning to end. You know why? Because like Jay just said, he was smart enough to do all his dirt off camera. Whatever he said or didn't say, allegedly, we'll never know, because the only people who know about it are liars. Like, they are known liars. We can't trust anything that anybody says. We don't even know for sure if he actually said the word grenade. All we know is that he was underwhelmed. Even now, even when they're pushing him to say the truth, you're not going to get that out of him. Smart. I can't even falter for that. That's good. That's good, Nick. That's good. He kept his mouth shut to let Hannah bury herself. He wasn't even like the best of guys, right? On any other season, we would be burying Nick right now. We can't do that though, because of how trash Hannah is. I don't care that he lied. Let's keep it a stack. If he did say that, what would come of him actually telling her that? She just got done telling him, remember, in the pods, she told both him and Leo that she is insecure about her looks. That's something that's really sensitive for her. He knows that. He had to go like really reassure her in order to get her to even say yes to him, that, hey, I'm here for you. This is not about your looks. What would it benefit her or him for him to tell her, I think you're mid. You a whole butterface. Actually, no, maybe not even a butterface, because he may not even like that big back body. I don't know. Maybe he doesn't like big backs. I don't know. It wouldn't benefit anybody for him to say that. There's nothing she can do with that information. See, she can't suddenly get a smaller back. She got what she got, right? It doesn't help her. And also, let's remember the timeline here. When he shared that in confidence with his friends, he was saying that at the start of the trip to Cabo, right? We have no idea how he felt about her towards. Actually, that's not true. We do know how he felt about her because he wasn't willing to go down on her. I don't think he ever got to liking her, but I think that's more so her fault. I believe that there. But I don't care that's how he felt. What I do care about, we can go down the line here. Who are the people who are attacking Nick right now? We have Hannah, the known liar. Okay, I don't trust anything that comes out of her mouth without third-party verification. We got too many instances of her outright lying or exaggerating the truth. She's hyperbolic. Next, we have Marissa talking about how she defended Nick. No, you didn't, because I remember her telling Hannah in the pods that she should drop Nick because he was unserious. I remember. Pepperidge Farm remembers. Next. So who else we got? We got Oluwa Stephen, the Yoruba demon. Okay, we already know he's a liar. He can't tell the truth to save his life. Next. Who else is it? Ramses? What did Ramses say? Who is Ramses in this whole thing? Can't trust him either. This whole grenade thing, we have no idea what that means. Who's saying the word grenade? Oh, that's right, the liar, Stephen. We can't trust any of that information. We don't even know what that word means. Jay Anderson, he said it in the chat. Was it a grenade character? Was it a grenade as far as her looks? We'll never know because we didn't ask no questions. I don't care. I don't care if he said it. I don't care if he was looking for fame. All of them are. Literally all of them are looking for sponsorship deals. I don't care. He's just the only one who was honest about it. I'm still on Team Nick's side. Sorry, not sorry.
So, grenade, as I remember it in a dating term, I learned from the Jersey Shore. I know. It is one of my good oldies but goodies.
You watch it?
Yes.
Oh, girl.
Yes. You know why? Because it showed me just how crazy we are not. We are not.
Fair enough.
So in Grenade, according to Dating from the Jersey Shore archives, is basically taking one for the team. You know, that girl is not the attractive friend. So you're going to jump on the grenade to save your other friends from having to deal with her. That's how the term is meant and used. And if I'm using it that way, technically, Nick is the grenade. Because Hannah had to jump on Nick to be able to continue on the show. Because once she heard Leo's name on Brittany's lips, she was like, dang, I got to bring Nick back. Now we see Nick and we have buyer's remorse. Now I'm more mad at myself, Hannah, about taking Nick and bringing Nick back on the show. And now I'm saddled with him. And this is what I got to marry? So in the whole thing of it, I think Hannah first was lying to herself. And then she's lying on Nick. So what if Nick is underwhelmed? So what if Nick thinks you were not attractive? Does that mean he has to be nasty to you on camera? Does that mean he has to be showing his behind on camera? He doesn't have to be nasty and mean. He can still think you're unattractive and he can still be polite to you. How about that? How about those social graces? How about I don't like how you look, but I will still treat you like a human being? Why is that so hard, Hannah? Why is that so hard? It seems like arrested development. Then you done said on national TV that you done went through his stuff with your friends. And now you're going to bring it as evidence. No evidence that you have no boundaries and no one can have privacy around you. That's the evidence I see. Then you're going to pull Marissa into it. Marissa's like, well, you weren't defending Nick then. And now Marissa's on the daily talk show this morning talking about Hannah and I were not best friends. Sorry, Marissa. The reunion, you said, Hannah's my bestie. Don't be backpedaling now because we heard you. And Netflix still has the clip. So again, Hannah is creating all this, shaking the table. And people are like letting her talk and berate Nick. And Nick is like, there's no way on camera you have me. Tell me and bring the footage where I said it. Tell me where I said it. And Nick was sitting 10 toes down because he's like, you ain't got it because I ain't said it. And I daggone ain't say it on camera. But you know what he did do? He treated her as polite as he could while taking the berating. He ain't financially intelligent, even though he got a job and he's a licensed professional. He can't take the trash out. He can't do this. He can't do that. I never got to show the fun side of Hannah. I don't think there's a fun side of Hannah. We didn't even see the fun side of Hannah in the pods. So miss me with that one. Miss me with that one. But Hannah, you know, all the heat and smoke she's getting is because of how you treat people. And it isn't because of your appearance. It's because of what you put your personality out there to be. That's all I got to say about Hannah.
I'm hearing these points, man. Yes, Lorraine.
I have an unpopular opinion because I don't believe in groupthink. I don't like Hannah. She can hold my drink for a minute. However, I have an unpopular opinion. When Tim and Alex had their to-do of camera, to-dos, and all these people had their to-dos of camera, people believed what happened off camera. No one saw. It was a conversation that they had. They brought to say, this is what happened. And as at the back of that, people have strong opinions that Alex abused Tim. Somebody just said it here today, that Alex abused him, but we did not see the footage. And we're now saying, oh, just because she's saying that she didn't actually put the hand, we can't believe that because they're just trying to save face. Why is it so easy to turn Alex into a villain, but not Nick? I know it's because of Hannah, because she's a worse villain, but wrong is wrong. Just because Hannah is horrible and she's mean, she's nasty, it don't mean that Nick was not calculated. Okay, he was. 2 weeks before he came on the show, he wrote down that he wants to be the most famous person on Love is Blind, right? Yes, they all come on here for brand deals. No one's coming here for love. I know that, but he wrote that. The only reason that he confessed and said, yes, I said that, is probably because she took a photo and has hard evidence. Because she knows that no one has hard evidence that he said what he said, he's going to take that to the grave. But he said it. I believe he said it. He halfway admitted to it by saying, in the end, it was a hard no. We spent about 10 minutes him denying it. I never said it. Somebody say it. Somebody say it. It was only until Ramses said, oh, be accountable, da-da-da-da-da. That's when he just said, I said that I was underwhelmed. If Ramses had not said that, he would have taken that to the grave. He said it. He said it. And I'm not saying that makes him a bad person, but it makes him calculated because he was very intentional to say, I am gonna go out of the pods. Whether or not I'm in love with this person, whether or not we go to the end or whatever, I am going to go. So yes, Nikki D is a very nice person, but you cannot tell me the reason why he let her carry on being a fool is because he knew the good edit that he was going to get. The one thing good that I'm going to say about Nikki D is that he was in control of his edit. I'm going to give him that. Absolutely. He's smart and he knew what he was doing, but that don't mean he's not calculated. That don't mean he's not calculated. He absolutely was. Again, come say, come sa, she's a horrible person, but I just feel like people are not able to see this side of Nikki D because of how horrible Hannah is. Hannah, horrible throughout the season. Now, me, how I would have played it, knowing how being bashed I am on social media, I would have done what Ramses had done. Come to the reunion with my tail in between my legs. I'm so sorry. I should not have done that. Esther in the Bible, the reason why she got the king to do whatever she wanted is because of the way that she spoke to the king and the wording that she used. There's power in soft femininity, right? If she had just taken accountability, I'm really sorry, and had being quiet, use a nice tone, being what's the word? Sympathetic, or all those things, regretful, remorseful of all the things that she had done, it might have changed the way that people saw her. But the reason why everyone is now going 10 toes is because she came back to the reunion and was still being horrible. After she said she had apologized and after she said she was wrong, you came back to the reunion and still did the same thing that you did. Now, everyone is not going to listen to the story that you're saying because we're now listening to what you're saying. The fact is, Nick did lie, but however, we seem to forget that because as humans, we remember how things make us feel. We don't like the way that Hannah made us feel because we don't like the way that she made Nikki D feel. She's a horrible person. Yes, she is. And she didn't learn from this because she could have done a whole PR thing on herself. And people would have come out thinking, okay, she's not so bad. She's learned. Let us hold off on her. But she didn't. And as a result, everyone is going 10 toes down on not caring that Nikki D lied and would not have admitted it if Ramses did not basically say, I'm not going to say what you said, but so he halfway admitted it. I believe the only reason he admitted to the I'm going to be famous is because she probably showed him the evidence. And he knew that if I don't come up here and say, yes, I did say that, she was going to come out with evidence after the reunion. That's my opinion. I like to be a rebel and to be different.
Before you reply, Jason, hold on. Before you reply, Jason, someone said they want to reply. So Dahlia said want to reply, then Jay. Then you can go after Jay. Yeah, you can reply to it. Go for it.
Okay, so I said at the start of my little rant that I do think that Nick lied. I believe that. I believe he was a dark artist. I believe that his strategy, at least by the time he figured out how Hannah operates, he's like, you know what? Let me be quiet and let her dig her own grave. I'm not going to say anything. At minimum, at bare minimum, I will get a sweetheart edit because I'll look like the poor little victim boy because I didn't stand up for myself. I think that's partially at least what happened here. So we're aligned on this. What I just want to remind people of is, let's go back to the pods. When Hannah first broke up with Nick because she was thinking about going with Leo, he was going to leave. The girls all told her that. The producers are saying that Nick is ready to go. He didn't have anybody else that he wants to be with. So I'm assuming at that point he had already broken it off with Katie and Marissa, because remember, Marissa was also pretty far along with him. So they must have broken it off at that point. The only person that he was dealing with was Hannah. Okay. If it was really that deep to him, he could have been pulling a Matthew or a Barnett or what all these people do every season, or even a Leo trying to string along multiple people at the same time. It's not like he doesn't have the capacity to do that. If he was really just there to get fame and make sure that he, no matter by hook or by crook, he makes it through the pods, right? He could have done that, but he didn't. He was willing to go. Hannah's the one who brought him back. Okay, just want to remind people of that. Also, Hannah got a big mouth. If Nick was treating her poorly, if he was speaking to her poorly, if he was doing to her what Tim was doing, even like that whole passive aggressive thing, she would have called him out on it immediately. I do not believe that she would have let that go. No, there's no way. On camera or off camera, she would have. If she had any form of attack, any form of weapon to use against him for an attack, she would have used it. And that didn't happen. Really, the only thing that she had on him was the fact that he didn't do anything with her, the fact that he wasn't affectionate with her, the fact that he wouldn't, give her fellatio. Like that's really the only thing that you can call him out on, is the fact that there was a lack of affection. That's really it, which actually speaks more to his character because he's at least in line with what he's feeling about her. He could have attacked her and he really didn't. He didn't come at her like he really rightfully could have. I disagree with that. I had another point, but I done forgot it. I'm pulling a Lorraine right now. I don't remember my last point, so I'm gonna give it over to Jay. But I just wanted to say that piece. So go ahead.
Okay. So first we're gonna start off with his goal list. He said it twice. when Hannah wasn't listening, and apparently some of us wasn't listening. And then another time right afterwards, that was a 90-day goal he wrote. And the end date was 2 weeks before he got into the pods. He said it twice. He said it when he was trying to explain the goals. He started off, that was my end date. I write 90-day goals. That was my end date. She said, when she screamed, no, you did that 2 weeks before. He said, no, again, that was my end date. He stuck with that story. So he wrote his goals long before he thought he was going to be on there. Just like Dahlia said, she had a chance to dismiss this man off the thing. He didn't fight for it. He didn't do anything. He was ready to pack his bags up and leave. Does that look like somebody that's trying to be the famous person on the show? He wasn't sitting here trying to manipulate none of the girls. He told all the girls the same story. I played football. I was a kicker, this, that, and that. All the girls came back with the same thing. He's doing too much. Katie even sat down and had a heart-to-heart with him and said, just be a little bit more you. Just be a little, stop leading with this part of you. Lead with this other part of you. You're trying to impress us just a little too much or whatever. That's somebody that's genuinely being themselves in the pod. That is sitting here just like I'm trying to see which one of y'all actually like me or whatever. This man took us to his house, which he lives in the basement of his mom's. He didn't go and get no Airbnb. He didn't do nothing fancy or nothing like that. Nick gave us Nick. And we can believe what we want to believe because, again, we project some of our feelings onto people. But he's this calculated that literally he sits off camera, says this conversation with somebody, and nobody really can sit here and tell him verbatim what he said in the conversation. Even if it's a year later, y'all cannot stand on 10 when y'all are asked, what did he say? Ramses didn't even say what he said. Ramses, you supposedly told Marissa what he said. You told him to confess. He said he's underwhelmed. He said it on the show. He was underwhelmed. So to sit here and be like, he's a liar and he did all of these things or whatever, still doesn't justify Hannah being how Hannah was to him. Because at the end of the day, Hannah sat on this platform and told us, I don't even understand why he allowed me. So you were intentionally being nasty to this man. You don't understand why he allowed me to do these nasty things to him. If anything was being calculated, is being calculated on holding his tongue on being nasty back. Am I be mad at a person for not doing it? Because now we faulted Alex for fighting and cussing this man out, which we didn't see on camera, right? But you know why we can all sit there and stand on that? Because she said it. She told us that she put her hands on him. So we got to believe what she say. That's why we can sit here and say, some of us, I'm not saying that he assaulted or whatever and stuff like that, but that's how we can sit here and strongly say she assaulted this man because she said it. Tim didn't even say it. She said she did that. She admitted that. You got 6, 7, 8 people on this panel trying to sit here and tell him to say something he says he didn't say. This is like the Central 5 or whatever and stuff like that. You got police sitting here trying to make them say what they didn't do. I didn't do it. So why is it hard to believe a person when they say they didn't do something? If I got to fight everybody in here and I'm going to stand on my thing, I didn't do it. So that I didn't do it. If Ashley want to tell us that she believed everything that the people done told her and stuff like that, then let her believe it. So we should be able to believe Nick when he said he didn't do it. Because none of these people actually provided any proof that he actually said these things. They transcribed what they believed him to say. They took, he's underwhelmed and said, oh, well, he'll land on a grenade for us. Did y'all run back the conversation and say, hey, like, I don't know who said it, who asked, what does grenade mean? What did the grenade mean to you when you said that? If he said grenade, why you say she a grenade? Why that? In comparison to who is she a grenade? All the ladies here? It could have been just the easiest, I don't like her personality. It's not had nothing to do with her looks. To Hannah, it was about her looks.
She never factored in it was about her personality. Nobody asked him, why were you underwhelmed? We just assumed that it was about her looks. You see how this assumption thing goes out? Nobody asked their actual questions to Nick. How did you actually feel about her overall? Was it her looks, her personality? What was it that turned you off about this girl? This woman sat here and told us, we want to believe what she says, but she sat here and told us that she has to initiate the sex and then went and told Ashley that his sex is trash. Why are you initiating trash sex? If he ain't initiated, I ain't initiated it. I'm going to let it be. It's trash. You got mad at this man for riding on the ducks and told us that the lady called you a bee, a jealous bee, which we never said. And then her story changed every time she told somebody the daggone story. Nick has not sat here and deferred from anything. He let Hannah tell his story. Hannah told us that he don't know how to balance a checkbook. Hannah told us that he don't know how to boil the water. He don't know how to take out the trash. He can't walk the dog. He can't tie his shoes. He can't do. Hannah told us she made him a man. The one thing that Hannah did was true, and that helped his thing be true, is make him a daggone star. That's what Hannah did. Because had she not brought him back, we would not be talking about Nick. Had she not run that man down the drain like he did, we would not be talking about Nick. So can we give a person a credit for not sitting here and being nasty to a person publicly? Regardless, we could be nasty in our head all day. We'd be nasty to people in our head all day. But he never was nasty, as far as we know, out loud about this lady. So can we not just give him his credit on that part? We're going to just try to find something. He has to be wrong for some reason. Just because he's on this show, he has to be wrong. He was wrong for sitting here choosing this lady and trying to stand by. What he was wrong for is letting her abuse him. That's what he was wrong for. He should have put his foot down there. He really should have said something there. That's what he's definitely wrong for. Sitting and trying to take abuse for I don't know what reason. Now, if he was trying to be a star on that part, well, he a fool for that. We can fault him on that. Okay, because that's not good either. You just sit in a relationship and allow somebody to just abuse you and you carry on or whatever. But she called it quits. And then she tried to double back. She tried to circle back. He didn't even let her back in. Why would you circle back on a man that called you a grenade? So again, we got to ask, when did you find out he called you a grenade? Because you're making it seem like he did it in the course of the show or whatever and stuff. But you're still sitting here trying to tell us that these women is all in your DMs trying to get flewn out after the fact by Nick. So you still bothered by this? Why are you still bothered by women in your DMs telling you about Nick trying to fly them out anywhere when he called you a grenade and you called it quits? That's all I'm trying to say. If he did the stuff, why is everybody still trying to say, Nick, but you're a good guy, but you did it. You were great in the pods, but you know you did it. It's always this you were, but when it comes to Nick, we're trying to sit here and villainize him for what reason? We got a whole bunch of other villains on this daggone show. Okay, we got a lot more villains. Hell, even Jared is a little bit more a villain than Nikki is right about now, okay? Because Jared lied in the minute he lied. But I'm just saying, just leave that man alone. He just barely made it out of his mama's basement. Let him breathe a little bit. Dang. Hopefully his place is cleaner than Alex.
They didn't even talk about his house. Can you believe that? That man got a whole house. They didn't even congratulate him on it. That's dirty.
Easton, go for it.
I'll be short, but Lorraine, I find it interesting that you called Nick calculated, but Hannah wasn't calculated when she moved to LA, got her an agent. When she quit her job before the show, she wasn't calculated then, but Nick's calculated. I just find it very interesting that you would do that on my brother Nick when he was just trying to write some goals down, trying to accomplish some things. And he's the one who's calculated. He's just trying to achieve greater. My boy was in his mama's basement and he's just trying to make a way. But He's calculated. So Lorraine, I find that interesting. But hey, we gonna let that go. I think that this argument and most of the reunion was summed up between the sisterhood versus the Mandem. Like you could see it from as soon as you saw Tim sassy self cross his legs and he was over here just like shaking his head. I knew it was gonna be the guys versus the girls the whole time through. And the issue with the Mandem is pillow talk. Ramses, Steven, they talked and they shared something that shouldn't have been shared. That was the issue with the Mandem. Although Captain America, Garrett, he was over here chirping even though it was the wrong people, he was holding it down. My boy was holding it down. Oh, I think it's him. I think it's just embarrassing and it's just a waste of time with the whole Tyler and Ashley situation. He was holding it down. The problem with the Mandem is that they were pillow talking, and when eventually the chicken's gonna come home to roost, and the issue with the sisterhood is that y'all will go on a crash dummy mission and not have all the facts. Marissa was just talking, not knowing nothing. Monica was just chirping in, knowing both of y'all got dudes that was telling y'all half truths. So the problem with the sisterhood is y'all will lean in and lock in on something that wasn't the truth. Hannah probably gassed these girls up like, yeah, girl, you know, Nick, he had this letter from yesterday talking about how he wanted to be famous, and that just made me feel bad. Meanwhile, they over here just jumping on my boy. But I found it interesting, Lorraine, that everybody was calculated, and maybe Hannah was just as calculated with how she shared that information with the sisterhood. But hey, I'll digress, and we'll go back into the next portion.
Thank you very much, Easton. Lorraine, you're free to come back, Lorraine. He's finished now. You know, I appreciate all you guys'
Lorraine
opinions.
said, F
Killing
them
me.
kids.
Yeah, I said to the news. She said not this week.
Love you, Lorraine.
We've already done this dance.
You're trying to catch me slipping. I have a whole channel on femininity, and you want me to call you out your name in these streets. Oh,
see,
wow.
Lorraine, see, he's trying to pull a hand on you. Don't let him do it. Be a Nick. Be a Nick.
He's making a sport out of triggering
Don't
me.
give in, baby.
know
Give him the
I
femininity.
Be like Esther. Be like Esther.
Don't let him pull you in. Don't let him pull you in, Lorraine.
The Holy
Gather
Spirit
him
is flowing
eloquently.
through me right now.
Say it off camera, Lorraine. No,
Say behind the scenes if you can't prove it.
I had to turn off the camera to compose, okay? Mama Esther is back. Because Delilah had entered the chat.
Oh.
No, listen, I am happy to be wrong. I am happy to be wrong. However, I am going to stand 10 toes down on my opinion, right? I don't like Hannah. I literally said that. I dislike her. I think she's not a nice person. I think she's horrible. But I found Nick to be performative in the pods, even before the reunion. I found him to be performative. I did not think he was genuine. Yes, he was leading with the whole flirting, this, that, and I just did not think that he was genuine. I don't think that we would love Nick if he was paired with somebody else. If he was paired with somebody who was sweet, nurturing, softly spoken, I don't think we would have this much love for him. Do I respect the fact that he was able to be respectful and hold composure? Absolutely. I think that's the humanly thing to do. I absolutely respect that. I don't think he deserved the way that Hannah spoke to him. However, whether he wrote that goal in 2009 or in 2000, he wrote the goal. He wanted to be famous. They all want to be famous, but he made the mistake of writing it down. They all want to be famous. That's why they're on there, right? But you can't tell me that I only came on this show for love. Da, 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 da. You can't cape him when he literally wrote it down. Yes, Hannah quit her job, and they all listen. I went on about Ashley and the fact that she did her little makeup tutorials. Every single one of them is there for fame. So all I'm saying is, why are we not able to compartmentalize? Hannah's a horrible person. I don't like her. She's mean. But I'm not trying to villainize him and say that he's a horrible person. I'm just trying to no one is perfect. The way that people are talking about Nikki D is that he can do no wrong. His ish don't stink. And that's the only thing that I don't agree with. I'm not trying to make him into a bad person. I'm just trying to show some similarities in some of the behaviors that he has that people are villainizing. That's all that I'm doing. He came on there for fame and he didn't leave in the pods. But no, he was about to leave, not because he broke up with Katie. Katie broke up with him. He said that. That's why they had that conversation where he was trying to find out why did you this, that, and the other. We don't know if he broke up with Marissa. He had to leave because he had no other connections. Why would he? That's what happens when you don't have any other connections. You had to leave. But Hannah, because she saw that Brittany, she was going to lose when it came between her and Brittany, she brought him back. So that's why he was able to stay. But if she didn't want him, he would have left. Not because he's high and mighty and he's doing the right thing, but that's the way that the show goes, right? And he said she was underwhelming when he saw her at the reveal. Those were his words. So we can't say we don't know what was it about Hannah that he found underwhelming, because he said that at the reveal he found her underwhelming, and that's his prerogative. It's his opinion. But you said it. Like, I don't understand why we're trying to cape him and make him into this angel that he can do no wrong. Look at all these good things that yes, I can appreciate all the goodness of Nick, but we can also talk about the things that are not so good. And the same way that I can talk about Hannah and say that I don't like her, why are we not able to compartmentalize and see both? It's not just black and white. There's a gray area. And I fear that because people don't like Hannah so much, they are blinded to some of Nick's weaknesses. That's all I'm saying. But I'm happy. We don't have to keep on going back and forth. I'm happy to say y'all won, but I'm gonna stand 10 toes. You're not gonna change my mind.
Appreciate it.
Here's my thing. I'm not trying to win or lose or whatever, stuff like that. My thing is because the comment was about what he said as far as the grenade. We know he didn't like her. He couldn't get it up for her. He wouldn't go down on her. He don't like her. Okay. It ain't much I gotta be said. If we want to say he was being intentional, he intentionally rolled those ducks when she said she ain't gonna do it and had a good time doing it. Okay. We already know what he can't do. She made a point to let us know where he was lacking to be in a marriage on a lot of things, regardless of if we want to believe that he can do those things or not. But that's not the point of the matter. It's the point of that they decided that they were going to come on this thing and they decided that they were going to try to villainize Nick. That's why we're actually having this conversation. It's not about if Nick is right or wrong or if he's capable of doing all of these things. It's that these ladies chose to come on this platform, join together and villainize Nick. We all seen Nick's wrongs. Sean made it a point to highlight every last one of Nick's wrongs on every single panel. Okay? Sean is not letting off of Nick's neck. His foot is stuck on Nick's neck. All right? It's not that point. The point is, what I'm actually saying is, why do we have to try to sit here and pick this one thing when Nick has so many other things? We don't have to worry about what he actually said about Hannah. He don't like the girl. And it's fine. They didn't choose each other. At the end of the day. The point is just that these women got on this platform and decided that they're going to go on a witch hunt and came up with nothing. Literally came up with nothing. So why are we trying to create something that didn't exist for them? That's the thing. They didn't choose each other at the end of the day. We could have watched them go all the way down to the end if she decided not to call it off before the dress shopping, and he might have just said, I don't want to do it. And then we could have sat there and been talking all kind of ish to Nick. What this, or we could have sat there and been like, "You right, you shouldn't have did this," or whatever. But she didn't give him that option either. I'm gonna say it again. His biggest flaw is literally letting her dog walk him on a daily basis. Like, what kind of man are you? That's you. We could look at it like that. And I'm not trying to change your stance on it or whatnot, because he probably did say he could have said all kind of horrible things about her off camera, but we don't have no proof. That's my actual point, is we don't have the actual proof. There's no actual concrete evidence, and none of these people could stand on 10 as strong as you are, Lorraine. They need you up there. They needed you up there to help them out, because Marissa was failing miserably. She outed her own goddamn self. She stood on 10 outing herself, trying to help Hannah. You have a better shot, because I actually believe your version than I believe Marissa's version, okay? And you have no idea who these people is. So that's really all I'm really saying. It's not about being right or wrong, Lorraine. You know, you're fair to have your view on it. He probably did say something. I'm not going to deny it. He said he was underwhelmed when he first did see her. That's what he confessed to us. He did say it. He stood 10 on that part. He said, that's what I said. I mean, it did have to be drug out of it, but at the end of the day, sometimes people are not trying to just be intentionally nasty to a person that they know have an insecurity, regardless of how they actually treated him. And that's one thing I'm going to say on Nick is I'm not going to make him a saint, but sometimes that lesson right there is that despite how people treat you, you do not have to stoop as low as they do sometimes. Sometimes you can actually be the bigger person and say, you know what, I'm just going to want better for myself. And that's what I wanted Tim to do. You lead with, sometimes you got to teach people how you want to be treated. And that how you do that is by leading, by teaching, showing them how you want to be treated, by leading in that regards of saying, I'm not going to stoop down to your level. I'm not going to be as nasty as you. I don't have to go that far with you. You're not actually worth it to me. And that's what Nick told Hannah. You're not actually worth me going that low with you. I'm going to pray for you, sis. I hope you get the help that you need. In so many words. So hopefully she get the help that she needs. And hopefully, he learned how to boil some damn water at this point. You know what I'm saying? So we'll get to it.
He said he did. He said he did on the morning show.
Did he know where to put the pasta? In the refrigerator?
Yeah. You know how much water in the pot. You know how much pasta. And the host said, hey, y'all, Nick ready to make dinner for y'all.
What about them baseboards?
Kojo, I got one last point before you move on. Okay, so Lorraine, I actually happen to agree with you as far as Nick is concerned. Because I do think we can compartmentalize this. I stand behind the fact that Hannah is an emotional abuser, and I do think that they were intentionally trying to throw him under the bus. And I think Love Is Blind led them to take the heat off of Tyler and Ashley. I stand behind that. We're going to get to her in a second. But as far as Nick is concerned, yes, you're right. Especially in the pods, I do feel like he was trying to pretend to be something that he's not. And the women could sense it. They didn't even see this man, and they can just sense that something is off about him. And I know you said that you have a femininity channel. I don't know if you ever do like reviews or whatever, but it would be cool to do a review on like the power of femininity, like Katie versus Hannah. Because they said the exact same thing, but two entirely different ways. And you could tell Nick was listening to what Katie was saying. And I think if Hannah's drunk behind hadn't tried to confront him about Katie, he probably would have processed that a little bit longer and maybe done something with that. I don't think that he would have. I don't think that he was a lost cause in the pods. What he needed was what Zach got with Bliss. He needed a Bliss because Zach did the same thing. If you guys remember, when he first came to the pods, he was, joking about he was a stripper and all that other stuff. And then eventually he ran into Bliss. He's like, you know what? Let me just keep it a stack with you and just be vulnerable. And I think that if Nick had a Bliss, somebody who he felt safe with, we probably could have got that. Because again, and I'm going to keep saying this, we only know Nick through Hannah's eyes. All this talk about him being incompetent and all that stuff is because that is what Hannah is saying. And we already know her to be a liar. I don't even want to belabor that point. We're gonna move on from that. But as far as the reunion is concerned, at the risk of activating Easton, I do think there's a conspiracy against the menfolk. I do. I do. I think they were way too soft on her. I do notice a pattern with this as far as the women are concerned. Not to say that they won't acknowledge it, but I do think that they can be a little soft and they don't go nearly as hard on her as they could. That whole thing with Zaynab and Cole and the cuties orange, they had that footage and they sat on it and didn't do anything with it until after the reunion already aired, which is crazy to me. Like, why would you do that? I'm not okay with that. I'm not okay with the fact that they really let her do that. They could have had the same amount of drama with Hannah just by letting Vanessa hold her feet to the fire. Because Vanessa's good for that. She's good for dragging people. She just don't drag the right people. And I don't understand why they couldn't just stay on Hannah's neck, because that girl would be spazzing out right now if somebody held her neck to the fire. Held her feet to the fire, put they feet on her neck, and like say, hey, why did you do this to this man? Why are you being so cruel? But they didn't want to do that. And I'm sorry, I'm not okay with that. So yeah.
Listen, I hear it. Y'all on point. All right, let's shift it because we got to do Marissa and obviously Ramses and well, damn, people are loading up. Marissa and Ramses. Marissa and Ramses, and obviously, I kind of missed the point because we actually didn't talk about Hannah and Kate actually, but we can fit that in after. Marissa Ramses, the mother. Okay. So I want to get you guys' thoughts because I don't even know what would my question be in this situation. Here's my question: was Marissa's mother? Was Marissa's mother having a come to Jesus moment when she saw her daughter, remonstrating and outing herself about, giving up the pums to a man that she said she ain't trying to go back to. You know what I'm saying to you? Because the mother that she was having a come to Jesus moment. I promise y'all. So I want to get you guys' thoughts. What's your thoughts with this situation? People are ready. Yes, go for it, Easton.
She saw a younger version of herself in Marissa at that moment. She thought that she raised this daughter that was going to be a lawyer, that's killing it. And she, at that moment, noticed, no, we come from the same tree. We come from the same ground. This is my daughter. Because to me, I feel vindicated. I'm just going to let y'all know now. This is my victory lap because I told y'all last week before the reunion show that Marissa was the problem. It was, no, we got to dismantle the patriarchy, and Ramses was acting and he was woke fishing and this and that and this and that. Oh no, we on the victory lap today because y'all had to let Marissa. I've seen women like Marissa. Y'all had to let them hang themselves, and Marissa hung herself in that entire reunion. The problem with and then even let's just continue to extrapolate that. She had the audacity to pop out with her significant other this Halloween. But a couple weeks ago, you over here outing yourself for hooking up with Ramses sometime throughout this past year. I just find it really interesting that with Marissa, we don't put a lion's share of the blame. Yes, Ramses had a lot of issues. Yes, but a man like Ramses probably saw that there's some trends and there's some inconsistencies. Marissa's mama at the end of the day saw that, yes, you are me and I am you. And the only thing is you have a little bit better paint and a newer paint on it because you don't have kids and you have a law degree. But other than that, we are one and the same. And I just feel vindicated right now. We'll get to more of the questions about Marissa, but man, she is, I don't want to say that she is a head case, but I don't understand why she was caping for this, for Hannah, for this white woman. She was caping so hard. She was caping like she was Johnny Cochran. Why are you defending this woman with no evidence? 100 lashings for the sisterhood. Then she over here going out Ramses. Ramses was really trying to be nice, but he, got thrown under the bus. So we gonna talk about all that stuff a little bit later. But at the end of the day, I just feel like this is my victory lap. Once Kojo gets some more intricate questions about Marissa, but yes, Marissa's mom, when she announced that she still had relations with Ramses, saw that, yes, I was dumb then, and she is dumb now.
When they get Easton, they're gonna get Easton. Go for it, Jay. They're gonna gather you up.
I know.
There's nothing I can do to stop it. They're gonna gather him up.
I know Marissa mama wanted a throat chop. She wanted to take that throat chop she wanted to give Ramses and send it right over to Marissa. Katie had to hold her down. She said, half up and piece of your butt back together. You just gonna sit here and ruin all my hard work. And you know what? I felt that mama too. I felt that mama because this is like, you know, when you watch your girlfriend keep going back, you done fought the people for the girlfriend and she keep going right back to him. She keep going messing with him. This is what it was. She was like, Heifer, I'm sending you to law school, and this is the best defense you're gonna get is out yourself. And listen, Easter, you wasn't alone saying that she was a problem because I told you the girl was sitting there not asking no real questions in the pod, not listening to the things that he was saying. She's willing to stay in a relationship for 5 to 7 years, unhappy. And it sounds like in the beginning of it too, like it's not even like we've been 20 or 50 years in, and we might have this little spot right here where we be unhappy, but she willing just sacrifice it all right now. She's sliding off the couch still at the reunion and stuff. Hannah ain't even picked her up. But my whole thing is you had a lot of words for Nick, but you couldn't even get through any of them without tears falling down your face for Ramses. Not one word was said without a tear. Just give me a second. But you got all this vitriol for Nick. And the fun fact is she was actually talking to Ramses when she was saying stuff to Nick. Some of her things was for Ramses. She was hoping that he indirectly hear it. But Ramses don't care. He told you no 6 months ago, girl. At 6 months after, y'all was still messing around. So, ma'am, like, I know that mama was on like, y'all hold me all the way back because I'm about to take her to the back right now and give her some 10 lashings. The heck is happening? Just embarrassing. I know you have to be embarrassed. Come on, ma'am. This is what I raised. She was like, this the child I raised? Seriously? I'm spending all my daggone money to put you through. Like poor mama. I mean, she just gave that heartfelt thing she tried to make Ramses feel bad too. She just tried to make Ramses feel bad. I had to sit there. You weren't there while I had to piece my girl back together and put all the parts. Well, of course he ain't there, child. That's not his place. You her mama. She was mad that she had to have a polite conversation with him, that she almost told him just go ahead and take her back, just to find out he was taking her back. You know what? We gave mama a hard time for calling her a B, but maybe she was on to something.
He was taking her back out.
Right. She should have added a stupid B before that. Let me stop. I ain't gonna be serious at this point right now. I really can't, because this was just crazy to me. I was just like, this is just really crazy. I felt bad. I actually felt bad for the mama. I didn't even feel bad for Marissa or Ramsey anymore. I felt bad for the mama because it's just like, child, have I not taught you anything? Have you not learned from all of my mistakes? Have you not learned any daggone thing? And like you said, Issa, she just was having a come to Jesus moment because she said, damn, this is me all over again. It'd be like that. Go ahead.
So yeah, if y'all remember, I was being vilified along with Easton for saying Marissa was just too much. She was too much for me. And she's still too much. And all the good edit has been washed away. all the great edit, all the boohoo crying. When I said I didn't shed a tear for her crying on that floor in the living room, y'all were on my neck. Hey, who crying now? Because mama looked like she gonna be crying and yelling in the car ride home. I just hope Marissa has a ride, because she would have to hear that from her mama the whole car ride home. But I said, Marissa, the up and down for me when someone's personality is like Marissa, so hype, there has to be a down. And my thing is, when the downward spiral hit, how far down are we going? And we see the downward is you're going to go down with your friend and you're going to attack her man for her, even though she's been fighting the battle herself. And then you're going to out our business. See, that's my thing. You can yap with your friend, but don't be outing our business in the middle of all this. Now your mama mad at me. Now I thought we were done with everything. Now I gotta run out of this green room real quick because your mama gonna be hot on my heels too. But Marissa is, for me, not compartmentalizing everything properly. You should have heat for the man who actually hurt you rather than hearsay with your friend. So yeah, she is a clear example of the edit can be washed away with one episode at the reunion, because Marissa out here fighting too on Instagram, got a new beau. Yeah, but you was on Ramsey's not 6 months ago, according to you. The reunion was only taped last month. You got, all this, other stuff going on with your life. Your life is just so happy and so grand. You throwing out a whole lot of glitter so we don't see the foolishness that's behind it. I'm sorry, we see it. We see it. And now you rolling back saying, Hannah isn't my best friend. We aren't best friends. And I apologize to Nick. Now I can't trust your word. Because if you're supposed to be my friend and you rolling back real quick once a camera in your face, and because you got a bad edit at the reunion, now I can't trust anything you say. You just scrambling right now. So again, I didn't know all it was with Marissa. For me, it was just her energy. Once it go up, it got to come down. And now we seeing the crash landing. And Mama see it too. I am so glad Mama was front and center to be a witness. Because now she clearly sees, I put you back together for you to go back with that one? Okay, we're going to have words on the way home.
Put you back together to get broke off again.
Get your back broke off. And you ain't even get him.
I just feel so embarrassed for Dolly. I know you got to go next. Real quick, I just feel embarrassed for the new boyfriend, because you posted me, and a couple of weeks ago you talked about how you was over here with Ramses some months ago or so. So I again, Marissa, stay clear from her. Continue with the victory lap.
You know what? I'm gonna give you guys your victory lap. Y'all deserve it. You do. I have an unpopular opinion about Ramses. I'll wait till Kojo gets to that question. But as far as this question, I think Marissa's mom was in mourning because she realized that she raised a bird. She raised a bird. Like, my God, today. This lady, she gave all of her cool points that she accrued over a season, gave it to Hannah, of all people. You don't give it to anybody. Hannah don't need no help. Hannah was the base for her cheerleader squad. She's the one supporting people. She's not the high flyer. She don't need no help. You don't give it to her. She does. And Hannah wasn't helping her at all either. That's the messed up part. Hannah was mum's the word when it came to her. Nobody was helping her. Yeah, I do think that as far as Marissa's mom is concerned, oh, God. You know what's funny to me is that she was making comments to Katie talking about how Hannah wasn't a good friend to her. Like, she'd been talking about Hannah back for a year. It sounds like loyalty is a big deal to her. And yet you have raised a woman who spreads her loyalty willy-nilly. And I think that's probably what really got her. It's like, You, not only are you a bird, you a disloyal bird. That's a bad day right there.
Because why would
That's
you
all I
go
got
back
to say on
to
that.
right? So why would you go back to a man disrespecting you, like you said, who not respecting your boundaries, who not, it's like all this how can I say, thesis paper on Ramses and how much of a terrible man he was. It's like, girl, you running back to him?
Yeah.
But if bird is the word, bird is the word. If bird is the word, how's she disloyal? Because she's loyal to bird behavior. That's bird behavior, right? Running back to the man and doing these type of things. So she's not disloyal. She's loyal to the bird behavior. So y'all want people to be loyal to you. You got to figure out what they're loyal to. Okay. That's the thing. She's loyal to being that. The D. She's loyal to the D. Okay. Let me not interrupt Lorraine though. She hasn't gone.
I have a lot of smoke for Marissa's mum. I do. Yeah. As a mum myself, I just did not appreciate the fact that she went back to Ramses begging on behalf of Marissa because, yes, she's heartbroken. You hold her down. You are there for her. You pick up the that is your job as a mom. He's not supposed to be there. You're supposed to do that. Number one. Number two, you're supposed to be pouring into her, telling her how amazing she is, how she doesn't need him, how all these qualities that she has. You're trying to be her friend by going back to this man to say, oh, can you take him back? They have a tumultuous relationship and it was very, very evident. And I think because of that, because of their not so great relationship, sometimes she tries to be Marissa's friend so that there's to keep the peace. And I think she did that with Ramses. She saw there was something about him she didn't like. Aside from the whole physical jokes that she was making, the reason why she was going hard, there was something about him she did not like. However, at now the wedding dresses, she was, oh yeah, he's great, he's doing this. And I feel like she was doing that for Marissa, not because she genuinely believed that he was the right person for her, which is why she said, I'm happy that you broke it off. Because she knew that they weren't good for each other. And she knew that Marissa would not have been the one to do it. If you love, which you do, you love your daughter so much, you know what's best for her. Obviously, she's a grown-up and she's gonna make her own decisions and do what's right for her. But you say your own two-piece and like you know what's on your heart, because from a place of love. The truth hurts. And saying that he's not the right person for you is going to hurt, even in the moment that he has broken you. And I just did not like the fact that she's done that. And now she's trying to put it onto Ramses as to, oh, you did this and you weren't there. We're going to get onto Ramses, but he made the best decision for him. And after you break up with somebody, you don't put them back together. You're the one that broke them. That's not how it works. It's for that person to do. It's for the people around them to do. I don't know why she was surprised that Marissa was saying that she went back. I don't know why she was surprised, because you know your daughter. And the reason why you know your daughter is because she probably has similarities to you. I think she was upset that she said it on national television. I think she already knew, because she knows who her daughter is and she knows her character. And because she knew what her heart was like, she was heartbroken. She knew she was going to go back. You're just upset that she's showing her behind to the world. That's it. I don't think she was surprised, or that's the first time she's heard, or she hadn't had her own suspicions. She was well aware. But I think as a mum, sometimes you have to make a decision to be a mum. There's a time where you want to be a friend. I get it. But your job is not for your child to like you. You want to mold your child to have self-value, to have self-worth, so they don't end up in these same places. If you see that you have patterns in yourself and you don't want that to flip over to your child, then you have to be intentional with the work that you're doing with your parenting style, and also being a good role model. You going and begging Ramses is not going to break the generational pattern of her keep on doing the same thing that you did. So we're all joking about, but I just think that's a terrible representation of motherhood.
All right, I'm hearing it. All right, I'm hearing it. Everyone's spoken. Okay, so obviously Ramses is also in this situation. So we talked about the mom, but Ramses also was part of the situation. He was as mute as a bird. I mean, he barely spoke. The only time he spoke was to say a little sorry, a little jingle bell sorry, and then he said he then dogpiled Nick. So I want to know your thoughts on Ramses on this particular situation. Why was he so silent? Why was he so silent yet so loud on Nick? Why was he so silent yet so loud on Nick? Letting the man them down. Yes, Easton.
He for sure let the man them down. The problem with Ramses, or what I think about Ramses in this situation, is again, he had one goal. His progressive image has been tarnished. To me, Ramses might have been somebody who was kind of woke fishing, coming across very progressive, and ultimately still kind of being stuck in more traditional ways. But hey, neither here nor there. The problem is his image has been crushed because of this, and so he's constant for weeks and weeks and weeks, especially after their first conversation, the conversation about the contraceptives. He's been getting berated online. So he had one agenda: let everybody know that Marissa and I already had an agreement on what we were going to do in terms of us being intimate, and I was not forcing contraceptives, or I wasn't just trying to hit it raw. That was his goal. He was just hoping, hey, nothing else gets out of the Pandora's box or nothing like that. Meanwhile, Marissa had to open up Pandora's box and let everybody know that they were still intimate weeks and months after they broke up. And she even, I don't understand what goes through Marissa's head. Like, it's got to be a bird brain, because she's been going on interview after interview after interview talking about how she went back, try to get back with like Ramses 3 or 4 times, essentially in the mix of your breakup. You got to hold that to the grave, girl. You can't let them know about that. You got to hold that to the grave, because she comes across now as severely desperate. And again, I know we're talking about Ramses. I honestly don't think there was anything Ramses could have done to make himself seem better. Even if he didn't have the whole contraceptive situation, people would have flipped on him as soon as he made Marissa cry with that breakup. And since we know about the contract structure and how you might have to continue on, even though you don't want to continue on, and Ramses' reasons, wherever it may be, there was no hope for Ramses of having a good edit in this case. And so, in my opinion, Ramses did the best thing he could. It just unfortunately happened to be where Marissa ended up telling up all their business. But Ramses is going to be a villain. The problem is now that Marissa is seen worse than Ramses, but I don't think that there's anything Ramses could have done to do anything good. He just found out that Marissa was not the right person. I had a lot of issues a little bit too late in the game, and maybe waited a little bit too late, but hey, that's semantics. That's my point.
Okay. And your thoughts on this? Ramses was so silent yet so loud on Nick. Talk to me. Yes, Lorraine.
Yeah, I'll go. I think that Ramses did the best thing that you could do in that situation. I'm sure he probably has PR and management now, because that's what I would have told someone to do. You go there with your tail in between your legs and you show remorse, you apologize, you have accountability. Hannah and Stephen should have taken a leaf out of his book, because Stephen was now trying to gaslight people and all this stuff. And Hannah is, 10 toes down. He was like, I was wrong, and this is why I was wrong. And I'm only going to speak on, when I'm spoken. That's what you do in a situation when you see that, one, you are genuinely wrong, and two, that you are getting a bad reception from people. right? So that's why Marissa couldn't go in on him, because how are you gonna keep on arguing with a man who's saying, I definitely should have told you sooner. My mistake was this, and he's appears to be remorseful. He appears to be taking the accountability. She had to take her anger out on Nick, because Ramses was like, not today. not me. Today I'm going to be on script. He knew, and he was not budging for anyone. Even when she tried to entice him with the little jabs that she would say, indirect and all this other stuff, he was like, no. So he's a villain because of the thing. I still agree. I still stand on what I said about him before. I still do, but we're not talking about that. I'm going to give him his props about how he handled the situation. He did amazing. Because as people, we're supposed to be growing and glowing, right? People make mistakes. Whether or not he means it I don't know. But at least he's trying to hold himself accountable and be apologetic. Whether he's doing it so people like him or whether he genuinely means it, that's what you're supposed to do.
Yes, Alia, go for it.
So, just to echo what everybody said here, I think that he was solely there as part of a PR campaign to rehabilitate his image. He's a nonprofit program manager, by the way. So I would imagine that that's also part of it. It's like you do represent the nonprofit business that you work for. So we do actually need you to clear this up, because it's gonna make our thing look bad. So I'm sure that's probably part of it. Do I think it's legitimate or genuine, I should say? No. Part of that is because of what Marissa said, which is that they were still sleeping with each other at least months after they officially broke up. I don't respect people who do that. If you've told me you do not want to marry me, you don't want to be with me, we are incompatible, I still want to be with you. You see, I'm clearly desperate enough to give you some snatch. If you see that and you're willing to accept it, knowing you don't want more than that, that makes you a despicable person. Now, does that mean that the other person who's giving themselves to them is less wrong somehow? No, but I'm gonna go ahead and say that I don't respect you for saying yes to it. I don't. You can always say no. And Ramses is cute enough. Okay, Elsa, whatever. But he's cute enough. He can find somebody else. I don't respect that. I don't. Also, I don't respect the fact that even now, we still don't know the reason why he broke up with this lady. He can sit up here all day and say it's energy. I think it's more than that. I'm gonna hold off on it until we can get to that question. But I think you were right, Kojo, as far as your analysis of that original fight. But I think you were right for not the reason that you named. Because I went back and I watched that whole clip. He if you go back and watch that clip in the very beginning, when they were on the balcony, what they were originally talking about was the fact that she moved up the timeline for kids. She wanted them almost immediately, when originally in the pods, she said 3 to 5 years, something around there, right? And then initially in the pod, she was talking about how she was really ambivalent about the military. She wanted a man who was more in touch with their feminine side, down with the cishead men and all that crap, right? That was her in the pods. And now all this stuff is changing. And I think that's what scared him. I think that's the thing that really freaked him out. Not so much the physical touch. Yeah, that's part of it. But I think the reason why the physical touch bothered him is because all this other stuff was changing too. Like, you are now a different person than who you described yourself to me in the pods. The version I'm getting right now is not the version that I would have proposed to. I think that's what freaked him out. But he didn't say that. I don't know why he's not like directly saying that, but he didn't. And for that reason, no, I don't think this whole tail tucked between their legs, I'm so sorry, please forgive me, I don't believe that version of Ramses. I don't believe that, because I don't think he really means that. I don't think he's being sincere in that. which is why I don't think people are really going to give him too much of a break. Same way they won't for Steven. So, yeah.
So you're telling me, Dahlia, that if you are offering me dessert, I got to refuse it? I can't accept it unless you offer it. First of all, I cannot accept
dessert all the time.
But I cannot accept it unless you offer it. I don't even know it's available unless you offer it.
And I said I got heat from people who do that too. I'm just saying, just because I offer to you, that does not mean you got to say yes. You know I want more than that.
But I told you I don't want to marry you. You are not going to be my wife.
Yeah.
And you still want to feed me. I'ma eat. You know this ain't going nowhere.
No, and go somewhere else.
But this man, see, this is the thing. You want honesty from the man, and now you're going to vilify him for being honest. He said, I'm not going to marry you. Why would you open yourself up to him? Why would you let him partake?
Why can't it be a both and situation? Why can't they both be basura?
It can be both, but again, she is offering. He cannot accept what is not offered.
Get him, Sid.
He's a mute. I got her.
I'm
go ahead, Jay.
I'm not Marissa. I'm not Marissa, and Elsie don't need my help. But first of all, Dahlia, that's projecting. That's projecting, because you know what you don't respect is yourself for coming back. That's actually what you don't respect is yourself for coming back. You can't tell that person, I don't respect you for me offering you and you taking. Like Elsie said, no, you can't. You can't sit there and tell a person, I'm gonna put candy on the table and I don't respect you for taking the candy that I put on the table and left out there for everybody to take. You can't tell the person that. You know what I'm saying? You gotta tell yourself, why am I going back to get taken? Why am I actually doing that?
That's what I'm saying.
No.
We're talking about Ramses right now, not Marissa.
This is how this dark arts work. This is how this dark arts work, because he told her, I'm not gonna marry you and I'm not gonna date you. He told her both things, because she asked, can we date? Can we still date? He told her no to both things. And she said, okay, well, I'm going to take the best thing. You know why she took that thing? Because she's trying to now manipulate him.
Yes, she is.
So therefore, the respect is no longer, the respect politics is no longer on him, because now she's trying to manipulate him with the cooch. You cannot sit here. This man literally told you what he is not going to do, and he's staying 10 toes down on that. And now you're sliding down the couch mad at him. No, you should be mad at yourself, because you the one who didn't want to believe what he said when he told you his truth. His truth is, I'm not going to marry you. I'm not going to date you. He never said, I'm not going to sex you. He said, I'm not going to marry you. I'm not going to date you. She took it upon herself to say, okay, the next best thing is I can still be with you one way or another, and that's sexually. And then she tried to sit here and say, hey, do you think we can try it again? And he still said no. So there's nothing that you can respect, because he stood 10 toes down on his decision of, I'm not going to marry you. I'm not going to date you. He never took sex off the table. That's on her. That's the beauty part about that type of dark arts and stuff like that. And I'm sorry that it has to be dark arts, but that's the beautiful thing. He told her the truth, and she made her decision based off of that truth. Her decision was, I'm going to still sleep with you, because at the end of the day, I can get something from you. And when she realized I'm getting more than I want, and she lied to herself saying that we could still make this work. And he said, no, we can't. We just having sex. We're just having fun. This is the reason why he stood. Yeah, this is the reason why he stood on mute on that thing, because he didn't want the world to know he was having fun, because he probably had somebody else in the background that wasn't supposed to know he was having fun with her still. I'm not going to sit here and say too much.
Probably.
I'm not going to say, I'm not the biggest Ramses fan, only for the fact that, because I feel like he should have gave her a real reason on why he don't want to talk to her no more. But guess what? I'm not going to give you much when you're giving me everything. You're giving me everything without any type of work. I don't have to put any work in, and you're giving it to me voluntarily for free. He didn't sit there and say, girl, come back and let me get some, and none of this stuff like this. She volunteered to run her behind back over there, despite her mama putting her all together back again. She wants to be Humpty Dumpty and fall off the wall one more goddamn time for this man's peen. That's a decision on you. You cannot sit here and say, I don't respect you for me coming back to you and wanting some. That's wild.
Jay, I don't disagree with you. I agree with you on your assessment of Marissa. I don't disagree with you. What I'm saying though is that also means he is dishonorable. And he's also stupid because that lady, she ain't all the way there.
He's not stealing her cookies.
That's how people end up on Snap.
Dishonorable.
Okay? That's how people end up on Snapped. Why are you messing with this lady? She's not that's not the one you mess with, not her. Because she the type to slash your tires and do all this crazy stuff. You keep messing around with her and she's liable to put her hands on you. And you're not gonna know it. Allegedly.
That part is true. That's part is true. That's what you learn when you go down these roads. And he learned she can't keep her mouth closed, and now I'm about to get in trouble with the other one at home. I ain't gonna do it no more. That's why he told her no to running back again. He cut it off. He the one who actually cut it off. She would have kept giving him the cookies all the way up until that reunion. She would have been telling us, I just slept with him last night. If he didn't cut it off. That is at some point, we can't take that accountability off of Marissa. This is her problem. That is her problem. She has to stand on that you need to set boundaries for yourself. You cannot sit here and expect somebody to set boundaries for you. He said his boundaries is, I'm not going to marry you. I'm not going to date you. That's his boundaries. He left everything else open for her to make her decision on, well, if you're not going to marry me and not going to date me, I'm not going to sex you. That's where she should stand on 10 toes down.
I'm not asking
He's not honorable for that.
I'm asking him to set boundaries for himself. For himself, you are dishonorable. You are dishonoring yourself. Why are you messing around with this girl who wants more from you? You know she wants more from you.
Wait. How is he dishonorable when he honorably told her, I'm not going to marry you. I'm not going to be your boyfriend. You want to lay with me? That's fine. We ain't going nowhere. You're going to get up, get your clothes on, and leave. How is he dishonorable when he is telling her the bold-faced truth? This is not going anywhere but these four walls.
Because he's taking advantage of the fact that he knows that she's using him to get more. She's like what Jay just said. She's trying to manipulate the situation to turn their relations into.
So you gonna make the manipulator the victim?
They're trying to manipulate each other. Basically,
He's
that's what's happening.
He's trying to manipulate. He's not trying to manipulate nothing.
He didn't call her.
Yeah,
we're not gonna do that today.
He did not
put that on Memphis.
He did not send for her. She picked up the phone. She called him and set it up. So I'm sorry.
And again, he can no. What is he gonna say at that point?
What do you mean he can say no? He done said no. He said no to marriage. He said no to a relationship.
But not no to her body.
But she freely gave it. He did not take from her. That's what I'm trying to get.
I didn't say he took it from her. I'm not saying that. I'm saying he's taking advantage of the situation. She's offering it, and he's saying, okay, let's do it. Knowing that when she says, I'm offering my body, she's really trying to give him the whole package.
And he stopped it. He stopped it. At some point, he said, no more.
Are we sure?
No, he stopped it when he realized that she wanted to give him more. But before then, she might have made it. We don't even know. She might have made it an agreement of let's just sex then. Let's just have a physical relationship with her intentions on having more.
He know that's not what she wants.
He don't go off of whatever she tells him. He don't go whatever she tells him. Dale, you can't sit here. You cannot try to make him the bad guy in there.
That's willful ignorance now.
Okay, but that's what she was doing. Willfulness, ignorance, trying to say, okay, I'm gonna get the D and get them some more. Like, no. If this is the whole thing that the whole old tradition used to say, why is a man gonna buy the cow if you're giving the milk for free?
And the cow out here, he rowing outside. You know that. Why would you go back with that man?
She was hoping she'd get pregnant. Let me go down that daggone road and trap the man. Okay, at this point, she's trying to trap the man.
She could baby trap him. There's so much stuff she could do to that man once he gets her access.
But
it's just like this. They're both.
There's so much stuff she can do, but you're trying to make it seem like he's doing all the stuff, though. Dahlia, she's doing the stuff.
We're not gonna make him.
I'm not saying. I'm literally not saying that. I'm not saying that. I'm saying both of them are being terrible right now. I already told you I agree with you about Marissa. I don't know how many ways I can say that.
But we don't agree
I'm
on
just
the
saying I'm giving
Ramses.
heat to Ramses too.
Yeah,
That's all.
we disagree with
He's not
Ramses.
some
I'm
victim here.
sorry.
He's saying yes to her.
He's saying yes to what is offered. Hey, Dahlia, I'd say yes too.
He's a grown ass man who can say no.
Dahlia?
It's $1 million on the
Black
table.
man.
All you got to do is go grab it. You gonna say
And
no?
He's attractive enough. He can find somebody else.
You gonna
Please.
say
He
no?
probably got a rotation.
You broke, and you struggling and hungry. It's $1 million on the table. All you got to do is reach
He's
and grab
not
it.
struggling. That man is not struggling.
Go get that $1 million.
He pulled Marissa with them 2 braids. He is not struggling.
You know,
in what universe is Ramsey struggling? Come on now.
We don't know
Just
that.
let
Everybody
Lorraine
don't
go.
want Ramses.
I mean, listen, I actually see both you lot's points. I can't even lie to you. Because individually, everyone has to be accountable for themselves, right? Marissa has to be accountable for herself. Ramsey has to be accountable for himself, right? So, regardless of what they were both wanting, this was consensual. They both wanted to have sex, whatever their reasons was. But I also understand what you're saying, Dahlia, in the sense of, well, if it comes to Ramses and he's looking at it from his perspective, he can accept the coochie freely if he wants to. But he also will be responsible, because if anything goes awry after he now knows that she wants him more than the sex, he will be held accountable. So even though she might be manipulating him, wanting to get more from him, whatever, the fact that you now know someone likes you and they want more than you, right? And they want more from you than just the sex, then that will make you, from your perspective, it'll make you accountable. Now you can freely do it. You can freely do it. You just can't also remove the villain label from yourself. That's actually the real truth. That's dark arts. So it's about different perspectives. You guys were saying saying the same thing in the sense of, but you were saying from different perspectives. In essence, the world is dark, and in essence, Elsa and Jay, what they're saying, I'm agreeing with them because that's my position. You know what I'm saying? But the reality of the situation is, what you're saying also is very true, which is that there is going to be some level of accountability, even if I know you're offering it and I can take it, absolutely. But when something goes awry and she's acting out, moving mad, and this is actually funny because this is Jamaica. So this is you know what I'm saying to you? Like this you become accountable. So even though you can, that's where you're saying, darling, that there's going to be some accountability. So it's not to say, again, I'm agreeing with both of you. I think Marissa has lessons to learn. She has to learn that lesson. So for her actions onto him can't be attributed to him. What can be attributed to him is his actions to her. Meaning, once you now know she's given up the coochie, but she wants more than you, you're going to have to be accountable. If she now traps you, if she now says that she's now fallen in love with you and she's madly in love with you, he's going to have to take that on board. So that's the case. But as a general overview, I see what you're saying as well. At the same time, hey, you going to offer it? Shoot. I'm going to take it. You know what I'm saying to you? So, but you will be accountable in that respect. Lorraine, we haven't heard from you. You know, you've been sitting there quietly looking demure while we've been going at it, Slogan Fest. What are you thinking is happening? What's your thoughts?
No, Dahlia, I agree with you on a logical standpoint that you know that you're gonna hurt this person more by doing this, right? Because ultimately you don't want to be with them, and they are doing this as a way of trying to be with you. It's all gonna end in tears. So logically, it makes sense. But what happens is men don't think logically when it comes to the do, you know? They think logically in most things, but not when it comes to that. You know, in their mind, they can compartmentalize everything. This is just this, and you know, it will be what will be. There's so many circumstances where men sometimes aren't even attracted to the people that they're sleeping with, and they're just doing it because it's just an act, you know, for them. So I feel like as women, understanding that our power lies in that. Once you give up that power, you are leaving yourself vulnerable to anything, because you've lost all bargaining power, right? If he had come to her saying that, then if she had said, "Oh, you came to me and you were trying to," that's a whole different thing. But you willingly went to him and you were doing this, right? So yes, he should not have accepted it, but many men do it. He's not the first. And right now, as we speak, I'm sure there's a man doing it right now, and he won't be the last, because that's just how men are. And it's up to us as women to have discernment, to have self-control and self-respect at the end of the day. At the end of the day, if just have self-respect for yourself. So I think that's what it is. She lacked respect for herself.
Can I say this? It's funny because Katie said something in the chat, and we don't have this argument when it comes to women getting things from men. We don't necessarily have this argument when they getting things from men that they know they don't like, they don't want no more and stuff. Like Katie said, if he paying the rent, you know what I'm saying? He paying the rent. Well, thank you, sir. Pay this rent. Then, you know, we don't say that
Nothing.
that she's wrong. I don't respect her for getting her rent paid and all this stuff like that. We just be like, girl, get your money, sis. Get your money. But because the man getting what he wants, now it's a problem. He's not respectable. He's not honorable and all this stuff like that. Like, what? Come on now. Now listen, I ain't gonna say he's not respectable because I want my rent paid. So Mr. Charles.
I find that interesting.
Hey, he trying to have fun and not have his body count go up. So hey.
Listen, I can't take too much on that. I got a few women in my family who do that. So
that's where the lines get tricky for all of us.
I gotta.
I'm in the bind, Nate. I'm in the bind, Nate.
I'm in the bind is killing me. I'm in a bind is killing me. All right, listen, because our time is gonna run. So let's move on. Listen, no, wait. Is there one more thing about Ramesses and Marissa? There was one more thing. Was there? No. Okay.
No, we ran that to the ground.
Right? Okay. Cool. All right. Cool. So obviously, the last one, right? Stefan and obviously Monica. They obviously had their little bit of a situation. You know, and I want to ask a question. Stefan's confession about, yeah, I did this, but was it more manipulation? When you wrote that letter, was it more manipulation? When he admitted what he done, was it more manipulation? You know what I'm saying, Chu? It did sound a little woe is me, but I don't know. What was your thoughts on Stefan and Monica, who is obviously got a new man apparently as well? So shout out to Monica. Her man was in the audience as well. What was you guys' thoughts, man? You know what I mean? Like,
wait, her man was in the audience and she was still mad, couldn't let this man speak. Hey, what?
Yeah, apparently her man was in the audience,
confusion as all get out, okay? Because my biggest whole thing with it, regardless if Stefan is lying, telling the truth, or whatever, let that man speak. That was my issue. That was like, just shut up and let him speak. Let him tell what he got to do. And he spent more time saying, now nobody cares. Nobody gives a damn what I have to say. That because you kept interrupting him every 5 seconds, ma'am. He came out. He said he don't know what the text messages said, but he remember what the text message that he don't delete the text message, but he deleted that one text message. Just let him talk, because the truth is gonna come out in his talking, okay? Because he all over the daggone place. He know the text message started off that it was, some life change that the lady had, but then all of a sudden she was talking about the kinks, but they just started talking, but it was a week ago, but they've been talking for some months. He knew her from way back when. Let that man tell on himself, because that's what Stephen gonna do. Stephen gonna do one thing for sure, is tell on himself. So just let him have the space. Let him hang himself. That's all Monica had to do. I don't know if she just was trying to save him in this. She was trying to cover him in this, but I was like, shut up, because he gonna tell on himself. Child, that's one thing Stephen is definitely gonna do, is tell on himself. He like, I don't lock no phones, I don't erase no messages, but I erased that text messages. I don't remember what they said, but I do recall her saying that she likes it in the back from the side and all this other things. But I can't tell you all that because I don't want to put her business out there. But her name is, and then just let that man tell his business, child. And we could have moved on. Monica was over here. She tried to talk about Nick trying to be somebody. She trying to get her little 15 minutes because Stephen done messed up the whole thing for her. So she can't get no real fame. So she want to interrupt him every 5 seconds. Just let Stephen be Stephen and say what he got to say. And we could have moved on from that situation. We didn't even really have to talk to them after all. You know what I'm saying? Because it got nowhere. It got nowhere at the end of the day. But at the end, again, her man was in the audience and she still was acting like this. She should have been unbothered. Like, I got a whole new boo. Y'all meet him. He right there. Say hi to my baby. Okay, that 15 minutes. We'll be married next week. Don't worry about it. Child, you know what? I was trying to like her, but I don't. I'm sorry.
Jay, I don't like her either. I don't even have notes on her. I have notes on Steven. I have no notes on her. I don't like this lady. I feel like I am betraying the Black sisterhood right now by saying that. I do not like her.
Hold up. She denounced us. Oh, even on her thing, she'd be like other. So you're not betraying. You good.
Okay.
D.
You're right. Steven is fascinating though. If I was a psychologist, I would want him in my office like every other day because there's so much there. I can make so much money off of him. Take me a whole little winter vacation just off of him because he got some issues. I honestly feel like that whole rant that he went on, I think he's got like a humiliation kink, and that was a turn on for him. I think he likes that Monica is like so mean to him. And like part of him is saying all this stuff just to get her wound up so she'll beat him up some more, and that's what gets him off. I think he's into that. I don't know why.
Isn't that like a kink where somebody talks crazy to you and stuff like that?
Yes. That's a real thing. That's a real thing. And I think he's one of those dudes because everything he says points to that. How he talks about himself. He says, I want to be treated like, he even brought it up in the reunion. I want to be treated like a piece of me. Nobody was even asking him. He brought that up. That's what he likes. That's what he's into. And I think he maybe thought that Monica was going to be that girl because she's very domineering and commanding. Monica is vanilla, honey. She's not that girl. She's very vanilla. She ain't about that life. Not really. So he needs to be in like in the community, if you know what I mean. Wink, wink, nudge, nudge. That's where he needs to be. That's where he's gonna find his femdom. That's what he needs, and leave Monica alone. And he's like, I don't know. I think in his mind, he thinks he's like the villain and the victim of his own story. I think that's what he thinks about himself. Like he really beats himself up a lot, and to the point where at this point now it's just gross. It's like this whole self-flagellation thing he's got going. It's gross. It's enough. Okay, I'm glad they didn't do too much on him because he probably would have liked it. This is kids got to watch this. We don't need to see you getting off on that, sir. So yeah.
And it's all alleged. Pause is all alleged.
Oh, sorry, you're right.
There is nothing wrong if that is Steven's preference.
There's nothing wrong with it. You're right.
And I think we saw it. We saw it because if you rewatch it, go get my slippers, Steven. Go check the AC, Steven. Hush. When he put the food in his mouth to hush up, his face lit up. Again, there are people who do like to be partially scolded.
Wait, what's them people that like that reverse slavery thing?
Yes, that's what we're talking about, Jay.
Yeah.
Right. So allegedly, it seems like based on the edit we're seeing, for him to be, I was upset that Monica was treating him like the butler. I was upset because I said that is not respectful to your gentleman, to the husband, to the man who is going to lead your household. But now looking back at it and all the information on Steven, I'm like, okay, Steven, that may be your preference. That may be what you like. And far be it from me to say, hey, your fiance can't give you what you like. But my thing is that it further feeds it when he's like, yes, I'm the bad person. You feel like he just, like Nick, just capitulates really quickly. When it is part of who he is and part of, seems like it's who he is and how he reacts. But he also could be non-confrontational because he's given me that I'm not going to confront you about these things. You say I'm bad. You say I'm this. I'm going to accept it. I'm not even going to argue with you because it will be pointless to argue with you. And in Steven's defense, it will be pointless. She saw the text. So it'll be pointless to argue. He's just taking the wind out of her sails. And I think that's what Monica didn't appreciate. It's like, I cannot berate you if you're like, yes, I'm bad. Yes, I did that. I admit it. I am sorry. I cannot berate you when you are admitting your faults and you're taking this. And it's like, okay, I will leave. There's no argument. Stephen is not arguing with you. He said, hey, I did bad, I did wrong, and I need to leave. So again, Stephen, this is not the way to end a relationship. This is not the way to just leave. And, you're caught in your lie. It's like you don't delete text messages, but you deleted this one. So this, of course, is going to pique everybody's curiosity. And yeah, Nick, I agree with Nancy. Nick and Vanessa were taking too long to ask what was in the text messages. So I'm going to just have to yell it out. What was in the text message, Stephen? But again, I agree with you, Dahlia. If you just let Stephen talk, just let him talk. He's going to let you know the entire story, the text messages, the date stamp, the location stamp. He will tell you everything. But they wouldn't let him speak. And thus it is feeding into the narrative of, y'all just don't want to hear what I have to say. Y'all won't let me speak. Y'all won't let me tell my truth. So he can make himself look like the one being beaten up on. But again, for Stephen and Monica, I didn't think they were a fit from the pods. I was concerned that, the level of, their lifestyles were different, but I didn't think they were a fit. So I'm sorry it crashed and burned like this, but hey, he got her flowers, perpetual flowers.
Yeah, you were right, Elsie. You did say that from the very beginning. I was over here thinking that they could be something good, but man, my pickers, I'm like, I think I'm like 0 for 4 right now. I thought they were going to be good together. I don't know what I was thinking, child. Oh, yeah, you were right. Go ahead and do your victory lap.
But I guess we're talking about the manipulation between Steve and I think the man is just so off. And it's unfortunate that we are going to, again, shame him, and I'll be part of the shaming of him, but he's not part of the Mandem. We've cast him out. He's 1/8 octoroon, a black, not gonna happen. He's not, no, he's Serbian, just like Tyler. I will say that I'm disappointed because when we talk about these situations, especially with Steven and even with Tyler, even with Ramses, that the guys, I guess the disdain for the guys is so glaring that we don't, focus our magnifying lens on how mean a Monica or a Marissa may be. Monica, that is a mean lady. She might have a man now, but she ain't gonna have him for long. She is a mean woman. And I pray for any dude that is in her atmosphere. And mark my words, here in a couple months, that dude's gonna be long gone. But I think that when we have people who are on the extremes, like a Steven, where they have so much of a snowball of issues, it makes us overlook it. But I think there's common red flags with Monica that we're just overlooking. But that means woman is mean, and I want everybody to know that. Don't be a Monica. That woman is long gone in her meanness.
No, Easton, I think you're right. And I did bro code versus girl code. I feel like Monica and what's her name? Hannah were leading that whole little crew. And then Marissa was feeding off of them because Marissa is a chameleon. So she's going to be whoever she needs to be in that moment because she's next to Monica and Hannah. Okay, I'll be mean girl today. That's the role I'm going to play today. And then tomorrow I'll go back to sunshine, happy, joy girl. And I think that's probably why Ramses was shocked because it's just like, what is this? You just whoever you need to be today. And yeah, that little girl clique, it can do some real damage, man. It can do some serious damage. That would be an interesting analysis of how that works. I will say this much: they were riding for each other, though, weren't they? They didn't turn on each other like the bros did.
Real quick, I know that we gon'
fair play to them.
Well, I know that's a common thing, but the sisterhood is always stronger than the brotherhood because the brotherhood, one man is gonna fall to the pillow talk and it breaks us down. So that's why men always kind of roll in packs of 2s and 3s, dudes that we know we can roll with. This group, this group right here was just brought together because of the show. But in the wild, we would have had like 1 or 2 guys that I know I can rock with, that I've rocked with for forever. But the sisterhood, oh, y'all gonna go down with the ship. And that's what Hannah had the sisterhood do. Crash dummy mission.
I mean, listen, hey, I personally think, that, I wanted Monica to let him finish, just so that he can actually hang himself and say what he needs to say. Because Stefan's a whole liar. I'm just going to be honest with you. Okay? He's a liar and a manipulator. All right? And he just needed to, there was... I think to myself that in that situation, I feel like he, of course, I think he wanted to try and, I think partly he wanted to get out of it, but, I wanted to be able to hear the explanation on reunion, and we didn't get it because Monica was consistently interrupting, like we saw her do earlier in the show. So, I don't think she's anywhere near as bad as Stefan. I just think she's just a nitpicker. And she's very heavy on the nitpicking, which can be very annoying if you're in a relationship. So, but I think that's easily fixed. You find the right person that lets you know with a strong a boundary that says, "Hey, stop nitpicking. Like, I'm not going to work with that." Do you know what I mean? Like, and I think she'll change. And it's also because I think also she doesn't. And this is me just being a bit fair on her. I've been going on her for a little while. I think also because that fear of being cheated on, I think that is a very heavy fear. So you're nitpicking everything to kind of like make sure you're safe. But the reality of the situation is that actually going to cause the person to want to lean away from you. So I just think it's a little bit of work that she needs to do. I just wish she would have given Stefan a bit more time to speak on that on the actual show. So that we can actually hear what his actual thought process was. You know what I'm saying to you? I don't be rocking with Stefan anyway because his mouth is loose everywhere. Man, women, he's loose, and you can't be trusted. At least if you were the ladies, we know you were the ladies. But you on both sides of the fence. No. Sorry, you dangerous to me. You know what I mean? Like, you snitched, then you throw people underneath the bus, and then you can't even remember what they said. Oh, nah. Sir, you need to remember what he said, and you need to go 10 toes down further along with Monaco and the rest of the gang. You know what I mean? So, but yeah, I would have loved to hear more what he was saying as well. And obviously that the diabolicalness is the fact that how do we get for a conversation from the heart condition to fetish? Ayo, that was a whole trip for me. I'd rather he just didn't even mention a heart condition. I'd rather just say, listen, I can't lie to you, we had a conversation, it went wild. Okay, we started talking. But the fact that he mentioned that we're having a heart condition conversation, and then the person mentioned a fetish, it was given, bro, you're almost making it sound as if the person is the one that's being accountable for saying this thing, but you're the one that was in a relationship with Monica, no one else. So you don't be trying to put it onto the other person about, you know what I mean, own it. You know what I'm saying to you? And I feel like sometimes I don't like the fact that he tries to play the whole woe is me energy, and I don't really like it. You know what I'm saying to you? It's like, it doesn't give authenticity that you're actually sorry. It gives woe is me, and you're using that to manipulate me, to make me feel sorry for you. I ain't like that kind of stuff. Man, them be doing that kind of stuff when they're unaccountable and be like, yo, like, man, them are always getting on to me. But, bro, no, we're getting on to you because, bro, you're moving mad, fam. You know what I'm saying to you? Don't be doing the woe is me with me. You know what I'm saying to you? Yeah, I didn't like that. So that was my kind of thought process on Stefan, do you know what I mean? You know what I mean? Lorraine, we haven't heard from you. Stefan and Monica, how you feel about them?
First of all, I love the fact that you keep on calling him Stefan when everyone is clearly saying Stephen.
Oh, is it Stephen?
You're going for the full government.
That man is white.
That's been killing me the whole time. And no one is correcting this man. Y'all are wrong.
Y'all be letting me say these people's names.
Olawan Stephen.
You mean it's not Stephen? Oh,
Estefan. It depends on which group you can find that man in.
I could not. You were saying you're spitting facts. I could not take you seriously because I'm like, everyone has been saying Stephen, bro. Where are you getting Stephen from?
It's the spelling because it's PH. That's what it is. It's throwing them off.
Yeah, but everyone, even in the reunion, even the
everyone calling Stephen, yeah.
The show.
I don't know what I
They
was
called
hearing.
him Steven.
It'd be as bad as me calling Joshua when it was Juan from Married at First Sight. So I don't be getting names right at all. Continue anyway. Sorry, Lorraine. Go on.
No, I did not want to hear from Stefan. I don't want to hear from you because what else do you have to say? He's an acquired taste. Yes, got off the thing. He's an acquired taste. He likes what he likes. What else do people need him to explain? You guys are actually sick because why do you need to know what's in the text? You know they're foul. You know those texts are bad. Why do you want to know exactly word for word what that, like, you know, he's an acquired taste. He likes what he likes. And I respect it. At least he's honest about it because there's some men out here who they're not, you know, so I did not want to hear what he had to say because he wasn't going to say anything revealing. Like, we know who you are. We know what you like. And Monica, I just didn't like her from the pods for two reasons. One, you said, oh, I'm so happy that you were honest about this. Yes, great that he's honest about it. But are you banking this information, sis? Yes, he's honest, but what? This man said he's in therapy, and now at the reunion, oh, I've gone to therapy. So the therapy is not working, bro. The therapy is not working, bro. Okay, so let's look at that, Monica. For you to say, oh no, there was no red flag, that is a red flag. It is a red flag that he did that. Yes, he's being honest about it, but it don't change the fact that he done that. Number two, this man called you a word and you said, yes, I am. We all know what word he called her. And you allowed this man to degrade you racially. Because he's what? He had a test that said he's a not full Nigerian. So now it's okay for him to call you. That's an offensive word. I'm sorry. You have no right to call me that. And for you to be a pick me and say, yeah, I am that. Just told me everything that I needed to know about Monica. So the added things about her being not so nice and being mean and this, that, and the other. But from the pods, I was not a fan of her. So I did not feel sorry for her when Steven did what he did because he done told you the exact thing that he said he did is the exact thing that he did to you. I don't feel bad for you. I don't. He showed himself his true colors. That's who he is. And you were so desperate to get married that you were just blind to everything. And you also accepted a word, him calling you something that he should not have called you. So yeah, I didn't feel bad for her. I didn't want to hear from her. I didn't want to hear, like, please, both of you irrelevant. There's worse villains that we could be hearing from, actually. Let's get into Tyler some more and Ashley. Like, I see what you lot are doing, Netflix. I don't care about Steven. He wants the airtime. Because why are you butting in when talking about, oh yeah, I don't mind. No one asked you, shut up. But he wants the airtime. Like, no one's feeling sorry for you. Yes, you like to be slapped around. Go do that somewhere else, please. Yeah.
I hear it. Listen, I hear it. Okay, as somebody said, kink shames are very tiring. So I hear it. I think. I think. Have we exhausted it now? I think we exhausted it. I think we've exhausted it. I think we've done that. You know what I'm saying, Chu? Was there any other things in the room you want to address? I think that's.
I got a couple things.
Oh Lord. Okay, go for it.
Leo came out golden. That man, all the men folk need to learn from him. Because when I tell you he came in there a villain and came out looking like a whole champion, how the heck did that happen? He did everything you're supposed to do. He saw that grenade and he fell on it. You know, it's me. It's me. It's all me. I'm sorry. I'm sorry to you. I'm sorry to you. I'm sorry to the people who saw me. He made a joke out of it. It wasn't really funny, but he was trying. People thought he was sincere. It's like, yes, he did everything he was supposed to do. Just Kudos to you, Leo. I don't know how you pulled this off. It's magical, but you did it, sir. I got to give you your kudos. And also, say what you want, but little Miss Brittany, her and Katie were the only women who knew how to talk to these men folk and get what they wanted. I'm just saying. I think it's dark artistry, but they use them feminine wiles to be able to get in these men's heads and get what they wanted. And I think all of the women can learn from them. Just saying. Ashley, she kind of got it like a little bit. She didn't really get to employ it too much. She was trying to use it when they was in that pool, but Brittany and Katie, yeah, they know what they're doing. That's it.
Beautiful stuff. Okay, well, I guess that brings us to a close. We've reached our time limit. Listen, someone said AD annoyed me. I know. We all, yeah, we understand.
Period.
She's always period for somebody that shouldn't be period. It's just, that's the annoying part.
I'm period in the annoyed part. Period.
Oh, because she be doing period on the wrong people's. Yes, Easton.
I will say, I think that we got with the sisterhood, because there's layers to the sisterhood, and the strongest layer is the Black sisterhood. The Black sisterhood can't keep caping for the white sisterhood because they not. It's not working. It's not bi-directional. They not.
That's a mean girl sisterhood. So all the mean girls, regardless of race, was over there. We not caping for them hoes. Okay.
No, but even AD was coming to cape for Hannah. Period. She's standing 10-toe. The issue is they not saving you or protecting you or shielding you the same way you shielding them. Marissa, oh Hannah, baby girl, she not coming to save you. You over here looking like Boo Boo the Fool, and your mama about to hurt you. So I just want everybody, the sisterhood, the strongest layer of the sisterhood, the Black sisters, I want y'all to get y'all's reparations from them white women, and get in, and hopefully they'll protect you next time.
He said when they cancel you, don't call me, because I won't be coming. The brother is strong, but it's not that strong. Okay. Get you a lawyer. Get you Marissa. Listen. There was one thing someone mentioned actually, and I didn't even want to discuss it really quickly. It was that Garrett, did he lie or did he not lie about moving to San Diego? Because he didn't go to San Diego. So I want to get your thoughts. Yes, Easton.
I know I'm big on the. My boy put his foot down. I thought he was gonna fold on us, but my boy Garrett. My boy Garrett put his foot down because Taylor was running him from the get-go. She was dragging him through the mud. But my boy Garrett said, yeah, I'm at the top of the power structure in the patriarchy. And he said, no. We coming back to where I'm from. I met you in DMV. We're going to stay in the DMV. We ain't going to San Diego. So I'm proud of my boy because he came on to the reunion, held it down for the brotherhood. Over here caping for Tyler, bum self. I feel Garrett was Captain America in this whole situation, but he held it. I think he was planning on doing so, and he was just like, nah, I'm over here making too many concessions, and Taylor was being a little bit too domineering in that way. But I'm proud of Garrett because he finally put his foot down.
I don't believe so, Easton. I'm sorry. This is where we part ways. I'm sorry. It's been a good run. But if Garrett didn't have that fashion deal and had to walk the runway, they would be in San Diego. Because you know what? Fashion Week is on the East Coast. Fashion Week is up in New York. Fashion Week is running all the way up and down the East Coast. There's one Fashion Week, yes, there's in LA, but it's not as many as it is on the East Coast. So I'm wondering if he didn't entice Taylor, hey, I'm walking the runway. We got to stay on the East Side. Because all this attention and all this fashion, look how you're looking good, girl. You're looking good. We got to stay on the East Coast to keep this going. I'm sorry. I think the fashion kept Taylor, and the fact that he got the fashion job on top of the physics job, I think that kept Taylor on the East Coast. Opportunity.
Child, Garrett spent all the moving money on travel. He said, "Let me take you to Paris. Let me take you over here. We're gonna go to Greece. We're gonna go to Milan. I gotta do an audition over here. We gotta do that over here. Oh shoot! We gotta save up again, baby, to move because we can't quite move just yet because that's gonna take a lot of our money and we don't spend it all." Listen, marriage is compromise. It's compromise, okay? You know, you want 7 years for a kid, so we gonna stay 7 years right here, and then when we had that baby, we can move to San Diego, okay? Maybe they negotiated some things, all right? You know, maybe she needed to just stay close to the lady he was texting. We don't know. You got to keep your enemies close sometimes, okay? So I don't know, but hey, like Issa said, he put his foot down, and that's where we at right now. Okay, your daddy can come see us. Period. Period.
Kojo, I'm glad you brought that up because I agree with you, Easton. Flynn Rider, he put his foot down and he said, "We not going nowhere." And Taylor said, "My man, thank you to my man. He says that we're gonna stay here, and that's where we're gonna stay." I mean, what did you hear how she was talking to this man, cheesing all up in his face? I'm sorry, Elsie, but I mean, look, he got a Fashion Week deal. It's a week. You ain't got to live in DC.
You think it ain't just a
and
week? It ain't just a
workout.
week, girl. It ain't just a week.
Ma'am, he is a model. He is not a designer. Come on.
They not only do the runway, they do print too. Come on now. Let's not act like they just show up and walk a runway. They don't.
That's what planes are for. Models tap on planes all the time. They got a whole genre of clothing just for
And
models.
that's why we need to be on the East Coast. We need to stay on the East Coast because we're going to Milan next. We're going to Florence. We're taking it internationally. We can't go to San Diego because it's a longer flight. This fashion won't work from San Diego.
Internationally, that's pretty, Tiffany.
That's how Flynn Rider flipped it so that way Taylor would agree.
Garrett is booked and busy from the East Coast. We can't be booked and busy from San Diego.
Okay.
Not too much on Garrett. Not too much on Garrett.
Oh.
Not too. I thought we were
You
getting
like
along,
it?
guys. I thought we were getting along.
Period.
Guys. Not too much on Garrett. Okay. The reason why Taylor wanted to move to San Diego is the same reason why during the taping Garrett wanted to stay. Family. It was the same reason. That's why in the reunion she was like, "Sorry, mom. Sorry, dad." So listen, compromise. He put his foot down. Whatever. Listen, you have a good man, Savannah. You have a good man, Savannah. Okay? So if he says we're not going, I don't even care what. Listen, I'm about to do a naked D on y'all. Right? You see how you guys were making him a saying? I'm about to do the same thing on Garrett. He can do no wrong to me because he treated that woman with respect, Habibi.
Outside of lying about that text.
Out, Habibi.
Outside of lying about that text. But other than that, yeah, he was good.
Yeah. Even with that haircut, you look good, Habibi. I'm supporting you from far, Habibi. Not too much on Garrett. Not too much on Garrett now. Okay. I want a boring laugh. Last week I said I want a medium ugly. I'm out of that. I want a boring laugh. Everyone's calling them boring. Yeah, I want that. I want no one pulling up receipts. I want no one finding out dirt. I want everyone calling me boring because there's no drama. My man. Not too much on Garrett.
Amen.
And he probably got you the fit for the reunion too. Modeling job, fresh off the runway.
She was the best dressed because guess what? Well, who's the designer? You look good, Habibi. I'm supporting you from far, Habibi. Yes.
The pick of the letter.
All right. Any other thoughts? Because people are supporting people from far, her baby. So, any other thoughts? No?
No, I think we're good.
Well, listen, I think it's time to dismount. My pizza's here. Anyway, listen. God bless y'all. It's been amazing. It's been great. Okay, all right. And this was the last one we're doing for Love is Blind. Bar anything happens. I mean, season 8. I don't know when season 8 is coming out. Is it this year or next year? Season 8. It normally comes out in January.
February.
Valentine's Day next year.
February. February.
So we'll be back
Valentine's
next year,
Day. Valentine's Day.
We'll be back then, Valentine's Day, for you guys and to Love is Blind.
He said, for all you singles that ain't got no date, come on.
Come on up. Okay.
He's smart for that. Netflix smart for that. I said Netflix smart for that.
Listen, they're marketing geniuses, man. Do you know what I mean? We'll see what happens to Ashley and Tyler by then. Hopefully, they'll probably still be together. If I'm honest with you, I think they got at least a good 5 in her. I think she got a good 5 in her. Yeah, I actually think that I think we're looking at Tyler and Ashley wrong. I think we're looking at Tyler as if he's the one that's leading the situation. I don't. I see Ashley leading him the whole entire way. He gonna fix up. He's like a little boy in her arms. She's got her man, and she has got him locked. Okay, he gonna be on his best behavior. Okay, she's about to turn into a whole madam. But we'll discuss that behind the scenes. Listen, audience members, it's been amazing. It's been great. It's been fantastic. Listen, thank you for joining us this season as well for Love is Blind. Hopefully Ready to Love comes back. I know they've done some stuff, but they haven't actually come back yet. So probably when I'm in Ghana, we'll probably end up doing some lives when we're there as well. So make sure you guys like, share, subscribe, click on the bell button for notification of the uploads. It's been amazing. It's been wonderful. And yeah, we will see you very, very soon. Don't do anything I wouldn't do, baby. Oh, wait, by the way, shout out to Tamara Brown because she won the Edo. Did you not know? Oh, one of my people done won the Ghana trip. Oh, boy. Yeah. Y'all think I was playing with y'all? I told you one of my people going to win. Okay, so Tamara Brown.
They have others.
So first
They have
one.
others.
Yes, they have others. Actually, the competition is going to run another. I think they're going to run it another 2 weeks. They're going to run it. So I want you to know that the link is in the description box. Okay, guys. If you want to win a trip to Ghana, okay, this year, all right, or next year, whenever they do it, because I think it will be January. It's between January and December. They're going to do their one. So if you want to win a trip to Ghana, listen, my friends, click on the link down below in the description box and go and join the competition because they are still doing more winners for you guys. You've got 2 weeks left over. So if you want to win a ticket, shout out again to Tamara Brown for winning her ticket. I want y'all to win your ticket, so go and buy one. It's $4. You know what I'm saying to you? So go and buy yours and get entered into the prize draw again. Listen, it's been great. It's been amazing.
Cash out me $4 so I can go ahead and get my ticket real quick, and I promise to bring you back something from Ghana. Appreciate you.
You know what? I would happily cash up you. You just won't receive it. Cash up,
just cash up for me.
Cash up done shut down in the UK. They done shut us down all the way down. They said we ain't going to tax evade in the UK. Yep. So yeah, they shut us all the way down.
My PayPal's open too, so just go ahead. So I can,
she said a PayPal. Okay,
put it in there. I'll get you a gift while I'm out there.
I'll send you a little $4. You know what I'm saying? I'm out in Ghana this year, so if you're there, let me know. You know what I'm saying? We're good to see y'all. Okay, so I'm gonna play a little Edo video as we go out, and we'll see you guys very, very soon. Okay.
Mika Turkson, writer and producer for Ito, and I'm here to announce
hold on.
An exciting opportunity for all of our food lovers and adventure seekers out there. We are giving you guys the opportunity to come to Accra. Mika Turkson, writer and producer for Ito, and I'm here to announce an exciting opportunity for all of our food lovers and adventure seekers out there. We are giving you guys the opportunity to come to Accra, Ghana for just $6. Yes, I said it, just $6. Imagine exploring the bustling streets, the vibrant markets, the iconic nightlife in this inspiring city that helped us build Ito. But that's not all. The lucky winner can join us this December for all the excitement and celebration. As you know, Accra has a lot to offer, from all the unforgettable moments and festive activities. Don't miss out on this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to experience Ghana with Ito. Enter today and you could be our lucky winner.
Grab your tickets down below in the description box as well, guys. We will see you and probably next week. I know the Cam Newton stuff's happened. You guys have been messaging me about the Cam Newton Jasmine stuff, so maybe we'll talk about that on the weekend. On Sunday, maybe we'll see what we can do, or Monday, whatever. It all depends how much time I got. But listen, make sure you grab your tickets down below in the description box, and you can win like Tamara Brown too. I can't wait. Okay, I appreciate y'all. Stay locked, stay loaded. I appreciate y'all. Be blessed, baby.